A wagon rolled through the mountains as two captive girls sat pressed together in the back. One asked where they were being taken. The other answered flatly that she had no idea. Guards marched alongside the wagon watching them. One girl noticed her companion's top slipping and pointed it out. The other adjusted herself calmly, unbothered by their situation, despite the tension around them. A distant roar cut through the mountains. One girl froze, recognizing the sound, a dragon. The guards below tensed, gripping their weapons as the wagon pressed forward. High above the tree line, a massive dragon perched on a cliff and let out another roar. One girl wondered aloud if the creature was mocking them or pitying them. The scene shifted to a quiet residential district in Suginami Ward, Tokyo. A voice called out, urging someone named Ryoma to hurry up and come at them already. Inside the house, an old man held a blade to a young man's throat, offering his entire inheritance if he could cut him down. The young man, unbothered, admitted the offer was tempting. The two faced off in the garden, swords drawn, expressions sharp. Neither backed down as steel clinked between them. Blades clashed in rapid succession. Sparks and motion blurred the exchange as both fighters pushed forward, refusing to yield ground. The old man snarled, accusing the young man of aiming for his throat. The young man reminded him that his own teacher once told him to cut down even his own parents in a real clash of swords. The old man agreed, declaring his blade always killed in a single strike, insisting such power had no place in modern Japan. A young woman entered with breakfast, scolding the two for wasting time fighting instead of eating while the food was still warm. She set the table, correcting Ryoma when he joked that the fight counted as playing around. The old man asked what he thought they'd actually been doing. She swatted Ryoma on the head for their bickering, laughing it off as usual, while he sat rubbing his head, admitting they'd technically been trying to kill each other. The old man teased her, asking if she was enjoying her role as part of their quarreling newlyweds routine, hinting she wouldn't come by every morning just for a childhood friend. She denied it, embarrassed, telling him to stop. The old man reminded Ryoma that mercy had no place in battle if he wanted to protect what mattered to him. Ryoma brushed him off as he geared up for school, while the girl smiled at the familiar exchange. At school, a girl approached him, disappointed he hadn't joined the karate club despite her invitation. He apologized, admitting it wasn't for him. Classmates gossiped nearby, surprised the school kept trying to recruit him. The girl reassured him the club would always welcome him if he changed his mind. Others whispered about his size and build, noting even the judo club wanted him. Ryoma stood quietly through it, clearly used to the attention. Alone on the rooftop, he ate lunch by himself, reflecting that joining any club was out of the question. If he got too excited, he admitted, he might end up hurting someone. The scene shifted again. Ryoma sat within a summoning circle, surrounded by armored knights and a hooded figure addressing someone called Lord Gaius, remarking that this summoning had captured a fine specimen despite deceiving first impressions. Confused, Ryoma looked around at the unfamiliar circle beneath him. The hooded figure instructed the others to move quickly and carve the seal onto him before anything changed. Ryoma crouched low, studying the armored men surrounding him. Their bloodlust was overwhelming, sharp enough to make him shudder. If he wanted to kill them, he'd need to catch them off guard. He looked around, confused, realizing this place was nothing like his school. His grandfather's old warning echoed in his mind, show the enemy no mercy if he meant to protect what he held dear. Ryoma smiled anyway, holding up a character bento, casually asking the stunned guards if they wanted to have lunch with him. The calm broke instantly. Ryoma moved first, striking without hesitation as blood sprayed, and a guard let out an agonized scream. He drew his blade fast, cutting through the chaos before anyone could react. He pressed the assault, dodging strikes and countering with brutal precision. Armor cracked under his blows as he fought through the knights surrounding him, refusing to slow down despite their numbers. One knight shoved forward, only to be met with a decisive slash. Ryoma pushed through another attack, driving his weapon home. A voice cried out in shock as thunder cracked unexpectedly through the chamber. The hooded mage called for his men to fall back to his side, watching as one knight roared for Ryoma's death, undeterred by the carnage already unfolding. The old mage raised his staff and unleashed a spell, commanding the spirits to abide by his will and crush his enemy in a storm of bolts. When the smoke cleared, one of his own men lay dead on the ground. The mage realized in horror that Ryoma had used his soldier as a lightning rod, redirecting the spell. Before he could process it, Ryoma's fist slammed into him, rupturing his lung. Struggling to breathe, the mage admitted he could no longer chant a spell. Ryoma asked him plainly where he was. The old man revealed they stood in the palace of the Empire of Ultormia, at the center of the western continent, and confirmed he was the one who had summoned Ryoma there. Unsettled by Ryoma's calm bloodlust, the mage watched him smile, asking simply if this meant he could return to his own world. Privately, the mage considered how useful a warrior like this could be for the Empire's ambitions of conquering the Western continent. Uncertain what to do next, buying time became the priority. The mage realized that telling Ryoma the truth that there was no way back would get him killed instantly. He was known across nations as the Mind of Ultermia, and he had no intention of dying there. Ryoma pointed out the obvious: the mage could summon people to this world, but couldn't send them back, and clearly never intended to let anyone leave alive. The mage's shock confirmed it. Ryoma had already seen through him. Ryoma asked directly why he'd been summoned at all. The mage explained that people from another world carried a high absorption aptitude. He revealed the rule of this world: killing another living being let a person absorb a fraction of its life force. As he tried to cast one final spell, Ryoma's expression remained unreadable. Before the mage could finish his chant, Ryoma struck him down with a final blow, ending the fight completely. Ryoma looked up at the unfamiliar architecture around him, realizing he'd been pulled into another world entirely. In a strange way, he considered it fortunate. Back home, killing this many people would never pass as self-defense. Outside guards blocked a young woman from entering, explaining that the summoning ritual was a strictly guarded secret. No one was permitted to interrupt. Lady Celia argued that her grandfather had never failed a summoning before, demanding to know what had happened. Sir Rolf urged her to stay calm. Celia apologized for her outburst, admitting her composure had failed her, while Rolf reminded her that Lord Gaius was her last living blood relative, and that there remained a slim chance he hadn't failed at all. Determined, she prepared a spell, ordering the men to take cover. She unleashed a flame blast at the sealed steel door, calling on the spirits to grant her strength and crush whatever stood between her and her grandfather. Celia's ice spell struck the door but did little damage. Frost spread across the surface, yet the steel held firm against the cold. Moments later, the metal gave way, crumbling apart under the strain. Rolf realized what had happened. She'd hit the door with fire first, then ice right after. The sudden shift in temperature caused the metal to expand and contract violently, shattering it from within. Celia rushed forward, urging Rolf to hurry inside with her. The knights fell in behind them as she pushed toward the ritual chamber. Inside, the room lay in ruins. Blood stained the shattered stone walls, and scorch marks scarred the floor. Rolf froze at the sight, stunned by the destruction before him. Celia spotted her grandfather lying motionless, blood pooling beneath him. She screamed for him, rushing to his side as Rolf called out that they'd found Lord Gaius nearby. One of the knights uncovered another figure in the wreckage, calling out that he'd found a survivor. The soldier stared down at what remained, muttering about a monster having done this. Knights scrambled to respond, calling for a medic, and ordering the wounded man be carried to the infirmary at once. Someone urged him to stay still and save his strength. As chaos settled around him, one knight leaned close, reassuring him he'd be fine, and that treatment was already underway. The story shifted forward. A great heroic saga was beginning to unfold. On the Western continent, a land ruled by sword and magic, a young man summoned from another world crossed paths with two enslaved girls on a blood-soaked road toward conquest. One of them smirked faintly, as if sensing the weight of what was coming. Celia knelt among rows of candles, grief pressing on her chest. Her grandfather, the court thaumaturgist, had been murdered, and no answer explained what could have overpowered him. She stared at the corpse and realized the wounds had come from bare hands. No blade, no spell. Something had torn through him with raw strength alone. The chapter shifted into what came next. The hunt for whoever escaped, at the castle wall. Sir Rolf reported the same details to his superior. Armed soldiers and Sir Gaius had been killed by an attacker who carried no weapon at all. The commander's face twisted in disbelief. The knights inspecting the bodies confirmed it. One soldier's wound came from a direct strike by hand. Another had his skull crushed from behind. Whoever did this fought with terrifying precision and no mercy. The commander wondered aloud if the otherworlder summoned into their kingdom was responsible. Sir Rolf dismissed the theory. Newly summoned outsiders were always weak, not capable of this kind of slaughter. He decided to head for the infirmary to question the survivor directly. Before he reached it, a soldier burst in warning of trouble. Sir Rolf's expression darkened as he registered the urgency in the report. Fire erupted through the castle, consuming walls and rooftops in a violent roar. Meanwhile, in the rose garden, Orlando picked a flower for himself, calm and unaware of the chaos building nearby, as two attendants stood watching in the distance. Screams rang out. Someone shouted for the thaumaturgists as smoke rolled over the courtyard, and flames devoured the tower. Panic spread as people scrambled to organize a response. Orlando raised his hand toward the blaze, summoning water spirits with a practiced incantation. He unleashed Aquastorm, sending a torrent surging toward the fire. The flames hissed and died under the wave. Orlando exhaled, watching the last embers vanish into steam. Sir Rolf and Celia arrived on the scene, breathless from running. Orlando turned toward them, his calm restored. Celia demanded to know what had happened. Orlando admitted the fire was already handled, though he hadn't seen how it started. She pressed further, asking about a wounded soldier reportedly carried to the infirmary right before the blaze. The knights had no answer, and Celia's frustration boiled over, as she dismissed them entirely. In the infirmary, court physician, Ronbert peered through the dim room, sensing Celia's presence nearby. He gripped his glass and spoke coldly, revealing that the soldier she sought had indeed been there, and that the man was dangerous, having murdered his son, Alan. Elsewhere, knights urged an injured comrade to stay conscious, warning that he wouldn't survive without treatment. They pounded on the infirmary door, demanding the physician open up for an emergency. Inside, the young assistant physician rushed to help, assuring the wounded soldier he would be fine. Ronbert, watching nearby, muttered to his late son as though he were still present. The knight asked the assistant to remove the patient's armor. Ronbert shuffled out, drink in hand, prompting the knight to question aloud whether the head physician's drinking was becoming a real problem. Blood sprayed across the room as the assistant physician was struck down without warning. The soldier watching from the bed froze, unable to process what he had just seen. The attacker's blow left the room silent, except for ragged breathing. The wounded man screamed for help, dragging himself toward the door as the body dropped beside him. His pleas went unanswered in the chaos of the moment. The soldier begged to be let go, but the intruder brushed the request aside. He claimed he only wanted a way out of the castle and demanded directions. The soldier, terrified, asked why his comrades had been killed, calling them friends. The stranger apologized calmly, insisting he needed information first. He tightened his grip, warning the soldier that answers were required immediately. Trembling, the soldier gave directions, describing a corridor leading across the courtyard. The intruder apologized once more, before striking him down as well, ending the exchange without hesitation. Alone in the storeroom, he studied the shelves lined with bottles and jars, sensing this was the moment where his search would either pay off or fail. Ronbert, observing the aftermath from elsewhere, concluded that the man had used the fire's panic to slip away, warning that anyone hoping to catch him would need to move fast. Celia snapped into command mode, ordering Orlando to gather the thaumaturgist unit immediately. Startled by her sudden shift, he obeyed without argument, prompting Sir Rolf to organize the Imperial Guard as well. Orlando invoked a contract with Menios, god of light, calling for speed to match the light itself. Celia authorized the use of teleportation given the state of emergency, confirming their enemy was extremely dangerous. The spell tore through the room in a surge of wind. Ronbert noted with quiet approval that such a fast incantation proved he was every bit his grandfather's pupil. Sir Rolf was ordered to secure the Emperor's approval, while Celia dispatched him toward the Imperial Guard's barracks to gather troops. She turned to Ronbert next, declaring she would head for the audience chamber herself. Orlando repeated the incantation, invoking his contract with Menios once again, as Ronbert acknowledged the plan. Ronbert straightened up slowly, his expression unreadable, as he processed the unfolding crisis. Elsewhere, amid the wreckage of a collapsed structure, a lone figure sat quietly drinking, surrounded by broken beams and open sky. Back at the palace, Celia's teleportation spell tore open the air before the throne room doors, startling the guards stationed there. They demanded to know who dared use such magic without permission. The lead guard declared she stood before the gates of the Emperor himself, warning that unauthorized teleportation was a crime punishable by death. Celia pushed forward regardless, insisting the situation was an emergency and demanding an audience with the Emperor. When the guards refused to yield, she threatened to force the door open with her own spells. The doors creaked open, revealing the Emperor seated on his throne with a dark-robed advisor standing beside him. Celia knelt before them, breathless from the confrontation. The Prime Minister Durnest the Iron, blooded, bristled at her intrusion, demanding to know what she meant by showing such disrespect before His Majesty. The Emperor silenced Durnest, questioning instead why the court thaumaturgist himself had not come to report. Celia, still kneeling, was addressed directly as the Assistant Court Thaumaturgist, Celia Valkland. Emperor Lionel Eisenheit, the Lion Emperor, silenced Celia's attempt to explain before she could finish. His advisors noted that her request for an audience carried extreme urgency, but his cold command left no room for further protest. He allowed the disrespect to pass and instructed Celia to deliver her report. She thanked him and asked to be granted command over the Imperial Guard, her voice steady despite the tension in the room. Durnest exploded, demanding to know how an assistant court thaumaturgist dared request command over soldiers. The Emperor considered it possible depending on her reasoning. then asked where Sir Gaius was. Celia's grandfather, watching from elsewhere with a bird perched on his hand, revealed the truth. Gaius Falkland, court thaumaturgist of the Empire, had been assassinated. Far from the palace, a knight recalled the name Gaius, almost carelessly, calling him nothing more than an old geezer, his tone dismissive of the death that had thrown the capital into chaos. The killer, cloaked and composed, recalled with quiet contempt how his target had looked at him like he was some kind of insect, the memory fueling the coldness behind his eyes. Elsewhere, a lone soldier walked through the castle grounds beneath the tower, cape trailing behind him as smoke curled faintly in the distance, the city carrying on despite the unfolding crisis around him. Ryoma Mikoshiba stands among the group of people summoned to another world, listening as an old man explains that most from their world know nothing of swords or spears, yet still hold the potential to become the strongest warriors here. Alone in a summoning circle, Ryoma questions why he was even called. Chapter 3 begins with Ryoma cutting down a dragon, a scene that ties back to what he learned earlier. Killing a living being lets a person absorb a portion of its life force. He realizes the 4 soldiers he killed already left their strength inside him, though only a fraction of what a full kill would grant. Riding into a city with 2 other knights, Ryoma reflects on the idea of slaying a dragon, and on the disbelief of actually being in another world. Now settled in a town, Ryoma eats a quiet meal, having abandoned his armor on the outskirts to avoid detection. He uses money taken from the men he killed to buy new clothes, thinking ahead to what comes next. A woman running the tavern jokes about needing a break and slides him a beer he never ordered. Ryoma accepts the drink, silently noting he is technically only 16. The woman assumes he can handle his liquor and tells him it is on the house. She comments that being able to say thank you properly makes him a good guy. Ryoma, amused, admits he has always been mistaken for being older. She asks if this is his first time in the capital. He explains he was traveling with his father, who died suddenly of illness. The woman tears up at the story. Ryoma stays composed, saying it is fine, then mentions he is considering settling in the capital and asks if there is decent work available. She tells him he is too old to start training as a craftsman. He asks about becoming a merchant instead, and she says that wasn't ruled out, but questions whether he is really planning to start as an apprentice at his age. She suggests becoming a mercenary or an adventurer instead, brightening at the idea. Ryoma admits he knows nothing about how either profession works and asks her to explain. She tells him it is simple, just register at the bank and the guild. She adds that both locations are close by and neither requires proof of identity. She reminds him to come back and tell her how it goes. Ryoma then arrives at the Adventurers Guild, where a receptionist greets him, and he states he wants to register as an adventurer. The receptionist, a woman with glasses, checks his paperwork, and asks if he is 16 and whether he has a bank account. Ryoma insists his age doesn't bother him, recalling he was asked the same question at the bank. The receptionist explains that the guild is a massive organization with branches across the entire continent, gesturing to a map of the surrounding kingdoms and empire. She continues, explaining that every adventurer is measured by 2 metrics: level, which reflects combat strength, and rank, which rises and falls based on completed requests. She then asks if he understands power absorption. Ryoma, pictured seated atop a mound of skulls, works through the math. Level 10 would mean the strength of 10 people. She confirms level 0 is an average human and level 1 doubles that strength, tied directly to absorbing power from the lives one takes. She reveals the highest level ever recorded for a human is 7, achieved by only one person in history. Ryoma finds the number strange, wondering aloud why the cap would be set at 7. Back in the guild, the receptionist reassures Ryoma there is no need for a beginner to worry about the mechanics of leveling and ranking just yet. She finishes covering the basics and turns to available requests. Subjugation jobs for wild dogs and wild bees, each paying 3 coppers per kill and granting 1 rank point toward advancement. She asks if he'd like to take one. Ryoma asks about work that involves crossing the border, hoping for something tied to travel between towns. The receptionist searches and finds bodyguard listings for the towns of Garrick, Melforin, and Aujet, along with a possible delivery job. As a newly registered rank F, she explains he can only take requests bound for the next town over. Ryoma privately notes that with a bounty on his head in Ultormia, this kind of job doubles as good cover for slipping away. He settles on the delivery job to Melforin, to the east. At a weapon shop, he studies the blades on the wall, and quietly considers a liu dao or a shamshir instead. Since no katanas are stocked here, back with the tavern women, one of them asks if he even owns a weapon. Ryoma raises a fist and jokes that he has got 2 right here. The older woman scolds him for joking around, warning that most adventurers don't die fighting the strongest monsters. They die from carelessness against low-ranking enemies they underestimate. At the weapon shop, the burly shopkeeper insists he has got nothing for a walk, and with no clue what he is doing. Ryoma explains the lady at the tavern sent him looking for something convenient, a word that sets the shopkeeper off completely, snapping that he'd better not say it again. The shopkeeper agrees to help anyway, telling him never to say convenient in the store again. He hands over a dagger and asks if Ryoma forged it himself instead of using a cast mold. The shopkeeper confirms cast weapons are cheaper but less reliable, stunned that Ryoma could tell the difference just by handling it. Ryoma explains he'd prefer a curved, single-edged blade. The shopkeeper introduces himself and asks what exactly he is looking for. The shopkeeper admits he doesn't stock katanas since no one buys them, and he doesn't know how to forge one, but leads Ryoma to the back to show him his personal Otherworld collection. The shopkeeper displays sei, nunchucks, a 3-section staff, and tonfas, each with a brief note on their origin and use. Ryoma picks up the nunchucks, admitting he can actually use them, which catches the shopkeeper off guard. More weapons are laid out, a collapsible baton, chakrams, and MA daggers, each suited for different styles of combat. Ryoma spins the nunchucks with practiced ease, the strikes cutting sharp arcs through the air as the shopkeeper watches. Stunned, a weighted chain catches Ryoma's eye next, but he admits he doesn't know how to use one properly. The shopkeeper is amazed all the same that he can handle the nunchucks at all. Ryoma recalls that his grandfather once trained him with a weighted chain, deciding it might still work for him after all. He thanks the shopkeeper for the help, settling on the nunchucks and the weighted chain, then asks if the man could also forge him a proper sword. Night falls over the town as Ryoma returns to the tavern, greeted warmly by the woman at the door asking how everything went. He answers that it went quite well. She smiles, then asks if he remembered to bring the letter he is supposed to deliver. Ryoma freezes, realizing he never actually picked up the letter, unsure if he lost it or was never given it in the first place. The tavern woman confirms it. He simply forgot to grab it. The old man beside her laughs, calling him out as a total newbie. She waves off his apology, telling him not to dwell on it since every novice makes the same mistake, and instructs him to swing by the guild's delivery counter the next morning to pick it up. The tavern erupts in cheers as patrons rally around him, declaring the kid a novice adventurer, and pulling him into the celebration for the night. Later, lying back on a bed in his room, Ryoma reflects that things worked out in the end. The new clothes he bought helped him blend in the moment he left the castle grounds. He recalls slipping past his pursuers unnoticed, thanks to the disguise, though he reminds himself he still can't afford to let his guard down completely. Elsewhere, a rugged, bearded man recalls a skilled warrior named Rolf, while a young woman beside him is noted as being similarly dangerous. The woman's thoughts shift to someone else entirely, a person she calls the biggest problem, someone she needs to watch carefully. Her mind pictures that person as a queen on a shogi board, a piece as vital as the king, and every bit as powerful. The sight of her alone enough to send a chill down the spine. Elsewhere, a knight addresses Shardina Eisenheit, first princess of the Empire of Ultermia, questioning how they intend to track down the man they're hunting, when no one even knows what he looks like. Shardina confirms he is the one responsible. Her subordinate reasons that not knowing his face won't matter for long. They'll simply have to catch him and make him tell them himself. Celia stormed toward the castle gates, glaring down a line of assembled soldiers. The culprit still hadn't been caught, and her patience had run out. Inside the war room, the group debated their next move. Continuing the search after dark carried too much risk, someone argued, but Shardina cut through the hesitation, ordering Orlando to escort Celia away from the discussion. Orlando held Celia back as she protested, insisting she wanted answers herself. Ignoring the outburst, Shardina made her decision. She would take the eastern route while the rest of the group covered the south. An older knight questioned the choice, noting the southern border sat closer and seemed the more obvious escape path for a fugitive. Shardina explained her reasoning. An otherworlder would have specific motives to head east, and she suspected exactly who that was. She added that Saitu, her trusted lieutenant, would accompany her. The conversation shifted to the political fallout of Sir Gaius's death. Nobles might use the opening to stir rebellion, but pulling the border garrison to deal with it would expose them to an attack from Zeruda. Going public and asking the nobles for aid wasn't an option either. Every move had to be calculated. Chapter 4 opened on a different scene entirely. A young swordsman crouched near a den of sleeping wolves, weighing the cost of the fight ahead before drawing his blade. The wolves woke and lunged. He met them head, uncutting through the pack with controlled, efficient strikes. Later, at the Adventurers Guild's Melpharan branch east of Ultermia's capital, the receptionist tallied his haul, dozens of wild dogs, bees, and rabbits. He mentioned needing his newly bought sword sharpened, since it had already dulled. She asked, stunned, whether he'd taken down that many with a sword alone in a single day. Confused by his own numbers, she muttered to herself, having expected a mage capable of large-scale destruction spells, rather than a swordsman. She calculated his reward at 4 silvers and 31 coppers. His results were strong enough to push him up to double F rank on the spot, worth roughly 43,000 yen by his own conversion. He blinked at the news, surprised to be ranking up so soon. The receptionist explained the benefit. Requests from lower ranks would now pay him double. He did the math and realized the earning potential, though the guild owner warned that overconfidence against weaker enemies was exactly what got careless adventurers killed. He asked about the price of a healing nostrum thaumaturgy. Crafted potions ran about a gold coin, with premium versions reaching 10. The steepest one on display was priced at a staggering 1 million yen. He reminded himself there was no insurance or warranty in this world. A single injury could be fatal, and his sword still needed replacing. Elsewhere, the mercenary Gaules erupted in fury, insisting he'd risked his life completing his contract and demanding payment. The guild countered that he'd hunted the wrong group entirely. While he chased phantoms, the real culprits, the Crimson Moon Brigade, had razed a nearby village and abducted several young women. Gaules conceded the fault was partly his and offered to pay a fine from his own account, while the officer pressed him on the girls now sold into slavery, asking if none of it would have happened had he handled the job correctly from the start. Back at the guild counter, the young swordsman admitted incomplete requests happened often enough. The receptionist reminded him that people's futures often hinged on a job done right. Gaules had the skill of a mercenary, she added, but an adventurer's job included investigation, something he'd skipped, and his carelessness had caused collateral damage. Alone on the road afterward, he reflected on the exchange. He'd underestimated how much these requests mattered. This wasn't a game. Real lives depended on the outcome. Following his map toward the eastern border, he noted the road was strangely empty, likely because of a bandit group operating nearby. Alu seemed the closest town to his destination. Then something caught his attention. He spun around sharply, sword drawn, reacting to a disturbance in the trees. Elsewhere, 2 bandits counted their haul from a raided village, boasting about their luck and stashing away 500 gold coins without their boss's knowledge. Nearby, 2 captive girls sat bound in chains, silent and afraid. The bandits joked about their missing leader, who'd fled with his bodyguards, and discussed using the captured girls before disposing of them, confident their boss would never find out. Crouched in the underbrush, the swordsman overheard everything, his expression darkening. He watched the bandits laugh and taunt the girls from a distance, weighing his next move. One of the girls defied them, warning that if they touched her or her companion, they'd bite off their own tongues rather than submit. Even with the slave collars locking away any other escape, the bandits mocked the threat and moved to grab the blonde captive first. Their leader ordered the others to keep watch and hold the girl's arms tight while they took turns. As a bandit reached for his belt, the girls flinched, bracing for what was coming. Before he could act, a blade cut through the air, catching him off guard mid-motion. The swordsman dropped down from above and struck, the blow landing before anyone could react. One of the girls looked up, startled by the sudden intervention. The bandit scrambled up, demanding to know who he was and warning him not to mess with the Crimson Moon Brigade. He stayed silent, ramming his sword into the ground as they shouted insults. Refusing to answer, he moved fast, cutting down another bandit before they could organize a response. Steel met steel as the remaining bandits scrambled to defend themselves, but he pressed the attack, driving them back with relentless, precise strikes. He cut down another bandit without hesitation, then turned his glare on the last one standing. The man froze, letting out a small whimper under the weight of that stare. With one final strike, the fight ended. The 2 captive girls flinched at the sound, still huddled together watching the violence unfold from where they sat bound. He lowered his sword and approached the girls, asking if they were hurt. Both stared back at him, wide-eyed, still processing that the danger had actually passed. He wiped a smear of blood off his face, admitting under his breath that he'd somehow made it through the fight. Straightening up, he asked the 2 girls plainly who they were, adding that they didn't need to worry about him. They introduced themselves. The older one gave her name as Laura, apologizing for the trouble, while the younger sister identified herself as Sarah. He asked if they were truly unharmed. Laura confirmed it cheerfully, and he noted to himself that the 2 were twins. Both girls bowed low, thanking him for saving them. He brushed off their gratitude, insisting he didn't deserve it. He admitted he'd deliberately waited, holding back until the bandits were on the verge of assaulting them, just to guarantee he could kill every last one. He offered no excuse for the delay, acknowledging it likely left a lasting scar on them. Laura assured him her sister spoke the truth. No gratitude could ever be enough, she said, since what mattered most was that their bodies remained untouched. Studying their features, he privately noted their light brown skin, their toned limbs, and understood exactly why the bandits had targeted them. Aloud, he only said it was a relief to hear they were unharmed. Catching himself staring, he apologized for getting lost in thought, while quietly registering that their collars and shackles, plus their exotic dancer-like outfits, stood out sharply. He asked for their last names. Laura answered flatly that slaves had none. Realizing his mistake, he apologized and introduced himself as Ryoma Mikoshiba. He offered to escort them to the nearby town of Alu, but Sarah explained they couldn't move an inch without their master's permission. Pressing further, he asked where this master actually was. Laura smiled and revealed the man had fled with his bodyguards the moment their carriage was attacked. Ryoma processed the information slowly, confirming that their so-called master had abandoned them without a second thought. Sarah confirmed it, adding they were bound to stay put, regardless, unable even to walk without orders. Ryoma's expression twisted into disbelief at the absurdity of the situation. He reasoned to himself that being slaves, there was only so much he could do to help. Still, leaving them alone as night fell, with monsters likely to emerge, wasn't an option. The girls thanked him for everything, understanding that once he handled this immediate problem, they'd be on their own again. Walking ahead of them through the forest, Ryoma admitted to himself that his help had limits, calling it hypocrisy on his part, even as he kept moving forward. Ryoma muttered to himself in the forest, deciding that if this was what it took to keep the twins safe, he'd manage it somehow, then caught movement nearby that made him tense. More surviving bandits emerged, one mounted on a horse, screaming threats, and vowing to hunt down the girls wherever they fled. Sarah cried out in fear as the rider bore down. Ryoma bolted through the trees toward the scream, cursing under his breath, certain he'd already killed every last one of them. Laura shouted for him as the mounted bandit outran his pursuit, one of the men mocking the expensive potion Ryoma had used. Amazed it actually worked, while Ryoma admitted he couldn't use his chakrams effectively against a target on horseback. Catching up moments later, Ryoma checked on Laura, asking if the man had hurt her. She said no, insisting she was fine. Laura turned to him with a strange request, asking him to cut the ring finger on his left hand. Startled, Ryoma asked her to repeat herself, and she begged him urgently, saying there was no time to waste. The two locked eyes, tension passing between them as she waited for his answer. He agreed, asking if the cut she wanted would suffice. She confirmed it eagerly, watching her closely. Ryoma began to suspect these two were no ordinary slaves. Something had felt off about them since the very start. Laura closed her eyes and began an incantation, calling on the exalted god of oaths to hear her pledge. She continued the ritual, offering her soul, her heart, and her body entirely to her master. Ryoma watched, uncertain whether what he was witnessing was actually a prayer. Blood mingled between them as the oath took hold, sealing itself with a sharp crack. Her chains shattered apart, the shackles bursting off her wrists and collar in a shower of broken metal freed. Laura addressed him as master and asked permission to use her full power. Ryoma, caught off guard, agreed, realizing this was her chance to act. She rose into the air, calling upon the spirits of wind to obey her will and crush her enemy, while Ryoma looked on stunned at what she truly was. She unleashed a wind slash toward the fleeing rider, the attack tearing through the air with tremendous force. The bandits scrambled in panic as the gale ripped past them, one shouting in disbelief that the woman was a thaumaturgist as powerful as their old boss. Ryoma recognized the technique immediately, realizing it matched the exact power once used by the very man they'd fought earlier, and began to understand what Laura really was. The wind slash tore into the fleeing bandit and his horse, cutting them both down as Laura's spell found its mark, ending the chase for good. Laura extended her hand toward him, calling him master, and urging him forward, insisting they save Sarah together. Ryoma knelt beside his sword, watching her, still catching up with everything that had just unfolded. Laura closed her eyes and called on the spirits of wind, binding them to her will. The blade she raised answered with a single cutting gale, tearing through the brush ahead. Her chant continued as she reached back for Zephyrus, the boy she called master. She promised him they would reach Sarah together, and with another invocation she wrapped them both in a gust meant to carry them faster than legs alone could manage. The wind gathered around them, crackling with pressure. Zephyrus felt it building and braced himself, unsure what was about to happen. Laura grabbed his hand and told him to run. Before he could question it, the gale swept them off the ground. The two shot forward through the forest, wind roaring past them as the trees blurred into streaks of green and brown. Zephyrus's face twisted in shock as the sudden burst of speed hit him. They tumbled out of the gust in a rough landing, sliding across the dirt. Ahead of them, Sarah turned, startled to see her master and Laura arrive in an instant. Sarah rushed to embrace Laura, relieved to see her safe. Zephyrus stood nearby, catching his breath. Once the dust settled, he asked what that technique had been. Stunned they had covered so much ground in one motion, Laura explained it was wind thaumaturgy. She asked if he'd never heard of it before. Zephyrus hesitated, unsure how to answer. He was skilled in swordsmanship but had no knowledge of thaumaturgy, and lying wasn't an option since she would see through him instantly. As the group pressed forward into the trees, Laura spotted movement ahead and called out her sister's name. They found the bandit who had attacked them pinned beneath his own horse, cursing and struggling to get free. Sarah apologized for the rough landing during their escape, then turned to ask what should be done with the man responsible. Laura's expression shifted, calm giving way to something colder as she asked what they should do with him. Sarah said she'd leave the decision to their master Zephyrus, caught off guard at being handed the choice, hesitated before agreeing to decide. The bandit thrashed under the horse, shouting for them to back off, and warning that he belonged to the Crimson Moon Brigade, privateers backed by the Kingdom of Zeruda, claiming over 100 men would come for revenge if they touched him. He tried offering gold, then women, as a bribe. Zephyrus stood over him, unmoved. The bandit spat insults, insisting there was no way to trace the crime back to him if he vanished. Zephyrus reminded him that dead men tell no tales, making clear he had no intention of letting the man live. The bandit begged, screaming that he had a daughter waiting at home. Laura asked quietly whether this was truly the right call as the blade came down. Afterward, Zephyrus wondered if he'd made the wrong choice. Laura said no, only that there might have been questions worth asking first, even without trusting his answers. Zephyrus admitted he was simply relieved Sarah was safe, and that he wasn't naive enough to trust a bandit his claims regardless. Sarah bowed her head and thanked her master warmly for the rescue. Zephyrus admitted the whole master thing had been on his mind. He told Laura she didn't have to keep thanking him for it. Laura reminded him of the blood pact, the moment they'd cut their fingers and mixed blood together. She said it was only natural to call him master now that the bond was made. Sarah stepped in and asked if he would form the same pact with her. Zephyrus was caught completely off guard, wondering how he'd ended up in this situation. Sarah pressed eagerly, insisting he should make a blood pact with her too. He tried to reason with them, pointing out that neither of them actually had to serve him. The sisters looked crushed at the suggestion, assuming he was rejecting them. Zephyrus backpedaled, explaining that wasn't what he meant. Laura clarified the real issue. Sarah was still bound by their old master's curse, and couldn't leave the area unless the same pact was made with someone new. Worn down, Zephyrus agreed to go through with it. He noted they could still reach the town of Alu before nightfall if they left soon, though he'd need a solid explanation ready once they got there. Sarah agreed happily. He added that they should swing by the carriage first, since anything valuable left behind was fair game to take with them. As they approached, Zephyrus noticed movement near the carriage and realized someone was already there. An old man in a head wrap was digging through the cargo, pausing when he sensed something. He turned, spotted Laura and Sarah, and broke into a relieved grin, exclaiming that they were safe and that he'd been worried sick about them. He asked, with a leering edge, whether the bandits had touched them. Pressing closer, he asked again if they'd been turned into damaged goods. The old man's tone shifted, growling that he'd spent 5 years polishing Laura into his finest merchandise and wouldn't accept her value dropping now. Laura recoiled, shouting no and shoving his hand away. The old man froze, startled by her sudden defiance. Laura drew her blade and warned him to stay back, threatening to run him through if he came any closer. Furious, the old man screamed that they were ungrateful whores, who were nothing but merchandise, demanding they remember their place. Zephyrus stepped in, recognizing him as the master the sisters had been waiting on earlier. He asked Laura directly if the man was their enemy. She confirmed it quietly. He was their former master. Laura added that he'd always been this way. As Zephyrus drew his sword with a sharp motion, the old man turned his attention to him, sizing him up and sneering that he must be the one who'd filled the girls' heads with foolish ideas about freedom, calling him a self-styled white knight. The old man kept sneering, threatening to sell Zephyrus off as a labor slave for a tidy profit. The words never finished. A blade cut across his face, silencing him. Laura and Sarah stood firm behind the strike, expressions hard. He staggered, shocked, blood spraying as the slash connected. Zephyrus watched calmly, unbothered by the outcome. The old man's body slumped, blood pooling beneath him as Laura pulled back, breathing hard from the effort. A ring clattered to the ground beside her. Zephyrus wiped his blade clean and said they should just head to Alu for now, promising they'd talk once they arrived. He admitted he had plenty of questions, but was willing to wait. Laura answered simply that she understood, tears mixing with the rain and blood still on her face. The old man's corpse was left behind in the downpour, slumped against the ruined carriage. Later, walking through the rain toward town, Zephyrus reflected that he'd only meant to help the sisters, and had clearly gotten in over his head. That night, the group settled into an inn. Laura and Sarah washed up while Zephyrus waited outside, giving them privacy. He called them down for dinner, telling them not to just stand there and to take a seat. Sarah thanked him for waiting. Laura corrected the assumption immediately, stating flatly that slaves were not permitted to eat at the same table as their master. Two identical girls stood wrapped in towels, damp hair clinging to their shoulders. The young man staring at them could not hide his shock at the resemblance between the twins. Rain poured over the wooden lodge inside. A voice cut through the noise, warning him to wait a moment before he could even process what was happening. He rubbed his temple, admitting he had at least managed to find the twins some proper clothes. They sat across from him now, calm and composed. He told them to stop standing around and come sit with him, gesturing at the bowls of food already cooling on the table. The girls hesitated, explaining that slaves were forbidden from eating hot meals or sharing a table with their master. They said they would eat afterward instead. One of the twins studied him quietly, a flicker of memory surfacing. Something about his eyes felt familiar, though she could not place where she had seen them before. He pressed them for confirmation, asking directly if they truly obeyed their master. When they answered yes, he stated plainly that as their master, he had an order for them. The order was simple. He wanted them to sit down and have dinner with him, not stand apart like servants. He admitted food tasted like nothing when eaten alone, and a woman nearby beamed at the sentiment while carrying dishes to the table. The three of them sat together, but silence filled the room instead of conversation. He shifted awkwardly, aware of how stiff the atmosphere had become. Later, he brought up the blood pact between them, wanting to be certain he understood the terms correctly. The twin confirmed it. The pact bound them together in a relationship of master and slave. Nothing more complicated than that. She called them his combat slaves, and both girls smiled faintly at the title, as if it no longer carried the weight it once did. He asked what combat slaves actually meant, since he knew there were labor slaves and other kinds. She explained that combat slaves had their powers sealed to prevent rebellion, unable to fight without their master's approval. He then asked how they had managed to form a blood pact entirely on their own. Sarah asked if she could trust him with something she needed to say. She revealed their real name was Malphist, a family of knights once bound to the kingdom of Quift. 5 years earlier, betrayal from the prime minister's faction had driven the kingdom to ruin. After a long dispute with their neighbor, Shadora turned into war. Their family fled by ship, disguised as traitors. But the guards they had trusted for years betrayed them too, selling them to a slaver named Azoth. He noted quietly that loyalty only lasted as long as money kept flowing. Their father had once taught them how to perform a blood pact, warning that a day might come when they would need it. That day arrived sooner than expected. He realized their father had prepared them for exactly this kind of betrayal, teaching them the ritual before losing everything. Sarah asked why they had chosen him. She admitted they had been searching all along for someone they could finally trust. He understood now why they clung to him, remembering the fight he had waged alone just to keep them safe. The twins praised him for protecting them without help, and he pointed out that the treasure Azoth had hoarded would fetch a good price. As their master, he told them plainly he intended to set them free. Sarah refused immediately, insisting that he had saved their chastity and their family's blood from being corrupted. She said freedom was not something they could accept. One twin asked permission to bring up something personal, wondering if his troubles were connected to being an otherworlder. He confirmed it, revealing he had been running ever since a man named Gaius from some empire had summoned him to this world. At least, he said, no one here knew what he actually looked like, which gave him some cover. The girls admitted they had once assumed he would only slow them down, but they wanted him to hear them out anyway. He told them that if they truly wanted to stay by his side, despite knowing he was a fugitive, then they would have to come with him not as slaves, but as people with their own will. One of them accepted at once, declaring she would follow his wishes without hesitation. He mentioned he still planned to return to his own world eventually, catching himself mid-thought when he realized how they might take that news. Laura answered that they would simply serve him until that day arrived. Sarah then asked if he could take them along to his world when the time came. The suggestion excited her further, and she declared it a wonderful idea, while he tried to slow the conversation down before it ran away from him. Elsewhere, a woman called out cheerfully that she was home, unaware of what waited for her inside the house. She froze at the doorway, realizing the two girls wanted to be taken back with her, the shock plain on her face. Another woman rushed toward him calling his name, relief and disbelief mixing on her face as he greeted her with a tired smile. The twins introduced themselves cheerfully as his combat slaves, leaving the woman stunned and asking who they even were. A man nearby shouted in fury, swinging a weapon down while accusing him of turning into some kind of creep the moment he was out of sight. He jolted awake, muttering that it had all just been a dream, sliding half off the bed in the process. Back in the present, he reasoned that traveling with the twins made it less likely anyone would suspect him of being a man on the run. Later, in a jeweler's shop, he asked how much the collected treasure was worth, while Sarah peeked at the glittering pile with visible excitement, waiting for the appraiser's answer. The appraiser thanked him for waiting and offered 3,000 gold coins for the pile, watching him carefully for his reaction. He shouted the number back in disbelief, stunned that a handful of jewels could be worth that much. The appraiser explained that pawning so many pieces at once meant she could only offer so much, then asked if he was unhappy with the price. He quickly assured her he had no complaints. She turned aside with a satisfied smirk, saying she would prepare the receipt, while he began to suspect he had just been quietly swindled. He let the matter go, deciding it was wiser not to cause trouble while he was still a fugitive hiding in plain sight. Laura called out to him, and Sarah held up 2 rings she had slipped away during the sale, offering them to him as a gift. Walking together afterward, he admitted he hadn't expected the border to actually be sealed off. Sarah mentioned that according to guild rumors, Princess Shardina herself was leading the search for him. Laura warned that defying the princess's orders carried a fate worse than execution, potentially dragging an entire clan down for treason. He apologized quietly, and she told him he had nothing to apologize for. She added that a search party under the princess would be large and thorough, making it far harder for them to move freely, the longer they stayed in the country. Studying a map, he reasoned that with the eastern border closed, their only option was to leave the highway and cut through the northern forest, even though part of him suspected that was exactly the trap they wanted him to walk into. Under a full moon near the northern border of Alu, a lone knight studied the forest below, somewhere close. A man remarked that discerning an otherworlder had never been difficult for them. A twig snapped in the underbrush. A young man crouched by a small campfire, senses sharpened at the sound. He remained still, keeping his guard raised while scanning the dark trees around him. A tall knight in ornate armor stepped into view, hands raised in a gesture of peace. He introduced himself as no bandit and apologized for startling the traveler, then asked permission to sit by the fire. The knight commented on the pleasant aroma drifting from the campfire and asked what the young man was doing out here, guessing him to be an adventurer. The young man only noted, coldly, that he never gave permission to sit. Conversation shifted to the closed borders around Alu. The knight admitted he'd heard the blockade showed no sign of lifting, so he'd decided to cut through the forest instead of waiting it out. The knight pressed further, asking if the young man was being pursued. He pointed out that wandering the forest alone was hardly a safe choice, given the wild animals roaming beyond the main road. Introducing himself, he gave the name Hidegaki Saitu. Saitu revealed his true position, vice-captain of the Ultermia Empire's succubus knights. Despite the weight of that title, he offered the young man a bite of the roasted meat over the fire, extending a strange courtesy amid the tension. Saitu explained that his group patrolled the forest searching for a specific individual, though they didn't know his face. Armed soldiers emerged from the trees around the camp, and Saitu asked the young man to accompany them back to camp. At the Imperial camp, a woman with pale braided hair received word from her deputy that they'd apprehended someone who might be the Otherworlder. She smiled, calling it typical of her subordinate's competence, and ordered him brought in, restrained in cuffs. The young man was led before the officer in charge. He questioned the necessity of being bound so tightly, and Saitu assured him the chains would come off once his innocence was confirmed. Face to face with the armored woman, the young man's expression hardened. She informed him plainly that whether the chains came off would depend entirely on his own conduct. The woman introduced herself formally as a representative of the Empire, thanking him for granting her his time despite the circumstances of his capture. She apologized for the rough treatment he'd received from her soldiers, noting that anyone caught wandering the forest at night would naturally draw suspicion. The young man realized who he was speaking to and asked if she was truly Imperial Princess Shardina. Shardina confirmed his guess. She revealed the real reason behind the search, telling him directly that he was the Otherworlder she had been looking for, all along. Saitu observed with quiet surprise how naturally the young man had spoken to a member of royalty, remarking that such casual treatment would normally be impossible in this world. Shardina, confused, asked what he meant. Saitu explained further that royalty here held a status close to gods, where common citizens would kneel before them without question. Catching on, the young man admitted the truth. He too was Japanese, giving his name as Ryoma Mikoshiba. Ryoma revealed his own history, explaining he'd been summoned to this world 10 years earlier. Saitu confirmed they shared that fate, admitting he was no different, having arrived through the same kind of summoning himself. Shardina laid out her intentions, suggesting that had her country welcomed him properly after his summoning, uniting the Western continent would have been far simpler. She informed him he would be sent to the capital to receive due punishment. Ryoma flatly rejected the notion that a summoned person owed obedience to their summoner, refusing to join her side. Elsewhere, soldiers grew anxious, noting the other search parties would return soon, and questioning how he could remain so calm, despite his position. Anafa rushed in to interrupt Shardina, addressing her urgently. Her expression shifted, a bad feeling settling over her as the tension in the camp continued to build. Shardina's fury boiled over as Saitu drew his blade against her wishes. She accused him of disobeying his grace's orders, and demanded to know why he dare raise a weapon in her presence. Saitu acknowledged the command to deliver the captive to the capital, but argued they should eliminate him on the spot instead. Ryoma remained composed under the threat, noting he'd accept whatever punishment came afterward. Saitu called it a mercy killing between countrymen and asked for any last words. Ryoma grinned back, declaring he had no intention of dying there. Summoning wind spirits to his side, Ryoma unleashed a surge of thaumaturgy, cutting through his attackers with a sudden gust of power. The blast knocked Saitu back and left Shardina shaken. Ryoma rushed to check on her, asking urgently if she was hurt, while Saitu struggled to process what kind of magic had just struck him. A woman appeared at Ryoma's side, greeting him as master and expressing relief at his safety. Saitu and Shardina stared in confusion, wondering who this newcomer was, and whether she counted among Ryoma's allies. The woman identified herself plainly as his slave, leaving both Saitu and Shardina stunned by the word itself. Ryoma asked about another ally, someone named Laura, and whether she was safe. The woman assured him she had already handled her side of the fight, and that Laura was surely dealing with the remaining soldiers. Shardina recoiled at the realization that these were combat slaves capable of verbal thaumaturgy, a feat she considered impossible. She explained that thaumaturgy wielders were rare in this world, and typically rose to the rank of knight, or higher, within any kingdom. Power radiated from the second woman as she demonstrated the true scale of her strength, capable of matching an entire army on her own. Laura emerged from the trees, declaring calmly that any enemy of her master was an enemy of hers as well. Shardina demanded to know who the two of them were. The two women stood together, insisting they lived only to serve their master, their combined strength leaving no doubt about their capability. Saitu broke into a sweat, admitting they were almost too powerful to be believed, questioning aloud how such fighters ended up allied with Ryoma. Shardina murmured his name, her voice edged with uncertainty. Facing the imbalance now tilted against them, Saitu told Ryoma that fleeing wouldn't bother him in the slightest, if that was his choice. Shardina offered a different kind of leverage, suggesting that killing a royal like her would make his name infamous across the Western continent, framing it as a chance for glory. Ryoma brushed the offer aside, silently considering instead whether sacrificing himself might be the only way to protect her. Turning to his companions, Ryoma admitted he'd been ready to end the fight himself, but acknowledged their opponent's skill made a 3-against-2 advantage less certain than it appeared. Shardina studied him carefully, noting that Laura and Sarah were plainly willing to lay down their lives for him, and that either or even both of them could die for his sake. Ryoma addressed Saitu directly, comparing his loyalty to the princess with his own companion's loyalty to him. He made clear he didn't want to see Laura or Sarah die over this conflict. Saitu relented, telling the princess to sheath her sword as long as the message had landed. He suggested they leave, while Shardina processed the implication that their lives now held worth equal to royalty in Ryoma's eyes. As the tension eased, Ryoma called out for Saitu to wait, wanting to ask him something before they parted ways. Ryoma questioned whether Saitu had once belonged to the underworld during his years in Japan, given how easily he turned to killing. Saitu objected, insisting he was still only 16, and had simply been an ordinary high school student, stressing that peaceful, decades-long stability back home made his skill with violence all the more confusing to explain. Ryoma laid out his personal code plainly. If someone came to take his life or freedom, he wasn't about to lie down and take it. He refused to start fights himself, and he refused to pity anyone who started one with him. When a punch came his way, he'd return the favor without hesitation, calling it simple common sense. Sarah interrupted the moment, calling out to him urgently as danger closed in. Ryoma admitted the timing was rough for a philosophical debate. Saitu, meanwhile, made his own stance clear, stating he would only fight once he was ready to kill his opponent. Shardina relented, telling him he could go wherever he pleased, across the border or anywhere else, but warned that once the Empire unified the Western continent, there would be nowhere left for him to hide. Ryoma took the warning in stride, deciding he'd simply need to find his way back to his own world before that day arrived. Sara pointed excitedly at something in the distance, drawing gasps from her companion as the group continued through the forest, moving on from the tense encounter behind them. The group reached the edge of the Dash Desert, surveying the vast dunes stretching ahead. Sara warned of something approaching, while Ryoma planned their route toward an oasis rumored to be lined with trading posts, reasoning that a busy stop like that would offer both supplies and a chance to plan his journey home. A massive fanged creature burst from beneath the sand with a violent boom, jaws gaping wide. Ryoma reacted instantly, bracing himself as the beast lunged from its hiding place beneath the dunes. A massive sandworm tore through the dune, its jagged maw dripping as it rose above the group. Ryoma stared it down while Laura and Sara froze behind him, shock plain on their faces. Ryoma noticed something odd. The creature had turned its back on them, leaving itself wide open. Sara called out to him in alarm as he ordered her to stay still. Laura and Sara weighed their options aloud. Moving first would trigger a counterattack, and retreating would only invite an ambush from behind. The open terrain gave the worm every advantage. Sara reacted with confusion when Ryoma cut through the debate. Without hesitation, he decided to test the opening the beast had given them. The group reasoned that sandworms depended on senses beyond sight, and a coordinated strike from multiple angles could exploit that weakness. With nothing left to lose, Ryoma pushed forward and struck. The blade drove into the worm's hide as its jaws loomed above the party. Laura and Sara watched from below, bracing for the outcome of his gamble. Sara cheered him on from a ridge above, urging him to finish the kill. Ryoma brushed off the praise, insisting he'd rather let someone else claim the honor this time. Sara pressed him further, clarifying that outworlders like her absorbed mana more efficiently. Ryoma corrected her assumption, explaining that she was the one meant to take in the creature's prana. Confused mutterings followed, as the group tried to name the process: leveling up, limit breaking, grinding, re-rolling. None of the terms fit. Ryoma dismissed the whole idea as something out of a video game. The scene shifted to Myrish, a quiet oasis town within the kingdom of Helnazgula. Ryoma sighed, admitting he missed Tokyo Ladder. Walking through the town's narrow streets, Ryoma met Anna Maria, a high-ranking thaumaturgist. Her words struck him hard. There was no way back to his world. Anna Maria explained that others had crossed 2 months of desert specifically to find her, believing she held the answer. She broke down the fundamentals of magic in this world, describing 3 branches of thaumaturgy. Martial thaumaturgy required no chant and enhanced only the user's own body. Verbal thaumaturgy worked differently, demanding a spoken chant to channel prana toward gods and spirits, unlocking supernatural effects. The 3rd branch, endowed thaumaturgy, involved carving a sigil onto a weapon, granting it unique power whenever the wielder's prana fed into it. Anna Maria asked which category might explain the summoning that had brought Ryoma to this world. He guessed verbal thaumaturgy, and she confirmed he was right. She elaborated that pulling someone into Re-Earth required no special barrier, but sending someone back demanded prana offered to the god of their home world specifically. That god had to approve the return, or the crossing would fail. Ryoma's mind raced. Did this mean he simply needed to identify his own world's god? He allowed himself a flicker of hope, remarking that the solution sounded far simpler than expected. Anna Maria began listing candidates: Tsukuyomi, Susanoo, Amaterasu, Izanagi, Izanami, and mentioned she could dig through records left by others from his world if none matched. Laura and Sara exchanged a hopeful glance, wondering if written history might hold the answer. A chained book caught Ryoma's attention. Anna Maria explained it held records left by otherworlders who had once tried to find their way home. She admitted she couldn't recall who had told him about her ability to send people back to Re-Earth. The book, compiled centuries earlier, contained every god's name that past otherworlders had invoked in their attempts, and every attempt had ended in failure. Though most who tried likely referenced this same volume, Ryoma's expression hardened as the weight of what she'd said settled in. He repeated the words centuries under his breath, disbelief creeping into his voice as Anna Maria confirmed it plainly, calling it simply the reality of this world. She added dryly that he could at least be grateful for his own level of skill, given what most in his position had to endure. Later, Laura and Sara walked the streets discussing him. Laura noted that Master Ryoma always stayed composed, yet he'd looked deeply shaken this time, much like the moment he fought Princess Shardina. Sara questioned how someone so angry could still be called kind. Laura answered without hesitation, insisting Ryoma was a kind man at heart. She reasoned that his anger stemmed from something deeper, the knowledge that fellow otherworlders were being turned into slaves, layered on top of his own frustration at being unable to return home. She asked Sarah to imagine being snatched away one day to suffer the same fate. Sarah replied instinctively that she wouldn't mind, so long as it meant saving Laura. Laura clarified that wasn't the point she was making, though she admitted she didn't doubt Sarah's devotion for a second. Sarah added firmly that she'd kill anyone who dared enslave Laura. Memories surfaced of children forced into servitude, some deemed unfit even to serve as combat slaves, living out cruel arrangements that had persisted for centuries. Rows of chained figures from Re-Earth appeared, stripped of freedom. Laura reflected that this was the source of Ryoma's fury outrage on behalf of countless people bound for generations. She feared his wrath might grow large enough to consume the entire world, directing all of it toward the one responsible. Meanwhile, Ryoma had locked himself away for 2 days without eating, worrying Laura and Sarah as they watched from outside. In a strange, starlit void, he found himself walking alone, uncertain of where he stood. A voice called out, demanding to know who was there. It claimed to be the one closest to him, the one who understood him better than anyone else. An old man's spectral face loomed as Ryoma admitted all he wanted was to go home, to see his grandfather and Asuka again. The figure told him his chances weren't zero. It pressed him to name who was responsible for his suffering. Ryoma answered flatly the old man, Gaius, and the figure urged him to unleash his rage, warning that doing so would require real sacrifice. The vision revealed a castle built on the suffering of other worlders. The figure declared the world twisted by its very design, urging him to ravage it, kill without mercy, and surrender himself entirely to that fury. Ryoma's fist clenched as the voice told him he held the power to destroy the whole world if he chose to. Back in reality, Laura and Sarah rushed to his side after hearing him scream, catching him as he broke down. Sarah clung to him for support while Laura apologized for the intrusion, admitting they'd acted without permission out of worry. Once he calmed, Laura pulled him into a tight embrace, relieved he'd finally responded, before gently pointing out he hadn't eaten anything the entire time, insisting they get him food right away. A section of wall crumbled apart from the force Laura and Sarah had unleashed moments earlier. Ryoma blinked, still processing what had just happened. Before finally admitting the obvious, wind rushed through the newly opened gap where a door used to stand. He stared at the destruction in silence. Laura and Sarah exchanged sheepish giggles behind him. They explained their reasoning. Hearing him scream had convinced them he was in danger, so they'd used martial thaumaturgy to break straight through. Ryoma managed only a flat syllable of disbelief, pointing out that asking the innkeeper for the master key would have worked just as well. Downstairs, an elf woman stirred a pot of stew, announcing it was nearly finished and telling him to hurry up and take his portion. She added, with a hint of sarcasm, that he'd finally decided to wake up. She mentioned she'd prepared enough to feed the girls too, brushing off his confusion when he protested that the portion seemed far too large for him alone. Learning that Laura and Sarah hadn't eaten in 2 full days left him stunned. The woman scolded him for his thoughtlessness, telling him to quit stalling and take the food already. Flustered, he tried to explain himself, but she cut him off, telling him to save his gratitude for people who actually deserved it. He thanked her anyway for her consideration, and she waved it off as simply part of the job. As he carried the tray away, she called after him, reminding him he'd be covering the full cost of the door he destroyed. Climbing back toward the room, he called out to Laura and Sarah, inviting them to finally share a meal together. The stew steamed quietly on the table. Ryoma set it down while Laura and Sarah sat across from him, all three falling into an uncertain silence. Laura spoke up gently, telling him that even trapped in this unfamiliar world, he still had them by his side. She continued, saying he was free to curse this world as much as he needed, because both of them would remain loyal to him no matter what, just as they had been since the very beginning. Something in her words struck a nerve. He snapped, calling them both reckless for what they'd done to the door. Sarah flinched, wondering aloud if he was truly angry with them. Internally, she sensed he was holding something back, restraining a deeper emotion. He caught himself and thanked them quietly instead, the tension in his voice softening. Laura studied him for a moment, remarking that despite how mature he usually carried himself, he seemed almost fragile in that instant. She told him gently that he didn't have to hold back tears if he needed to. The two girls shared a quiet laugh at his expense, watching him bristle at their teasing. He snapped at them to stop laughing, his protest cutting through the desert night as the trio settled into the oasis town beneath a rising moon. Ryoma finishes off a giant mantis, confirming with his companions that they still need to gather its ichor for the request. One of the twin sisters answers with quiet certainty, while the other watches him with unspoken concern. Later, walking together, the girl teases him about relying on Azoth's wealth instead of adventuring work. Ryoma brushes the question aside and admits the truth instead. He calls his current path something close to a training journey, still unsure how to describe his true purpose. The girl listens and offers a single word for what he might be searching for. Memories of his grandfather's harsh lessons surface as he studies his own hands, recognizing the strength those years built into him. His companion watches silently, moved by what she senses in him. She reminds him that even without blood relatives in this world, he isn't alone anymore. Her voice carries quiet reassurance. An apology slips out between them, gently dismissed, and the tension eases into calm acceptance. Their footsteps continue along the same road. The scene shifts to a coastal city, its docks lined with ships and warehouses, the setting instantly changing into something greater. Inside the settlement, Ryoma and his companions move through narrow stone streets, catching sight of unfamiliar faces going about their own business. Tension rises subtly as a cloaked figure crosses his path, an air of hidden purpose lingering in his stare. The guildmaster of Furzad, Wallace Heinkel, reveals a compulsory request has landed on their group, catching them off guard. Ryoma questions why they were specifically chosen, sensing danger behind the sudden summons. The guildmaster explains a shortage of available hands and asks them to take on an urgent job from an important client. A map of the Wertenia Peninsula appears, outlining a caravan escort route toward the kingdom of Rhodesia, with refusal clearly discouraged. Heinkel's smile sharpens as he hints their guild qualifications could be suspended, even revoked, if they decline. He softens the pressure with promises of better pay, skilled mercenary support, and superior equipment. Their expectations shatter at the sight of the extravagant carriage waiting for them, far from what any of them imagined. Le Goin, captain of the Crimson Lion Mercenary Brigade, complains about the strange job and the suspiciously empty wagon they're guarding. She introduces herself directly to Ryoma, cheerful, despite her doubts about the mission. Boltz, her right-hand man, is introduced next, greeting the newly hired adventurers with a firm presence. Nearby, a group of chained prisoners stands under guard as their captor sizes up the newcomers. With open suspicion, Masara, one of the caravan guards, calls out with open hostility toward the group, questioning who Ryoma even is. He turns his sharp attention to the twins, dismissing them outright as combat slaves the moment he learns their status. His grin twists into something crueler as he suggests they'd serve better in a bedchamber than on any battlefield, mocking their place beside Ryoma. Masara plays along with false friendliness, rubbing shoulders with the merchant beside him, and hinting at hidden customs from Re-Earth. Ryoma catches the calluses on the man's hands, pointing out they belong to someone trained with a blade, not an ordinary merchant. He warns Masara plainly about the danger of leaving his back turned toward a warrior, unsettling the man's composure. Masara laughs the accusation off as nothing more than sparring practice, brushing past the tension with forced humor. Once he is gone, Ryoma states flatly that the merchant was lying, drawing the group's full attention. Leonie agrees, having felt the man's pulse spike under her touch, confirming something was being concealed. Boltz questions whether she'd actually choked him out, and Leonie admits she only meant to unsettle him and test his reaction. She raises the deeper concern, someone set this trap, and its real target still isn't clear. Boltz asks if backing out is still possible, but Leonie reminds him mere suspicion won't hold up as a valid excuse to quit. She explains that refusing now would only make them prime suspects if someone truly is manipulating the guild from behind. Lyon adds that without the guild's backing, both mercenaries and adventurers lose the freedom they rely on, even across borders. She guesses aloud that the flashy carriage she is guarding might be the actual target, with herself caught in the middle of it. Boltz offers to send one of his men in her place, but she turns the offer down, calling it her own problem to face. Ryoma reassures her that he wouldn't want to waste a comrade's life, prompting playful teasing from the others about his kindness. Leonine jokes that Ryoma might be a target too, since he can't even ride a horse, drawing laughter from the group. Later that night, Ryoma asks the twins and Boltz for a favor, confirming Laura's ability with thaumaturgy before someone calls out to him. Lyon teases him further about the earlier moment between them, sparking flustered protests from Laura and Sarah, who insist no surprise kisses will be allowed. Ryoma shrugs off the fuss, wondering aloud if it still counts as a surprise so long as no one attacks him first. Lyon pushes her luck further, pulling him close, and proposing a private little party in the carriage, just the two of them, liquor included. Laura and Sarah shut the idea down instantly, refusing to allow it even if Ryoma himself seems unbothered. Leonine switches tactics, needling the twins about underage drinking, calling it a serious crime with an exaggerated grin. The girls scramble to defend themselves while Ryoma cuts through the noise, insisting he has no intention of skipping the coming strategy meeting. By morning, the group moves through the forest as planned, unaware their route has already been read and mapped by enemies waiting nearby. Hidden figures in the brush confirm their orders. The target's head isn't needed, only her exclusion from entering the country matters. Arrows suddenly rain down on the caravan, and Laura screams a warning to Ryoma as the ambush begins in full. Bolts shouts that cavaliers are closing in from behind, and the group realizes every arrow is aimed squarely at their carriage. Ryoma orders Sarah to keep her balance steady while he works to cut the wagon free from the horses under fire. The carriage flips and crashes as Ryoma finishes the cut, and both of them brace themselves through the violent tumble. Confusion swept through the mercenary caravan as riders spotted chaos ahead on the mountain road. Two young women exchanged uneasy glances, unable to explain the disorder unfolding among the approaching enemy ranks. By a quiet campfire the night before, Ryoma had already warned his companions that a trap was coming. He assured them, though, that foreknowledge alone gave his side the upper hand. Kajinari pressed him further, wanting the reasoning spelled out. Ryoma stated plainly that simply knowing the ambush was coming flipped the odds in their favor. Around the fire, the mercenaries nodded in agreement, acknowledging that an enemy who strikes first should normally hold the advantage. Ryoma leaned forward with a confident smirk, proposing a bold question. What if they could pinpoint exactly where the attack would happen? He reasoned through their situation aloud. Their group appeared to the outside world as ordinary mercenaries guarding a merchant caravan, not bandits, meaning any open attack against them would expose the enemy publicly. Because of that exposure risk, Ryoma doubted the enemy would commit a large force. Instead, they would need somewhere hidden to strike, much like Ryoma's own group had to avoid targeting the disguised merchant Masara without cause. A hidden ambush, he explained, was the only practical option for a smaller force hoping to use the landscape against them. Bolts questioned whether the enemy would really rely on terrain rather than picking a random spot, and Ryoma confirmed a coordinated force wouldn't leave positioning to chance. His companions bickered over rival tactical plans, until Ryoma cut through the noise, arguing that choosing carelessly would only breed distrust and lower morale among the attackers. Lion teased her brother about covering his ears from the arguing, deflecting the tension with sibling banter. Turning serious again, Ryoma dismissed the idea of a night raid, citing the danger of friendly fire and poor visibility. That left one clear answer. Saito, sneezing amid the discussion, muttered to himself about the Ultramia Empire's succubus knights and their vice-captain, prompting Ryoma to joke that no real enemy announces themselves during an ambush. As the caravan moved out, Ryoma anticipated burning arrows or falling rocks near the Rodzerian border ridge, urging everyone to push through fast. He weighed the risk of a pincer attack, reminding the group to watch the merchants closely once the ambush began. Confident despite the danger, Ryoma noted their forces still held the edge in raw strength. Charging forward with Ligon, he vowed to crush the merchants first, if surrounded, only for his plan to falter mid-execution. Shock rippled through the group as the supposed allies revealed themselves as enemies instead. Amid the scramble, Ryoma ordered Leon to regroup the mercenaries while checking on his own, learning of scattered casualties among the hired swords. With new resolve, the Crimson Lions surged forward, hooves thundering across the mountain path toward the real fight ahead. Ryoma's blade cut through the air as his horse tore across the mountain path, closing the distance on the fleeing enemy riders. Confusion erupted among the pursuing knights when they found the abandoned carriage empty. Their captain barked orders, realizing too late that the whole thing had been a deception, while someone shouted about a fleeing witch, leaving Ryoma startled by the strange accusation. Once the chase carried the enemy far from the real caravan, Ryoma allowed himself a relieved sigh, admitting he'd had doubts, but that the scheme had unfolded almost perfectly. Leone crowed that the enemy had swallowed the bait completely. The plan traced back to a quiet moment earlier, when Laura sat alone beneath a tree under moonlight. Ryoma approached her with quiet confidence, telling her that everything now rested on her shoulders. Startled by his sudden call, Laura fumbled and nearly lost her footing before catching herself. She addressed him formally, still flustered by his attention. Ryoma admitted he had something important to discuss, prompting Laura to assume she was being sent away and needed to prepare to leave. Panic swept over her as she spiraled, insisting he must prefer softer, gentler women, and that her strength made him uncomfortable. Ryoma tried to interject, but she barreled ahead, misreading the situation entirely. He cut through her rambling, asking if she'd caught the details from the earlier strategy meeting. When she confirmed she had, he revealed his real request. He wanted her to carry out the final piece of his plan personally. He explained that he needed her spell to draw the enemy out at once, luring them toward the ridge and straight into a hidden thaumaturgical circle, springing the trap directly on their pursuers. Laura's expression lit up with resolve as she declared she would strike down hundreds, even thousands, for his sake, eager to prove her worth. Ryoma raised a concern, though. Verbal thaumaturgy required chanting time, making it unreliable against fast cavalry, and the wind-based spell she knew lacked stability against moving targets. He suggested pairing her with Bolts, who had more combat and casting experience, but Laura hesitated, questioning why one of the Crimson Lion's own leaders would need to assist a slave like her. Ryuma cut off her doubt, telling her plainly that he trusted her with this task specifically, and not Bolts, because he needed the plan to succeed. Standing together on a high cliff, he repeated it directly to her face. She was the only one he could trust with something this important. Back on the mountain trail, chaos broke out as the merchant's own guards began chasing the fleeing group as well, with orders barked to kill without mercy and stop the witch from escaping at any cost. Watching the unfolding spell's force build, Ryuma grew alarmed, realizing the sheer power might end up sweeping away the merchants caught in its path. He pieced together the merchants' true motive, neither allies nor enemies. They had simply used the group as bait to lure the attackers out, intending to discard them once the trap was sprung. Amid the tension, he checked on Sarah, who nodded that she was fine and held tight as her horse thundered on. Laura's private resentment surfaced in her thoughts, hatred for the man who once regarded female combat slaves as nothing more than a rare curiosity. A leering merchant sneered at Lyon, suggesting women belonged in the bedchambers rather than the battlefield, provoking a surge of disgust and fury in her. As the enemy riders closed in, Ryuma shouted for Laura to fall back to the rear of the formation. She acknowledged the order at once, and with blades raised, the group braced to meet the charging horseman head. Laura's chant tore through the battlefield as jagged stone spikes erupted from the earth, skewering the ambushers where they stood. Her voice rang out invoking Earth's fury, and the enemy line shattered under the assault. In the aftermath, Ryuma called for a search through the wreckage, and Laura moved quietly among the fallen rubble. Masara appeared atop the rocks, greeting him with a dry remark about surviving unscathed. Bolts reported that the survivors had been rounded up, thanking him for the quick work, since time mattered. One captured man glared up from the wreckage, teeth gritted in frustration. Nearby, Laura buzzed with excitement over having tried spell duplication for the first time, calling it a valuable experience. Bolts teased that Ryuma seemed surprised she'd held back from killing everyone outright, while their bound captive erupted in fury, accusing them of betraying their own employers. Ryuma calmly rejected the accusation, telling the man the fault lay with him and his men, not with the mercenaries. The moment weapons were drawn against them, he explained. The task had already become impossible to see through, honestly confused. The captive demanded to know why a sword had been raised against him at all. Ryuma answered flatly that the group had never really been ordinary merchants to begin with. Another bound prisoner shouted a warning, recognizing the surrounding soldiers as Rhodserian knights. He demanded to know why he was the one marked for death instead of the actual attackers, and Ryuma answered simply that it was to silence him. Furious, the man spat accusations, calling them treacherous hypocrites, hiding cold-blooded murder behind a righteous mask. Undeterred, he pivoted to bargaining, claiming to be an honest slave merchant who started as a bandit and worked his way up, offering cheap slaves in exchange for his freedom. Bolts volunteered eagerly to handle the interrogation, suggesting the man likely knew useful information, while the captive demanded to know who Ryuma really was, insisting he didn't look like any low-level adventurer. Ryuma smirked, admitting they had indeed deceived him, while another bound man begged forgiveness for his own attempted trickery earlier. Confusion spread through the remaining prisoners as they stared at something off-panel, one shouting in alarm at what he saw before him. Among the jagged rock spires, piercing the sky, someone questioned aloud why they'd risked themselves chasing a supposed witch in the first place. Ryuma extended a hand toward one bound knight, addressing him directly as Mikhail Vanash, captain of Rhodseria's royal guard, catching the man off guard with the accuracy of the claim. Elsewhere, a woman in dark attire spoke coolly about the successor to the Rhodserian throne being sought, gesturing toward someone beside her, and declaring that the person they wanted had finally been found. Bound in rope, Mikhail Vanash sits captive among the rocks. The royal guard captain accuses him of hunting Rhodseria's missing successor, and Laura steps forward, presenting Ryuma as the very person he seeks. Vanash demands a surname, not a given name. Laura offers only Laura, leaving the question of her lineage hanging in the air. Suspicion grows. Vanash refuses to believe she is a mere commoner, guessing at the name Malphist. Ryuma and Sarah exchange a wary glance, sensing the interrogation sliding somewhere dangerous. Ryuma cuts in before the wrong name sticks. He gives their shared surname as Mikoshiba instead, anchoring Laura to him, rather than to any noble house. Vanash reels at the claim of siblinghood. Ryuma plays along smoothly, introducing himself as her younger brother while Sarah watches. Unreadable, Vanash, still bound, demands death rather than deception. Ryuma brushes off a follow-up, guessed that he might be her father, then denies being her older brother too, amused by the guessing game. Sarah challenges him directly, pointing out he'd tried to kill them earlier. Ryoma admits he has no reason to kill Vanash yet, though he wouldn't hesitate if forced. Turning to the wounded scattered around the campsite, Ryoma states plainly that they aren't enemies here, despite everything that led to this standoff. A soldier questions whether they serve the nobles' faction. Ryoma seizes on the phrasing, pointing out that admission as the very problem at hand. Grabbing Vanash by the collar, Ryoma promises answers later. First he wants questions answered himself, while the rest of the group tends to the injured nearby. Sarah steps in unexpectedly, brushing off Vanash's alarm with a claim about a lucky charm. Ryoma tells him to relax, insisting no harm is coming. Vanash startles at the discovery of twins. Sarah announces herself first, launching into her own line of questioning about the royal guard. The interrogation escalates through a third and second question, probing whether the attack was meant to protect Rodzeria's princess, or tied to a succession dispute. Further questions follow about the king's sudden death, and whether the first princess was the rightful heir, alongside inquiries into factional loyalties. Silence answers most of it. Ryoma notes Vanash can't bring himself to respond, while a masked figure reads aloud a sixth question about a possibly forged royal will. Sarah delivers the final question, asking outright if she herself was the target marked for death in the attack. Vanash's face twists, tension breaking through his restraint as the accusation lands. Ryoma reads the reaction as confirmation, calling it a clear yes, without needing further words. Elsewhere, a guild leader's betrayal comes to light. The group realizes they were used as bait, leaving them to decide their next move. Reporting the incident seems pointless, since it would only become their word against his. One suggests taking the matter to a guild in another city instead. If Wallace plays dumb about the whole affair, the case falls apart. Given how lavish his quarters in Farzad were, Ryoma doubts the man earned that wealth honestly, though proving his involvement still might not win the argument. Farzad stands as Mayast's largest trade hub, and Wallace holds enough authority as guildmaster there to make opposing him a real risk. Bolts asks how Ryoma got Masara to talk, noting the fighter's skill made him unlikely to break easily. Ryoma holds up a simple twig, and Sarah questions the odd choice of object. He confirms it was ordinary, then reveals exactly where he shoved it. Laughter breaks out among the group at the crude but effective method. Vanash erupts, refusing to accept what he is hearing, while Ryoma admits he can't bring himself to disagree with the outrage. Vanash lashes out, mocking Laura's claim to be the true first princess, calling her nothing more than a puppet for the nobles. Elsewhere, the real Princess Lupus insists she is the only legitimate heir to the throne, dismissing any rival claim outright. Lupus walks the palace halls alone, murmuring Mikhail's name, her thoughts clearly elsewhere, despite the political storm around her. Back at the campsite, Ryoma and Bolts confirm the same conclusion in unison, agreeing on what really happened. Laura steps forward as proof, declaring herself Ryoma's twin sister with a shared bloodline that settles the matter. Vanash reels, realizing he and his men were set up. Ryoma proposes weighing Vanash's claims against what the merchant Masara confessed, urging him to calm down and listen, instead of denying everything outright. Months earlier, King Farst II of Rodzeria died. As Lupus moved to claim the throne, a girl surfaced in Mayast claiming royal blood of her own. Illegitimate children aren't unusual among royalty, expected even, since rulers are pressured to secure their bloodline. This new daughter appeared right as the king died and claimed a right to succession. Duke Gelhart, leader of the nobles faction, arrived with what he called the late king's will, naming the illegitimate child in Mayast as the true heir just as Lupus was about to be confirmed. Rodzeria split in two over the dispute. The Knights faction, backing Lupus, dismissed the will as fabricated from the start. The nobles seized the opening, hoping to gain the upper hand by building an army around the illegitimate claimant, while the knights struggled with matters beyond their military expertise. Word reached them that Duke Gelhart was smuggling something from Mayast into his own territory, tied to a girl described as Silver. Haired, cornered by the threat, they staged an assassination attempt on the illegitimate child, even though killing her wouldn't have resolved anything on its own. Guildmaster Wallace had been complicit, supplying a silver-haired girl in her late teens, a low-ranking adventurer nobody would miss. The nobles had fed false information to the knights, and Vanash realizes with dread that he fell for every bit of it. Sarah admits she thought either herself or Leon had been the target, only to find they'd guessed completely wrong about who the real substitute had been. Vanash presses further, pointing out he'd kept chasing them even after the carriage turned up empty, and that Sarah had been the only teenage girl around at the time. No coincidence could explain every condition lining up so perfectly, Vanash argues, especially given the timing of Ryoma's group entering Rodzeria from Mayast. Ryoma counters that retreat might have served him better, Though Vanash insists it could easily have been a disguise instead, the weight of it all sinks in. Ryoma curses under his breath at what it must have taken to manipulate the nobles this way, while Sarah lays out the theory plainly. Wallace baited Masara into killing the knights just to earn favor with the nobles' faction. A blade is drawn nearby, and someone notes that sulking over the situation won't fix anything. Ryoma acknowledges that the nobles wronged them too, framing it as a shared grievance rather than something Vanash alone suffered. He puts the offer plainly to Vanash, asking whether he'll join forces with them, instead of staying bound to a losing cause. A hawk soars overhead, feathers drifting loose in its wake as it carries a message onward. Word spreads that the first princess of Rhodseria, Lupus, will be arriving shortly, and all present are commanded to kneel before her. Lupus strides forward alone, composed and regal, cutting a striking figure through the grand hall. Those gathered bow low as she passes, heads lowered in deference to her presence. She grants them permission to rise, her expression giving little away as Vanash and another kneel before her. Lupus addresses Mikhail directly, noting that Meltina has already relayed his report to her, and that the news left her deeply disappointed. Tension flashes between them as Mikhail senses trouble brewing behind her calm words. A voice cuts through, accusing someone of mocking knightly pride, marking the shift into a new chapter titled Entangled Plots as the story rewinds to the earlier campsite conversation. Back at camp, murmurs spread through the group as Bolts and Sarah notice Mikhail and Leone locked in a heated argument nearby. Leone stammers that she had no other option, prompting Bolts to needle her about abandoning knightly pride to try to kill someone, while Sarah privately notes the clash between a pragmatic mercenary and an idealistic knight. Insults fly, with Leone branding Mikhail's kind as meatheads for pledging loyalty to any kingdom, appealing to Bolts for agreement. Despite his exhausted expression, Ryoma turns his attention elsewhere, and Sarah catches his eye, quietly asking what a meathead actually means. Ryoma explains it simply as someone who acts before thinking, careless, and impulsive by nature, essentially having meat where brains should be. Sarah declares, fist raised, that being reckless, for better or worse, fits perfectly, while Ryoma finishes his explanation with a nervous grin, admitting it basically describes someone ridiculously bold. Laura teases that the answer seems obvious, prompting Sarah to pose a hypothetical. What would Laura do if someone tried to forcibly enslave her? She answers without hesitation, vowing to come save her sister no matter what, even if it meant killing again to do it. Vice Captain Mikhail of the Royal Guard stands before Princess Fiona, as she coldly announces that Meltina has already delivered his report. Calling the mission a failure, she leaves Ryoma quietly observing the heavy atmosphere from afar. Inside a private chamber, Laura leans toward Ryoma. He quietly warns her not to move her lips while speaking, while Sarah respectfully addresses him as Master Ryoma. Fiona turns directly to Ryoma, asking for his honest opinion regarding Mikhail's punishment. After careful thought, Ryoma gives only 2 words in reply: pretty dangerous. Fiona quickly pieces together the political implications. If Meltina truly supports eliminating the illegitimate princess, then anyone aware of that conspiracy, including Ryoma's group, would eventually need to disappear. Ryoma questions why Meltina would recklessly expose Mikhail's failure, despite being one of Fiona's trusted retainers, especially when dependable allies are already scarce. Fiona reminds Mikhail that loyal knights died protecting the kingdom, making his failure impossible to ignore. Ryoma quietly realizes his own group caused those casualties. Standing proudly, Fiona declares that Mikhail must be sentenced to death under her authority as princess. Ryoma admits he would have reached the same conclusion under different circumstances. Fiona instead reveals she believes the nobles orchestrated the entire incident and postpones Mikhail's execution. Before the gathered crowd, Mikhail swears to redeem himself. Fiona announces his future achievements will determine whether he escapes the sentence, and he accepts without complaint. Sarah immediately understands the arrangement, while Laura quietly realizes Mikhail's life has been spared. Ryoma recognizes Fiona deliberately chose practical politics over strict justice, carefully avoiding mention of the assassination plot itself. Satisfied with her decision, Fiona calmly moves on to another matter. Her attention shifts toward Laura as she questions her connection to King Farst II before asking her to stand. Laura and Fiona lock eyes in silence as the tension steadily grows. Laura respectfully confirms everything Fiona has stated about her identity. She introduces her younger sister, Sarah Malphist, prompting Fiona to repeat the surname while questioning House Malphist. Ryoma interrupts by pointing out that the illegitimate princess was never said to have a sister. Fiona recalls hearing the Malphist name somewhere on the central continent. Both sisters quietly tense beneath Fiona's scrutiny as the truth inches closer. Too pale. Haired women quietly study Ryoma, remarking that he somehow resembles them while exchanging thoughtful glances. The senior woman calmly explains she wishes to learn more about him, promising a private conversation after he settles into the castle for the evening. Inside the room, an ornate ceramic vase decorated with tiny figures rests upon a long table, while hurried writing hints that deeper troubles remain hidden. The woman's sly smile catches Ryoma completely off guard, leaving him asking what exactly is happening. Her expression softens as she apologizes for dragging him into problems that never belonged to him. Ryoma explains he already made his position clear to Sir Mikhail, before the discussion shifts toward whether his group will support her army. She asks whether he truly intends to walk away. Before he can answer, a nearby swordswoman suddenly accuses him and draws her blade. Steel stops dangerously close to Ryoma's neck until the princess firmly orders the knight to stand down. She reminds her guard that they owe Ryoma a debt, forcing the furious swordswoman to reluctantly obey. Ryoma casually tosses a small object toward the guard, easing the tension while the princess calmly resumes their conversation. Curious, she asks exactly how Ryoma intends to help during the coming war. He confidently promises his group will become one of her greatest assets and personally guarantee victory. Entertained by his confidence, the princess remarks that such bold words deserve proof. Ryoma vows to demonstrate every skill he possesses while she quietly sips her tea. Without warning, he lifts the ornate vase from the table, surprising everyone watching. Explaining his idea, he proposes using the valuable vase to help finance the princess's campaign. Later that evening, the princess quietly expresses hope for the future, while Ryoma remains calmly optimistic beside her. Elsewhere, the scarred mercenary Lyon greets Ryoma with a raised cup, admitting she'd already started drinking. She praises the royal wine and jokes that had Ryoma died earlier, someone would probably have silenced her too. Ryoma thanks her sincerely despite her sharp teasing, while she awkwardly insists she was simply doing her duty. Leonine tells Ryoma to stop calling her captain, reminding him they are comrades now rather than strangers. Once outside the estate, Ryoma immediately asks her for a favor involving mercenaries, leaving her visibly surprised. He explains he needs roughly 100 fighters, including the Crimson Lion mercenary group. Leon quickly estimates the operation will cost nearly 300 gold. Ryoma accepts the enormous expense without hesitation. When someone offers the priceless vase instead of coins, Leon bluntly rejects the idea. Laura promises the money will be ready by the following day, astonishing Leon before Ryoma calmly confirms the deadline. Glasses are raised together as everyone drinks to the agreement, recognizing that the real battle begins tomorrow. Far away in the capital of Ultormia, an elderly man quietly prepares to depart at dawn, intending to stir even greater conflict throughout the kingdom of Rhodesyria. Count Alan Bergstone and Count Elnan Zalef, two regional governors of Rhodesyria, sit across from Ryoma Mikoshiba, praising his sharp instincts. Both nobles admit they rarely entertain a guest capable of matching their wit. Ryoma laughs off their compliments, more interested in the feast before him, boasting to his brother-in-law that he has won their bet by arriving before the evening bell. His celebration gets cut short when Meltina Lecter, a royal knight, storms in demanding an explanation for the drunken chaos and his strange outfit. Two young women burst into the room, confused about why they've been summoned. One insists she rode the fastest horse available after receiving an urgent message calling her to Bergstone's estate. Meltina rounds on the pair, questioning whether they've forgotten the duty entrusted to them by Her Majesty. Ryoma, sipping his wine, brushes off the accusation with a shrug before the noblewoman scolds him further for the disorderly scene. Noting this is already her second glass, composing himself, Ryoma announces the decision he and the two governors have reached. They will side with Princess Lupus in the ongoing succession feud. The declaration hits the room like a shockwave, leaving one of the noblewomen stunned as gasps ripple through her companions. Realization dawns that both Bergstone and Zalef, the two most powerful neutral lords who had refused every previous plea for cooperation, are now backing the princess's cause. Overwhelmed, the women can hardly believe the reversal. Meltina slams her hand down, demanding silence as the room falls into tense stillness. She presses Ryoma on whether he properly conveyed the honor and gratitude the royal house expects from this alliance, her confidence faltering the more she thinks it through. Ryoma reveals a complication. Both governors had already been approached by the rival nobles faction, offered land, status, and ministerial seats in a future government. Cutting through the tension, he flatly states that assumption is wrong. Instead, he explains, he countered their offer, insisting the governors would only serve directly under Princess Lupus herself. Since royal guards rarely see frontline combat, joining under the crown becomes an appealing, low-risk position for the governors, a convenience Ryoma readily points out despite Meltina's disbelief at his logic. Meltina counters that duty and honor mean more to a knight than convenience, unlike a governor's priorities. Ryoma agrees, adding that soldiers who bleed on the battlefield deserve to be recognized as subjects, not abandoned without reward or supply lines. Zelef presses further, worried about pillaging and the threat of civil war, while Ryoma guarantees compensation and independence from General Hodrum's command after the conflict ends. Ryoma confirms neither governor will be counted among official military forces, a term Zelef accepts. Reflecting on the rival faction's offer, Ryoma calls it deceptive, noting the regime has strung them along for over a decade. One of the noblewomen bursts in dramatically, mocking the rival offer by presenting an ornate vase as a mock bonus reward, teasing the absurdity of needing independence from General Albrecht's jurisdiction. Latter, Meltina, dressed elegantly, confronts Ryoma outside the estate, irritated that his so-called slaves conspired with the count's maids to put her in the gown. Ryoma calmly apologizes for any inconvenience, only for Meltina to correct him with a sigh. They aren't slaves, they're family. Meltina catches Ryoma alone by the window, questioning whether his moves are meant to build a third faction out of the neutral nobles, separate from the knights and the nobles already circling Princess Lupus. He brushes past the question, telling her to forget it before the conversation shifts elsewhere. Discussion turns to Hodram Albrecht, the general holding de facto control of Rhodsaria's military, whose loyalty to the princess remains questionable despite his outward alignment. Ryoma compares the situation to a plan from his own world, though he downplays its scale, admitting Hodram's grip on power makes such a scheme difficult to execute. Zelef points out that even defeating the nobles' faction would only leave the knights' faction dominant, a scenario nobody in the room wants. He questions Hodram's true loyalty, recalling his behavior when the princess had shown mercy to a man named Mikhail. Ryoma confirms his intention to bring the neutral nobles into the fold himself, explaining his goal of securing real power for the princess, rather than empty promises. Zelef nods along, backing the plan. Numbers become the concern next. 2,000 troops from both counts, combined falls short of what is needed. Ryoma calculates, they'll require another 2,000, and if that fails, someone capable of replacing Hodram entirely. A name comes to mind for him. Bergstone urges his companion to stop hesitating and speak plainly about who that person might be. The name surfaces, General Steiner, the former commander of the Knights, a figure once tied to great military authority. Ryoma assumes this Steiner must be part of the royal bloodline, but Bergstone corrects him, revealing she rose from common birth to become Lady Helena Steiner. Bergstone praises her achievements, dignity, and battlefield skill, crediting these qualities for her rise from commoner to general. Ryoma reacts with surprise that a woman achieves such rank, calling it no small feat for someone without noble blood. Despite being celebrated as a national hero, Helena retired abruptly without offering any explanation. Ryoma recognizes her potential value, noting that gaining her support could double their strength and sway hesitant nobles toward the princess. Zelef raises a complication. Helena harbors deep resentment toward Hodram, who stripped her of her title by holding her husband and daughter hostage, a rumor known throughout the kingdom. Rain falls over the Steiner estate on the outskirts of Rhodes as the group arrives at Helena's secluded home. Helena remarks on how rare it is for her to receive visitors before permitting her maid to let the guests inside. She appears composed and gentle, a striking contrast to the fearsome reputation attached to her former title as general and commander of the knights. Ryoma stares in disbelief, whispering under his breath that she looks like someone's grandmother rather than a legendary warrior. Introductions follow, with Meltina announcing herself as a royal guard serving Princess Lupus, while Ryoma gives his name plainly, both clearly nervous under Helena's warm but knowing gaze. Helena reveals she already knows exactly who Ryoma is, teasingly calling him by his nickname, the mercenary who somehow convinced the princess to accept his services. She waves off her old title with a sigh, asking instead what brings them to her doorstep on this particular visit. Ryoma states their purpose directly. Princess Lupus requests her aid. Helena guesses the request involves joining the Knights faction, admiring his directness while firmly stating she has no intention of ever working under Hodram again. Ryoma proposes that Helena serve directly under Princess Lupus, but she hesitates, explaining that her past loyalty to the former king makes such a decision difficult to accept on trust alone. Meltina interjects sharply, insisting Lupus holds the legitimate claim to the throne, though Helena reminds her gently that another princess also has a rightful claim, making this no small choice. Meltina argues that legitimacy shouldn't hinge on personality, pointing to her years of service as proof of how deeply Lupus cares for the kingdom. Helena calmly asks whether Meltina truly believes that herself, hinting she already suspects a hidden condition behind her own hesitation. Helena teases them further, wondering aloud what condition could possibly be enough to convince the so-called ivory goddess of war to join their cause. Ryoma asks Meltina to step outside, stating that what comes next requires privacy. Meltina reluctantly agrees, letting Ryoma handle the matter alone, as Helena remarks that he seems kinder than she expected. Helena admits that if she had a real condition, she could have simply stated it outright rather than staying silent, since something clearly can't be spoken of in front of others. Ryoma presses further, wondering if the chance she has waited for has finally come, tying it back to the rumored conflict between her and General Albrecht, involving her husband and daughter. Helena's expression darkens as she recalls the day she last saw her husband, describing how nothing remained of him but his severed head. The memory overtakes her, shock washing over her face as the scene shifts to that fateful moment. Stepping through the doorway, blood stains the floor as she approaches the gruesome discovery, her hand trembling upon reaching it. Beside the remains lay a letter, stating plainly that her retirement from knighthood was the price demanded for her daughter's release. Having risen from common birth with countless enemies made along the way, Helena had hoped to save her daughter at the very least, casting aside her title to search for her, only locating the man responsible long after the fact, with no proof to act on. Ryoma confirms his understanding that Hodrum Albrecht was behind it all. Recognizing now what her condition truly demands, Helena asks for one promise in return: Hodrum Albrecht's head, brought to her here and now. Later, under open skies, Meltina rejoices at the news that Helena has joined their side, admitting she'd worried at first despite how well things turned out. Ryoma appears distracted, prompting her to ask what is troubling him. Ryoma recalls asking Helena whether her daughter had returned safely. Helena reveals the devastating truth: her daughter had been violated without mercy, then discarded and sold to a merchant dealing in sex slaves once she was no longer useful to her captors. She remembers glimpsing a young man from her window at the time, someone she found unexpectedly charming despite the circumstances. Helena reflects on how his dependable appearance seemed to belie his true age, recalling that he had shed a tear for her and her daughter's suffering. Helena studies Ryoma with quiet admiration, describing him as young yet brimming with talent, strength, and unexpected kindness. She reflects that he has brought light into her long stretch of solitude, a brightness far beyond what someone his age should be capable of carrying. Ryoma sits before the throne as the ruler demands 30,000 soldiers to conquer a distant kingdom he dismisses as weak. While a minister questions the excessive number, Ryoma quietly recalls a military classic his grandfather once shared, realizing its lessons may finally prove valuable. Night settles over the camp. Sarah shyly admits Ryoma rested on her lap longer than expected, but she dismisses his apology, insisting a combat slave exists to provide comfort. Laura draws water from the well while reflecting that Ryoma could easily treat them cruelly, yet consistently chooses kindness instead. Leonie playfully teases Laura until the embarrassed girl swats her hand away in protest. Leonie explains she has been recruiting additional mercenaries while Boltz handled negotiations. Laura asks where Ryoma is, and Leon replies that he is still discussing terms with the mercenary band. Curious, Laura wonders why Leonie skipped those negotiations. Leonan jokes that gathering fighters comes naturally to her, even if it technically isn't guild business. Leonine laughs that the knights are probably furious about mercenaries occupying their training grounds, but she keeps helping Ryoma anyway because victory matters most to the princess. Laura mentions Ryoma sent Sarah searching through storage for books from Rorth. Leon wonders where Sarah wandered off, while Laura worries she'll become distracted by old antiques. Leonine smiles, saying Laura has become surprisingly outspoken since gaining her freedom. Laura insists Sarah is much more dependable than she appears. Catching Laura carrying heavy buckets, Leonine asks why a combat slave bothers doing work the castle servants could easily handle. Laura explains she exists solely to fulfill Ryoma's every need, although she quietly admits he never actually ordered her to do these chores. She describes Ryoma as gentle toward them but merciless against enemies. Leonine remarks that his kindness seems especially sincere whenever the sisters are involved. Laura immediately denies any romantic feelings. Leonine only teases her further by pointing out Ryoma is far more handsome than most mercenaries she knows. Laughing, Leonie calls Laura an adorable jealous girl. Laura protests weakly, unable to hide her embarrassment. Overwhelmed, Laura confesses Ryoma's kindness feels almost poisonous because she constantly fears he still doesn't truly trust her. She admits she'd almost prefer being treated like livestock instead of an equal, leaving Leonie completely bewildered. Sarah suddenly arrives laughing, easing the awkward mood before noticing urgent commotion nearby. A soldier bursts into camp shouting that Ryoma's life is in grave danger. Elsewhere, the scarred mercenary Guido smashes the ground apart, thanking Ryoma for saving him the trouble of hunting him down later. Sarah and Laura watch in horror as word spreads that Ryoma is dueling Guido, an A-rank mercenary renowned for martial thaumaturgy. Sarah insists Ryoma will be fine, while Laura refuses to believe it. Their disagreement quickly gives way to shared panic. Guido slams Ryoma to the ground, mocking him as nothing more than an F-rank adventurer hiding behind stronger companions before driving a crushing punch downward. Dust erupts across the battlefield, yet Ryoma emerges crouching near the edge of the shattered ground, still standing. Cracking his neck, Guido tells Ryoma he'd rather hear silence than excuses. Ryoma calmly admits martial thaumaturgy strikes much harder than expected. Guido pauses in confusion when Ryoma casually points out that overwhelming strength means little without proper technique demanding answers. Guido charges again while shouting for silence. Ryoma narrowly slips past the attack. Both fighters exchange rapid blows at close range, refusing to surrender even a single step. A sudden counter completely reverses the duel. Spectators gasp, while Ryoma modestly explains it is only a simple martial art from his homeland. Sarah and Laura force their way through the crowd, desperately calling Ryoma's name. Bolts blocks their path, firmly reminding them that no one may interfere in an honorable duel. He insists this battle belongs solely to the two warriors, regardless of everyone's concern. The sisters realize Leonie already knew about the duel. She apologizes, admitting she tried to keep them away but failed. Guido recognizes Ryoma's fighting stance as originating from Re-Earth. Ryoma simply smiles without confirming or denying it. Gathering flames around his fist, Guido confidently challenges Ryoma to withstand his strongest technique. Ryoma immediately identifies the stance as reverse heaven and earth, while Guido boasts it descends from his grandfather's teachings and surpasses modern karate. Guido mocks Ryoma's style as nothing but an inferior imitation before charging again. Ryoma ignores the insults and drives a precise thrust directly through Guido's defense. The impact echoes across the arena as Guido staggers backward in shock. Unable to recover, Guido is hurled through the air by the force of the strike. Both fighters crash into the surrounding rubble as Ryoma decisively gains the upper hand. The referee ends the duel immediately, declaring Ryoma Mikoshiba the victor, while the crowd erupts into celebration. Sarah and Laura rush to him in relief. Bolts promises to handle the aftermath, while Ryoma awkwardly admits he deliberately kept part of the truth hidden from them. Leonie reveals Ryoma arranged the duel, after hearing rumors that an assassin from the nobles faction had infiltrated the mercenary ranks, using the match as bait to expose the threat. Laura questions risking his life for a single spy. Leonie laughs, admitting she earned plenty of money betting on Ryoma's victory. Sarah scolds Leone for hiding the danger, while Leonie praises Ryoma for earning the complete respect of the mercenary community. Bolts quietly tells Laura she should place greater trust in Ryoma from now on. Sarah apologizes for losing control of her emotions. Leonie simply asks that the embarrassing incident remain their little secret. Bolts explains Ryoma entered the duel fully prepared to die if necessary. Leonie adds that Ryoma privately asked her to ensure the sisters wouldn't blame themselves if he failed. Shocked, Sarah scolds Leone for repeating such painful words, though Leonie suspects Ryoma only said them to keep the sisters from interfering. Sarah quietly tells Leonie that Ryoma treasures both sisters more deeply than he lets on, and warns her not to ignore that truth. Laura insists she doesn't deserve such affection because she is merely a slave. As mercenaries cheer around them, Ryoma announces that war is finally approaching. Walking through the city afterward, Ryoma reflects that everything has only just begun. Sarah eagerly answers his call, addressing him as her lord as they continue forward together. An orphan once forgotten by the world rises to become a princess, leaving her true past hidden beneath the weight of a royal crown. Escorted through narrow stone streets and restraints, she quietly reflects on the name Radine Rodzerians, wondering whether it truly belongs to her. Inside the estate, a young man kneels before her and pledges his loyalty, explaining that his grandfather Frank once faithfully served Lady Helena, whom she closely resembles. Ryoma observes the scene in silence as Helena explains, Frank had once been her trusted right hand, adding that Chris, like herself, was born a commoner. Helena praises Chris's remarkable skill with the lance, claiming he rivals even her own ability, leaving the young man visibly embarrassed. News of Helena's return spreads rapidly, encouraging neutral nobles to defect one after another. Mountains of paperwork quickly pile up as support surges beyond expectations. Zelif jokingly argues with Bergstone over who deserves credit for introducing Helena, Though beneath their laughter, both recognize that Hodrom's allies will soon begin abandoning him. Alone with his thoughts, Ryoma grows uneasy, realizing that expanding too quickly could become a serious danger. A military map reveals the balance of power. Princess Lupus commands 15,000 soldiers, General Albrecht 20,000, while Duke Gelhart controls 65,000. Hodrom silently watches these shifting numbers. Supply shortages begin crippling the princess's independent forces. In the countryside, an exhausted woman collapses while tending the fields, illustrating the growing crisis. A shocking report soon arrives. General Albrecht has formally joined the nobles' faction. The announcement confuses everyone, because Albrecht and Gelhart have always despised one another, making the alliance seem completely unnatural. Scouts confirm Albrecht's army has entered Gelhart's territory under the excuse of hunting bandits. Though few believe that explanation, anger spreads through the room as everyone realizes the princess has been betrayed. Yet stopping someone of Albrecht's authority was never realistic. Night falls, and the meeting concludes with plans to resume during a full war council the following morning. Ryoma compares the situation to a historical strategy from his previous world, where bitter rivals united before a decisive campaign. Bergstone and Zelef question whether such different armies could realistically cooperate without logistical disaster. Helena quietly turns to Ryoma, declaring that this is his opportunity to prove himself as a true strategist. Ryoma jokes to ease the tension, but Helena calmly admits she has already accepted the possibility of her own death. Looking ahead, Helena suggests seizing Hodram's authority may be the key to solving their supply problems before the war drags on. Helena jokes that her greatest fear is Ryoma abandoning them halfway through the campaign. Admitting she dislikes men who ask too much of her, she requests one promise if they achieve victory, while the council reacts in disbelief after hearing Ryoma intends to challenge the enemy using only mercenary forces. Facing 60,000 enemy soldiers already seems impossible, and General Albrecht's knights would only make the situation even worse. Ryoma calmly explains he never planned to confront the full army directly. Instead, he points to the river Thebes near the Wartenia Peninsula as the true objective. Because Albrecht and Gelhart distrust one another, their forces will unite slowly, giving enough time to secure a bridgehead before they respond. The surrounding mountains and river naturally strengthen the position, allowing the crossing at the Thebes to become nearly impossible to retake. Bergstone openly praises the strategy as brilliant, while Ryoma reacts with quiet surprise. Zelef admits she completely underestimated him, believing until now that he relied only on strength. Chris shares her astonishment. Lupus worries the enemy will eventually attack anyway, but Ryoma assures her every possibility has already been considered before requesting permission to proceed. Admitting her lack of military knowledge, Lupus leaves the final decision entirely to Helena. Helena quietly wonders whether Ryoma manipulated events so the princess would willingly place her troops under his command. Hearing Helena approve the strategy, Lupus visibly relaxes with relief. Helena adds one strict condition. If the operation fails, only Ryoma's mercenary force will bear the consequences, making clear her approval isn't based on personal feelings. Smiling at her blunt honesty, Ryoma immediately accepts the challenge. Later that night beneath the castle walls, Chris complains that Ryoma constantly chooses the most dangerous path available. Zelef casually remarks that Ryoma doesn't actually need to lead the front line himself, though Chris still questions how the attacks will be stopped. Returning to the estate, Ryoma asks Bergstone and Zelef for assistance while they report that newly recruited soldiers have already been screened. Nearby, a hooded figure secretly grips a concealed blade as Zelef admits they still cannot determine whether the newcomers are spies or something even worse. When asked whether the suspicious recruits should simply be eliminated, Ryoma refuses, believing they may become useful later. Chris questions the wisdom of allowing dangerous strangers to remain free, but Ryoma laughs, suggesting they could instead become perfect tools for spreading false information. Chris confidently boasts that his training makes defeat nearly impossible, while an older veteran proudly claims responsibility for raising such a capable fighter. Zelef playfully offers to share a bed every night for the sake of efficiency, only to receive an immediate rejection. Ryoma silently watches the awkward exchange with quiet amusement, while the room grows momentarily tense. Beyond the capital of Piraeus, wide hills and distant city walls stretch beneath an open sky, marking the beginning of the campaign ahead. Mounted soldiers assemble into formation as Ryoma carefully studies the growing ranks surrounding him. Zelef prepares alongside the cavalry while Chris signals the marching column forward, drawing every knight into formation behind him. Raising his fist high, Ryoma leads the charge as thunderous hooves shake the open plains, with Zelef riding closely beside him. Several days later, the army reaches the southwestern bank of the river Thebes, silently approaching the battlefield that will determine their next move. Ryoma Mikoshiba stands along the shoreline, observing an enemy camp stretching across the distant coast. Turning to Mikhail, he announces that he will personally lead a reconnaissance mission before the army advances. Mikhail urges Ryoma to retreat immediately if danger appears, reminding him that the mission is strictly reconnaissance. Ryoma agrees without objection and wishes him good fortune. Mikhail emphasizes that scouting is just as important as open battle. After exchanging farewells, Ryoma mounts his horse and departs. Soldiers bow respectfully as the reconnaissance party rides past. Ryoma orders the advance, and the cavalry disappears into the forest with thunderous hooves. Watching Ryoma leave, Mikhail reflects on the loyalty he inspires, despite claiming to be an ordinary man. Meanwhile, Ryoma orders his forces to begin preparing according to plan. Elsewhere, the mercenary Bolts gathers his men for training, calling the first unit forward, before chanting a powerful earth thaumaturgy spell. The spell rips open the ground, instantly creating a deep trench. Satisfied, Bolts grants a brief rest before ordering the next group to continue the excavation. Ryoma arrives at the construction site and asks Bolts how the work is progressing. Bolts confidently reports everything remains on schedule, praising Ryoma's planning as the cliffs continue collapsing under the ongoing excavation. Together they discuss verbal thaumaturgy, agreeing it performs poorly in direct combat but excels at reshaping terrain, making it ideal for constructing the defensive moat. Mikhail and Bolts shift their attention to a suspicious woman under surveillance. Sarah has been assigned to monitor her, while Ryoma remains unaware of the reputation he is quietly building among his troops. Standing apart from everyone else, the mysterious woman catches Ryoma's attention by reminding him of Saito, leaving him quietly suspicious. He begins considering whether she may have been sent by the Ultermia Empire, continuing to observe her carefully. Meanwhile, hidden within the forest, the reconnaissance soldiers grow restless while discussing whether it is finally time to act. Scouts report an enemy force numbering roughly 5,000 soldiers, including 2,000 knights, causing visible concern among Ryoma's men. They conclude the enemy has already crossed the river and dispatched scouts of their own. Impressed by a young soldier's quick judgment, another recommends reporting everything back to Ryoma immediately. As the unit prepares to withdraw, a soldier suddenly calls out to Mikhail, interrupting the retreat. Looking through a spyglass, the soldier spots the enemy commander but hesitates, struggling to believe what he sees. Recognition suddenly strikes, and alarm spreads across his face. Ryoma grabs the spyglass himself, staring silently as the identity of the traitor becomes unmistakable. Mikhail blurts out the name in disbelief. Standing among the enemy ranks is Kael Iruna, calmly smiling as though he chose betrayal long ago. The soldiers freeze upon hearing Kael's name. Mikhail's expression hardens before he silently draws his sword. He orders everyone else to return immediately and warn Ryoma. Although several soldiers beg to accompany him, Mikhail refuses and sends them away. Ignoring every protest, Mikhail charges alone toward the enemy lines, leaving his stunned subordinates behind. Back at the fortifications, Ryoma praises the steady progress of the defenses, before a frantic shout suddenly interrupts the work. Ryoma and Sarah turn toward the disturbance as a gravely wounded soldier staggers into camp, struggling to speak. Another soldier asks whether the reconnaissance unit encountered the enemy directly. A second scout collapses with an arrow buried in his shoulder, but Ryoma catches him before he falls. The wounded survivor confirms he belonged to Mikhail's scouting force, his voice trembling under the weight of tragedy. He painfully reveals that nearly the entire reconnaissance unit has likely been annihilated, leaving only him alive to deliver the report. Ryoma urgently asks whether Mikhail truly died, fighting back tears. The soldier explains that Mikhail recognized Kael Iruna and immediately ordered the charge himself. Murmurs spread through the camp as Kael's name rekindles bitter memories of the infamous traitor. Ryoma quickly asks about enemy strength, learning they number around 5,000 soldiers, though the exact total remains uncertain. Determined to organize a defense, Ryoma assigns Lyon and Bolts 400 troops each to secure the northern and southern flanks. Laura immediately acknowledges her orders, while Bolts volunteers 600 soldiers to reinforce the center alongside her. Overcome with guilt, the wounded scout apologizes repeatedly, confessing that the reconnaissance unit disobeyed Mikhail's final orders during the chaos. Ryoma gently reassures him, insisting the blame belongs not to the soldiers, but to Mikhail's tragic decision. The scout explains Mikhail remained calm throughout the mission until he unexpectedly recognized Kael Iruna standing among the enemy. He recalls how Mikhail devoted his entire life to protecting Princess Lupus, inspiring countless knights, including himself. As a bird flies overhead, the dying soldier whispers that he only wished to become someone like Mikhail, before his voice begins fading away. Speaking of the single medal he earned, the soldier is gently interrupted by Ryoma, who tells him such honors no longer matter. Sarah quietly realizes his life is already slipping away. With his final breath, the soldier begs Ryoma to place Princess Lupus upon the throne, leaving the entire camp in solemn silence. Ryoma calls for Bolts, who arrives to find Sarah standing speechless beside the fallen scout. Assuming Ryoma intends to continue digging the moat, Bolts offers to fetch a hoe, but Ryoma refuses, choosing instead to give the fallen knight a proper burial. Ryoma asks Laura to leave him alone briefly, explaining that the dead soldier was their comrade, in arms. She quietly steps back without hesitation. Alone at the gravesite, Ryoma plants the fallen knight's sword into the earth, creating a simple memorial. As he stares at the grave marker, the soldier's final wish for Princess Lupus to become queen echoes through his thoughts. Holding the knight's medal in his hand, Ryoma silently contemplates the weight of the sacrifice that purchased their chance to fight on. Sarah suddenly spots movement on the horizon and warns Ryoma that 5,000 enemy soldiers are advancing toward them. Clenching his fist, Ryoma steels himself with a single resolve: they must survive the first battle. Sir Kale's cavalry advances across a rocky ridge before suddenly stopping at an unexpected sight. His soldiers stare ahead in disbelief at the obstacle blocking their path. A sturdy wooden palisade stretches across the cliffs, constructed with impossible speed. Chapter 18 begins as Kale's army confronts fortifications that should not yet exist. From horseback, Kale studies the battlefield. The river Thebes prevents any flanking maneuver, while the enemy has secured all 3 possible entrances. Frustration spreads through Kale's officers, as Duke Gelhart's orders leave no room for failure, even though bypassing the defenses is impossible. A young officer requests instructions. Kale answers immediately that they will launch a direct assault, because no other path remains. Examining the moat, Kale dismisses it as a crude obstacle, with only 2,500 defenders against his superior numbers. He believes victory is guaranteed. Addressing his assembled army, Kale promises that every treasure seized from the enemy belongs to the soldiers who claim it. Loud cheers echo across the ranks as preparations finish. Beneath Gelhart's banner, Kale steels himself with the belief that defeat cannot be accepted. The assault begins as roaring soldiers charge toward the palisade with fierce determination. From behind the walls, a defender reacts in disbelief that pillaging has been authorized even during a civil war. A commander orders the archers to wait. Bowstrings tighten across the defensive line until the attackers move within range, whereupon the command to fire is finally given. A dense storm of arrows crashes into Kale's advancing forces, yet the officers scream for the wounded to keep moving. Kale urges everyone onward with promises of riches. Observing the battle, an archer remarks that the defenders deliberately use poorly trained conscripts to absorb the first assault. Another deadly volley strikes the attackers, dropping more soldiers before they reach the barricades. Behind the walls, the third defensive line advances. Coordinated spear thrusts drive the attackers back at close range. The disciplined spear formation refuses to break. Furious Kale demands an explanation for why superior numbers have failed. One aide cautiously recommends retreating and regrouping before additional lives are wasted. Kale rejects the suggestion outright, ordering every remaining conscript forward and branding hesitation as cowardice. Another officer reports that the southern gate cannot be broken and urgently requests reinforcements. But Kale refuses to acknowledge the warning. Humiliated by the stalemate, Kale angrily reminds his officers that Gelhart's command must be fulfilled regardless of the cost. Ryoma raises his voice above the battlefield, announcing that he will personally defend the front line. His subordinates answer immediately while concentrating their counterattack toward the central gate. Watching the enemy continue their assault, Ryoma wonders why Kale refuses to retreat despite the obvious losses. A veteran soldier bitterly describes Kale as selfish, manipulative, and cowardly after another man asks about his character. The soldier angrily recounts how Kale betrayed Princess Lupus after earning everyone's trust, and even carried personal grudges from old fencing defeats. The listener admits he only wanted a simple explanation, but now understands why every knight despises Kyle. Ryoma pieces everything together. Kyle betrayed his princess, joined Duke Gelhart, and now desperately needs victory, because failure would destroy his standing. Laura reports that the planned tactic is beginning earlier than expected. Ryoma agrees, recognizing the crowded enemy formation has created the perfect opportunity. Reports reach Kale that flames have appeared inside the fortress, mistakenly believing his soldiers breached the defenses. He orders the news spread throughout the army. Convinced the fortress is collapsing, Kale raises his sword high and commands a full-scale assault. His cavalry charges at full speed toward the palisade with renewed confidence. Inside the fortress, the defenders continue resisting, encouraging one another to endure the enemy's relentless pressure. Kyle demands to know why the walls still stand after spotting the enemy commander calmly positioned near the flames. Rumors spread that the fearless figure is the adventurer everyone has heard about. Ryoma gives the signal for Bolts and Lyon to begin the next stage. A flaming arrow soars into the sky as the agreed signal. The blazing arrow climbs overhead, immediately catching the attention of waiting allies in the distance. A commander orders the Crimson Lion unit into action, sending the mercenaries forward at the battle's turning point. Ryoma calls upon the ancient earth spirits, invoking the gnomes to answer his command. Shouting the technique's name, he releases the spell as the earth itself responds beneath the battlefield. Soldiers suddenly notice strange vibrations spreading beneath their feet, sensing that something unnatural is happening underground. Panic erupts as men cry out for water, mistakenly believing fire has broken out, while one confident knight mocks them without realizing the ground beneath him is collapsing. A massive wall of water suddenly bursts across the battlefield, sweeping entire enemy formations into the river, as terrified screams echo through the valley. The raging flood crashes violently against the palisade before surging across the battlefield. Ryoma watches the destruction without wavering. As the waters finally recede, silence returns, leaving shattered defenses and scattered wreckage behind. Ryoma calmly walks across the devastated battlefield, stepping through broken timber and debris left by the flood. Laura confirms his prediction that very few enemy soldiers knew how to swim, making the flood deadlier than any sword. She explains that swimming is uncommon in this world because only sailors and fishermen usually learn the skill, while ordinary people struggle simply to survive. Laura estimates their temporary defenses should delay another attack for several days, noting that heavily armored knights had almost no chance of escaping the flood. She orders scouts to maintain rotating watches, instructs the exhausted troops to rest in shifts, and finally commands everyone to bury the enemy dead. Ryoma asks whether they should receive proper funerals. Laura firmly replies that preventing disease, not honoring the fallen, is the real reason for burying the bodies. Quiet winds sweep across the empty plain beyond the fortress as the battlefield falls silent, marking the brief calm before the next phase of the war begins. After the flood silences the battlefield, Fina wipes sweat from her brow, while soldiers gather fallen enemies beneath the cliffs, hauling bodies toward a growing burial site. Two exhausted soldiers pause their digging, grumbling about why every enemy corpse deserves a proper grave. Their complaints grow louder as they argue the enemy would never have shown the same mercy. A commanding voice immediately silences the dispute while Fina quietly observes. Fina reminds them that discipline, not greed, keeps soldiers alive and rewarded. She warns that looting or disobedience will only lead to punishment, later, away from the others. Fina questions her companions about everything they witnessed. The mercenary crushed so effortlessly, and the devastating flood both point her thoughts toward one name. Mikoshiba. One soldier nervously laughs off his earlier remarks, while another warns him not to provoke someone like Ryoma. The group silently returns to work. Elsewhere, two figures share a peaceful moment beneath the open sky as birds circle overhead. Inside a grand estate, a nobleman coldly questions a subordinate who has returned after such a disastrous defeat. The soldier lowers his head, awaiting judgment. The noble recalls narrowly escaping the flood after his horse bolted, joking that either fate or the animal itself saved his life, while concealing deeper suspicion. Fear spreads across the soldier's face as he wonders whether he is about to be executed. Although he denies wrongdoing, the report before his lord details abandoned troops and a reckless retreat. Raising his sword briefly, the noble instead announces that the soldier will be spared. Mercy comes with a price, however, as every lost soldier must still be accounted for before punishment is determined. Once alone, an aide questions whether sparing the man was wise, but the noble dismisses the concern with contempt. Discussion shifts toward military strategy, focusing on the newly allied general and the river Thebes, the final obstacle before the enemy. The noble grows increasingly uneasy while studying the opposing commander's tactics, unable to understand where such strategic talent originated. He quietly reaches a single conclusion: the enemy commander must die. Back at camp, a brief prayer precedes a simple meal shared among the soldiers. Fina and her companions discuss the peaceful evening, believing the enemy needs time to recover while their own plans steadily advance. One volunteer promises to gather 10 capable people before noon, seeing the opportunity as ideal. As the search for the final recruit begins, a cheerful voice enthusiastically answers the call. Fina shivers when an unfamiliar girl suddenly appears beside her without warning. Smiling brightly, the stranger eagerly offers to help as though they are longtime friends. Laughing at the misunderstanding, the newcomer introduces herself as Sarah and casually explains that she serves as a combat slave. Sarah admits she has wanted to speak with Fina for some time, praising how impressively she handled a group of troublesome men the previous day. Rather than accepting the compliment, Fina grows suspicious and wonders whether the friendliness hides another motive. Sarah hurriedly claims she was only joking before another voice questions why Mikoshiba's slave is wasting time chatting instead of working. Fina proposes finishing her task together before talking. The girl happily agrees, introducing herself as Sakuya. Sakuya offers a bottle as a gift of friendship, but Fina scolds her for suggesting alcohol during work. Even so, the unusual conversation quickly becomes lively. Despite protesting, Fina eventually joins the drinking and soon complains drunkenly while Sakuya encourages her to continue. Secretly hoping alcohol will loosen Fina's tongue, Sakuya's plan completely backfires until she finds herself desperately calling for her master instead. At headquarters, people notice missing liquor while assuring everyone Sarah is unharmed. Nearby, the drunken girls become sick beside the river as worried voices check on Sakuya later. Fina notices unfamiliar figures near the edge of camp and asks who they are. Sakuya explains they are merchants from neighboring lands who arrived to negotiate and have already departed, leaving Fina wondering when they ever appeared. When questioned about her curiosity, Fina casually insists it means nothing. A flock of ravens suddenly erupts into the sky, startling both women with their cries. Fina immediately recognizes the signal, hidden within the birds' calls, and realizes tonight is the chosen night as darkness settles over the camp. Alone beneath the cover of darkness, she carefully coats her blade with poison before slipping silently through the camp, surprised to find no guards. Moving carefully between the tents, Fina steadies herself and prepares to strike. Her poison blade unexpectedly crashes against hidden armor beneath her target's clothing, splintering on impact. Realizing the trap too late, Fina's eyes widen as everything turns against her. The failed assassination instantly erupts into a fierce close-quarters battle. Steel clashes repeatedly as the assassin launches desperate attacks, but every strike is blocked while another defender joins the fight, leaving her no escape. Fina stares in disbelief at two identical girls until Ryoma calmly explains they are simply twins, rather than copies. Around the campfire, Ryoma greets Sakuya with unsettling composure, revealing that he anticipated her ambush all along. Smiling casually, he remarks that they can finally have a proper conversation now that the chase is over. Sakuya bitterly replies that it feels more like torture than conversation. When Ryoma calls her a ninja, she insists she is only a failed one and accepts whatever punishment awaits. Laura jokingly threatens anyone who harms Ryoma, while Sarah accuses him of using unfair questioning. Misunderstanding his intentions, Sakuya snaps that two slaves should already satisfy him, prompting everyone else to burst into laughter. Ryoma quickly explains that he captured her purely out of personal curiosity, not for any indecent reason. Sakuya remains suspicious until Ryoma draws his katana and asks why she carries such a similar sword. Looking at her carefully, Ryoma quietly asks whether she might actually be Japanese. Hearing the word Japan, Sakuya instinctively repeats it aloud as everyone nearby watches the unexpected exchange in silence. Ryoma raises his katana once more and asks whether she recognizes it, but Sakuya honestly admits she has never even heard the word, leaving both of them equally astonished. A black-haired woman lies bound with ropes as Ryoma studies her carefully. Her tanned complexion reminds him of himself, while the katana she carried and the name Sakuya immediately capture his attention. Sakuya stares in confusion when Ryoma mentions Japan, admitting she has never heard of such a place. She insists no country by that name exists on the western continent before asking whether Ryoma instead comes from the east. Ryoma recalls a blacksmith who once spoke of eastern craftsmen famous for forging katanas, giving him a possible clue. Sakuya corrects him, explaining that her clan has always remained on the western continent and that the katana has been passed down through countless generations. An elderly man steps forward and calmly introduces his people as a wandering clan destined to live without a homeland. Kneeling quietly inside the tent, the old man fills the room with tense silence. Sakuya reveals she was ordered to complete the mission if her grandfather failed, shocking the elder until he explains he only wished to guarantee her success. Ryoma's companions immediately prepare to react, but he calmly orders everyone to lower their weapons, joking that he never invited an elderly guest inside. Ryoma remains completely composed. The elder remarks that Ryoma is either remarkably fearless or unimaginably powerful. The elder questions why Ryoma refuses to execute the assassin who attempted to kill him, privately concluding that Ryoma is far from ordinary. Ryoma returns the question, asking why the elder never attempted to capture him. The old man replies that he first wanted to understand Ryoma's true intentions. Ryoma openly reveals that he comes from Re-Earth and believes both of them share a deeper connection. Explaining further, Ryoma says his homeland is called Japan. Intrigued, The elder asks whether he is truly a man from Hinamoto, where warriors were long believed to have abandoned combat. Turning towards Sakuya, the elder unexpectedly orders her to stand and remove her clothing, leaving her completely flustered. Before she can obey, the awkward moment is abruptly interrupted. Elsewhere, a nobleman relaxes in a bath while asking whether the military reorganization has finally been completed. Frustration grows as he learns that 3 full days have passed without progress, despite commanding an army of 60,000 men. He orders troops to reach Heracleon by the following day, only to hear that commoners continue resisting conscription. Reports confirm Sir Kyle's 5,000 soldiers drowned beneath the river Thebes after an unknown thaumaturgy attack, spreading fear of Ryoma Mikoshiba throughout the land. Panic spreads through the enemy camp as officers discover ordinary soldiers somehow know Ryoma's name, information that should have remained secret. Morale continues collapsing until commanders admit only 50,000 troops still obey orders, prompting furious demands to suppress every rumor by force. Across the countryside, weary refugees lament that one disaster after another continues to plague their lives. Elsewhere, horrified onlookers watch a robed figure convulse violently as whispers spread that something demonic has taken control. Under the moonlight, a sword flashes with incredible speed, stopping just short of a young woman's body. The attack merely slices her clothing without drawing blood. Watching closely, the elder praises the flawless restraint behind the strike. Pressing a finger against her shoulder, he points out the tiny bruise left behind, explaining that the precise strike intentionally targeted a vital point. Curious about the technique, the elder asks whether Ryoma used a spear, hand strike. Ryoma instead reveals it was nothing more than a carefully placed knuckle punch. Acknowledging Ryoma could have killed the girl at any moment, the elder praises his restraint. Ryoma then asks about her clan and whether she might one day inherit its leadership. Ryoma further questions whether her people descend from those summoned into this world long ago, leaving everyone stunned. The elder quietly explains that their ancestors first arrived roughly 500 years earlier after being summoned from another world. He reveals that an entire village crossed over together, making every member of the clan a descendant of those original settlers. Ryoma wonders whether any other Japanese descendants still exist somewhere in this world, while quietly reflecting on his own strange fate. The elder explains their clan has always specialized in espionage rather than warfare, leading Ryoma to realize they are essentially ninjas. Silence lingers as the elder quietly acknowledges Ryoma's conclusion. Impressed by Ryoma's insight, the elder praises his intelligence while Ryoma apologizes for asking so many questions. Finally introducing himself as Geno Igasaki, the old man expresses genuine admiration for Ryoma. Guessing Ryoma's intentions towards Sakuya, Geno unexpectedly offers both himself and his granddaughter as allies, leaving Ryoma speechless. Having failed her mission and been spared execution, Sakuya quietly struggles with the choice placed before her. Unable to abandon unfinished duty, she resolves to continue forward despite the danger, honoring the principles Genu taught her. Genu promises to persuade the clan elders himself, believing their centuries of wandering may finally be ending. 7 days later, Sakuya admits she still feels uneasy trusting Geno's clan so completely. Ryoma asks whether she means her own grandfather's people. Her gaze settles on the katana resting in Ryoma's hands, its polished blade reflecting the light. Ryoma openly admires the craftsmanship, asking whether she agrees it is a magnificent weapon. Sakuya sharply reminds him that the very people offering friendship once came to assassinate him, leaving Ryoma briefly speechless. Ryoma admits events unfolded more quickly than expected, revealing he intended to release her from the beginning. Holding up the katana, he calls it a symbol of friendship from her clan. Sakuya immediately accuses him of allowing a single sword to purchase his loyalty. Ryoma replies that he trusts the ninja clan far more than the kingdom's knights, recalling how those same knights once branded him a villain, despite protecting the princess. Sakuya mutters that Bolts would probably understand her frustration far better than Ryoma ever could. Ryoma points out she also received a fine spear from the clan, then hurriedly backtracks after she accuses him of favoring another woman. Finally calming down, Sakuya agrees to cooperate as long as every step is taken carefully, believing skilled intelligence agents are exactly what they need. A brief domestic memory surfaces between them, before Sakuya scolds Ryoma for failing to take the discussion seriously. Their conversation ends abruptly when a scout rushes in announcing that the main army of Rodzeria's knights has finally arrived. War banners snap in the wind as the massive force approaches, causing Ryoma's expression to harden stepping confidently from the dock. An armored commander greets Ryoma with a smile, asking whether he has been waiting long. Ryoma quietly turns to face the newcomer, as rows of soldiers and familiar allies watch in complete silence. The stillness settles across the river until the long-awaited promise finally stands ready to be fulfilled. Duke Gelhart summoned Hodrum before him, his patience already worn thin. He wanted to believe there had been some mistake, some misunderstanding he could still walk back from. Hodrum's demand cut through the tension. Command of the entire army handed over to him, no exceptions. General Kale stood nearby, unmoved. He reminded the Duke plainly that battles meant to be won had slipped through their fingers under his leadership, and the earlier defeat only confirmed it. Gelhart's composure shattered. He accused Hodrum of cowardice, of scrambling for protection only to turn around and demand power the moment he sensed weakness. Hodrum's thoughts sharpened behind a calm mask. He intended to bleed every advantage he could from this moment, counting Gelhart's 2,000 knights against his own force, 10 times larger, and still growing. A quiet voice cut through the room. Kale declared his support for General Albrecht instead, siding against the man he once served. He repeated it without flinching, insisting military authority belonged with Albrecht, now refusing to soften the blow a second time. Murmurs rippled through the gathered officers. Kale argued that facing an enemy who had already defeated him once meant a stronger commander needed to take his place. Gelhart's disbelief turned toward Hodrum, accusing him of pulling Kale to his side. Shock spread across Gelhart's face as the pieces fell into place. He hadn't seen the betrayal coming from that direction at all. Kale faced him without apology, admitting the defeat had been his to bear, and that he wouldn't allow such disgrace to repeat itself under his own command. Gelhart pressed him, demanding to know what disgrace he was even referring to. Insisting Kale still failed to grasp the weight of leading knights. Kale turned his back on the Duke entirely, reminding him coldly that he held no crown and had never truly understood warfare himself. He added that Gelhart couldn't even see how deep the insult against his honor had cut. Gelhart shot back, reminding Hodrum that every horse, soldier, and resource under his command had been lent, not given. He was still the employer here. Hodrum, unbothered, admitted plainly that he'd do whatever was necessary to secure victory. Kyle's patience broke entirely. Better to betray Gelhart now than die serving a man who understood nothing about war, he said, ending his loyalty on the spot. Hodrum's laughter rang out, mocking gratitude dripping from every word as he thanked Kale for holding him in such high esteem. Albrecht offered his own hand next, pledging his soldiers to guarantee the coming victory, and the room erupted in cheers celebrating their new alliance. Alone in his study, Gelhart slumped over his desk, one word escaping him. Why? He asked where it had all unraveled, wondering why no one remained loyal to his side. Bitterness consumed him, calling House Gelhart's bloodline glorious, even as barbarians turned against him, until a voice interrupted, urging him to lift his head, and his eyes snapped toward the one man still standing before him. A hand shot out from the shadows, gripping desperately as Gelhart pleaded for help, admitting he had nowhere else left to turn. The figure holding him offered false comfort, claiming a plan was already in motion even as orders from the mainland revealed the real goal, stretching the civil war out for half a year, a scheme now falling apart with Albrecht seizing control of the army. Elsewhere, tension simmered among the officers discussing the enemy commander. Warnings about the flood tactic that had crushed Kale, alongside whispers of the man's skill, only irritated the listener further, who snapped that he needed no reminder. He demanded whether the rumors surrounding the so-called demon of Heraclion were fabricated entirely, and got his answer. They were invented on purpose, since fear planted in commoners' hearts rarely fades easily once it takes root. Samanun pushed back, asking what option remained if that tactic failed, hinting that the enemy commander likely had more than one trick prepared. A soldier suggested turning those very rumors to their own advantage, instead of dismissing them. But the response was blunt. There was no point in trying. Far from the plotting nobles, Ryoma stood overlooking the encampment below, his gaze steady as Sarah called out to him from behind. She wondered aloud whether the enemy intended to settle things out on the open plains, since there had been no signs of an attack on their own camp. Ryoma turned the thought over, reasoning that fighting on grain, producing land would gut the enemy's harvest and tax income for the year, which made the plains a costly gamble for them. Behind him, further calculations unfolded, with the princess now commanding several knight orders. Their side likely held stronger leadership, and most of the opposing force amounted to conscripted peasants already worn down by rumors damaging their morale. On open terrain, raw strength alone might decide the battle, tilting the odds in their favor. Sarah's excitement burst out first, celebrating what she saw as a coming victory, while Ryoma offered only a hesitant agreement, and the sisters behind her looked on in quiet surprise. Samanon called Ryoma's name from the fence line, pulling him from his thoughts. He admitted that everything seemed to be going almost too smoothly, and that unease had settled in because of it. A cheerful voice greeted Helena as she climbed toward the lookout, though her expression remained unreadable while a soldier below waved. Suddenly Helena tossed her sword to Chris without warning, then leapt from the wall, sending Chris scrambling in surprised confusion as he called out after her. Landing dramatically, Helena declared herself the Knight of Darkness, the one destined to return the world to nothing before fading away, announcing her own arrival with theatrical flair as Helena Steiner. Basking in the spotlight, she admitted she loved being stationed at the front lines since it kept her sharp, while Ryoma remarked dryly on how different she seemed compared to her usual brooding self back in the capital. She complimented the stronghold's construction, surprised he'd managed to build it so quickly, but Ryoma brushed the praise aside, insisting it wasn't anything special. Helena teased that too much modesty could look like bragging in disguise, adding that Her Highness would surely be pleased with the results regardless. The mood shifted when Mikhail's name came up. Ryoma confirmed he had ordered him only to observe and report, yet the man had attacked instead, leaving his fate uncertain. Ryoma revealed Mikhail had also been assigned to watch Helena, prompting her outrage at the protocol violation, though she brushed off any worry that the princess might suspect her, since Mikhail had served Her Highness since childhood and likely understood her better than anyone present. Ryoma agreed to let the matter rest for now, though Helena decided otherwise, telling him plainly she intended to report the whole incident to Princess Lupus, regardless of what he preferred. Night settled over the camp as guards stood watch near the royal tent. Inside, Lupus sat quietly while a hooded figure knelt before her, and her expression hardened the moment their eyes met. Her hand clenched at her side as the report reached her. She acknowledged it calmly on the surface, but the tension in her face betrayed how deeply the news had struck. Wanting solitude, Lupus apologized to those around her, admitting she simply needed to be alone that night, and Meltina accepted the request with quiet understanding. Left by herself, her thoughts drifted back to a memory of Mikhail, younger and gentler, reaching toward her with warmth she clearly still treasured. In that memory, flowers crowned her hair as she begged him silently to stay alive, the recollection cutting through her composure. A voice broke the stillness, startling her from the memory as it addressed her directly, asking whether it found her in a moment of sorrow. Alarmed, she demanded to know who was there, snapping out of her grief and back into focus. A cloaked figure stepped forward from the shadows, silent and deliberate, closing the distance between them. Panic flared as she called for help, crying out that an assassin had infiltrated her tent, desperate for anyone nearby to hear. The intruder calmly informed her that no one would come, revealing he had already used thaumaturgy to put every guard outside to sleep, leaving her utterly alone with him. Then came the offer that stole her breath entirely, a guarantee of Mikhail's survival, if she was willing to listen to what he wanted in exchange. The stranger introduced himself with an unsettling smile as a Kitake Sudo, claiming he had come only to negotiate a trade, dangling the fate of this entire war against Mikhail's life. Suspicion sharpened her features as she demanded to know who he truly was, accusing him outright of coming here to blackmail her. Sudo admitted the truth without hesitation, warning that depending on how she chose to answer, he might not be able to guarantee Mikhail's safety at all, leaving everything to rest on her next words. Night falls over a war camp as a lone intruder settles among the fallen guards, introducing himself calmly as nothing more than a messenger acting on behalf of someone else. An old man, laughing about how tiring it was to swim upstream just to slip past the base's defenses, addresses the man in front of him as the commander stationed there, Miko Shiba. Young woman with pale hair studies the stranger's face, unsettled by the fact that he crossed guarded waters entirely alone. Gripping his weapon, Mikoshiba demands a straight answer instead of games, and the old man finally admits he serves Duke Gelhart. Chuckling about the weight of age, the visitor asks permission to sit, claiming the truth behind his visit is more complicated than it appears. He cuts through the pleasantries, revealing that Duke Gelhart is considering pledging loyalty to Princess Lupus. Startled by the claim, Lupus questions it immediately, while Mikoshiba tries to clarify that surrender, not allegiance, was the real intention. Lupus recalls the Duke's betrayal, how he presented a stranger as his illegitimate daughter and used her to challenge her own claim to power. Anger rises in her voice as she insists the man who plunged the kingdom into turmoil deserves nothing but the harshest judgment. Before the conversation can continue, a question about trustworthy allies is cut short by a sudden attack slicing through the tent. Metal rings against metal as Lupus, startled, watches something deflect just short of striking her. The old man, now cornered, remarks dryly on the cruelty of attacking an intruder without warning, recognizing the weapon as a chakram only one person could wield. Mikoshiba's blade comes down hard, cutting through the darkness as he calls out the man's name with grim certainty. Steel drives forward in a sharp thrust, the assassin's grin never fading even as the blow lands close, refusing to keep hiding. Mikoshiba challenges the man to reveal himself, while Lupus watches in shock as the tense fabric is sliced apart around them. Amid the chaos, a soldier confirms the princess's safety, apologizing in advance before pressing forward with the fight. Fire erupts violently across the camp, its roar swallowing the night sky as Mikoshiba stands facing the blaze. Panic spreads as orders are shouted to fetch water, but Lupus suddenly cries out for the assassin to be spared, desperate to question him first. Confused by the request, a soldier questions whether saving the enemy is truly what she wants, warning that it may already be too late. Flames consume everything in sight, and someone quietly remarks that this welcome was far more excessive than it needed to be. Smoke still clings to the ruined camp as the old man dusts off his scorched cloak, complaining that his favorite suit has been ruined, and accusing Mikoshiba of taking things too far. Down by the riverbank, the intruder strolls forward, as if greeting an old friend, delighted that Mikoshiba finally showed himself, then bluntly asks whether he is even human. Sparks fly as the exchange turns cold, the old man mocking Mikoshiba's silence, and needling him to keep talking instead of freezing up. Blades collide in a violent flurry, sending both fighters crashing through the wooden platform, while soldiers shout for Mikoshiba to stop. Catching his breath, Mikoshiba points out that their weapons aren't equally matched, offering to settle things another time. But the old man refuses to be reasoned with and presses the attack again. Recognizing the incoming strike as an advanced technique, the stance of fire, Mikoshiba realizes he cannot afford to fall here and leaps upward to counter, ignoring the warning cry behind him. Lupus begs him to stop, insisting she can explain everything herself, but Mikoshiba refuses to lower his blade without a reason. Sheathing his sword with a huff, the old man mutters his disapproval as Lupus steps forward to take control of the conversation. Standing before the tent once more, the old man introduces himself properly, explaining that Duke Gelhart intends to release Sir Mikhail Vanash, held captive in Heraclion, as a gesture of good faith toward Princess Lupus. The revelation lands heavily on Mikoshiba and Meltina, both stunned into silence as the offer hangs in the air. Lupus turns to Mikoshiba, admitting she wants to hear his true opinion despite already sensing what he might say, since everyone already knows she leans toward mercy. He recalls how the nobles have pinned the entire rebellion on a man named Albrecht, using him as a scapegoat to shield themselves, and wonders whether even Meltina, being close to the situation, has been withholding the full truth from Lupus. Before he can finish forming the thought, Meltina interrupts with a sharp objection, calling the whole arrangement absurd. Lupus rises abruptly from her seat, silencing the room, while Mikoshiba warns her not to act rashly. Meltina pleads with her not to upset herself, reminding her that she still has a future to protect. Lupus lowers her eyes, weighing the danger that accepting Gelhart's allegiance could mean recognizing the illegitimate princess as well, opening the door to yet another uprising. Her thoughts drift back to childhood, to memories of running across the castle grounds beside Mikhail, and she wonders quietly if he still remembers those days too. She reasons that Mikhail, as a seasoned commander, understands the cost of defeat, and likely has no desire to drag Rhodesia into further unrest. Turning to a soldier named Pseudo, she gives her order without hesitation: tell Mikhail to end his own life where he stands. The room erupts in shock as someone recognizes the woman before them as Helena Steiner, Rhodesia's ivory goddess of war, and Lupus demands to know what is truly happening. Lupus snaps back at the accusation, insisting that saving the king must come before anything else, her voice rising as the others stare at her in stunned silence. Catching herself mid-outburst, she stammers that she was only speaking hypothetically and quickly backs away from the extreme statement she just made. Composing herself, Lupus thanks Helena for her honesty, acknowledging that as one of her knights, her perspective carries real weight, weighing her options. Lupus admits Mikhail is one of the few people she still trusts, yet insists she has no choice but to let him pay for his crimes to protect Rhodesia's future. Mikoshiba speaks up cautiously, suggesting it might be wise to accept Duke Gelhart's proposal after all. He adds a condition, though. The Duke should lose his title, pay reparations, and be barred from court for several years, and Lupus thanks him for the suggestion. The old man agrees to the terms without protest, while Mikoshiba notes that with Mikhail's life at stake, it counts as a fair trade. Simonin brings up the 2,500 knights still under Albrecht's command, and the old man confirms the arrangement, sealing it as fire lights up the camp once more. Reflecting on the deal, they agree fighting now would devastate the grain, producing lands and risk inviting invasion or another civil war entirely, despite the risks. Resolve settles in as they confirm the true objective is close. The march on Heraclion is about to begin. Simonon quietly acknowledges that this next battle will be the last one standing between them and peace. Cavalry stretches across the horizon as knights ride out in formation, banners and cloaks trailing behind them in the wind. Steadying herself with a deep breath, Lupus stands before her army and calls for the order to march. Her hand rises sharply as the single command cuts through the silence. Forward. Panic spreads through a besieged town as word breaks out that war has erupted. Frightened residents huddle together, terrified of an approaching figure they call a demon, said to have massacred everyone along the Thebes riverbank without discrimination between soldier and civilian. Princess Lupus rides at the head of her assembled army, giving the order to advance. Her forces set their sights on Heraclion, determined to bring down General Hadram Albrecht. Watching the marching columns from a distance, Ryoma remarks on how fired up the soldiers seem. Beside him, S984 asks whether they should also start preparing to join the march. Ryoma waves off the idea. He explains that with their numbers now greater than the enemy's, there is no need to throw themselves into the assault on Heraclion, especially since a man named Pseudo has already used Duke Gelhart's sworn loyalty to convince several nobles to abandon the fight. Elsewhere, Meltina and Helena look out over the dwindling camp, wondering just who this mysterious man truly is. Only Albrecht's remaining soldiers, and those too slow to flee, are left standing. Back with Ryoma's group, an old retainer named Geno arrives, confirming his presence. Ryoma notes that with him around, Lupus's side can be trusted to handle Heraclion on their own. The elder acknowledges that Ryoma's earlier forecast turned out to be accurate, leaving his granddaughter visibly impressed by his foresight. Through information gathered from a merchant who had recently left Albrecht's residence, it becomes clear the general has been quietly selling off his belongings, deeds, and clothing alike. Ryoma and his companion piece together that Albrecht is liquidating his assets into hard currency, accepting nothing but coin, most likely to fund an escape. Further reports reveal Albrecht has also been purchasing large quantities of pickled vegetables and other preserved staples, matching exactly what Helena had predicted he would do. Ryoma points out that armies normally rely on logistics units to handle food supply, prompting confusion from his companion about what he is implying. Discussing it further, they note that no commander would typically go out and buy provisions personally, functioning instead, like his own private supply chain. The pieces fall into place. Albrecht isn't just retreating with his army, he is arranging to flee the country entirely, securing funds and food through merchants on his own. Suddenly, Helena appears on the battlefield, catching everyone off guard, since all attention had been locked on Heraclion, while Albrecht slipped away unnoticed. Ryoma questions why she isn't with Lupus's marching forces. Meltina chimes in, branding Albrecht a scumbag for abandoning his own troops. Helena clarifies she was never assigned to that unit, since retreating would have crushed morale had she been. Meltina suddenly clutches her stomach, claiming sudden pain. Ryoma immediately calls her out, accusing her of faking illness, to her flustered denial. Helena explains the trick boosted morale among the worried soldiers, who wept and vowed to win for their ailing princess. Ryoma laughs at how she read Heraclion's inner workings so well, and Helena credits it simply to the wisdom that comes with age. Ryoma reassures those around him, noting he has capable subordinates he can depend on for what is coming. A soldier raises the question of where Albrecht might be heading, since the highway splits south, southeast, southwest, and west. Meltina wonders aloud whether he even has anywhere left to go, while another notes he'd gathered a substantial sum to fund his escape. Studying a map, Ryoma concludes the general will head south if he intends to leave the country. Pressed for his reasoning, he prepares to explain. The answer lies with Albrecht's wife, a noblewoman, hailing from the southern kingdom of Tarjamin, while Albrecht's convoy rushes along a mountain road, wagons rattling as riders flank them. Inside, he anxiously asks his aide Kale whether anyone is pursuing them. Confident no one has noticed their absence yet, Albrecht congratulates himself on escaping in time. His mind turns bitterly to Lupus and Gelhart, vowing they'll regret humiliating him. In a memory or vision, Gelhart addresses Lupus and Helena directly, saying he'd have spared them as fellow knights had, they simply stayed retired, but their defiance sealed their fate, even as Heraclion now faces an assault. Albrecht gloats over how the panicked peasants fled the city the moment rumors spread about the demon of Heraclion, leaving it completely abandoned for the attacking army to find empty. He laughs heartily, boasting that there is no need to panic when one is as thoroughly prepared as he is. Riding alongside the fleeing carriages, his knights ask after the well-being of the general's family, hoping they're faring well on the journey. Albrecht instructs his men to treat two particular passengers with special care, calling them his ace in the hole, especially his daughter, who is set to marry Tarja's prince. He explains his plan to maintain strong ties with Tarja to regain power and turn the tide back in his favor, promising his loyal men positions as royal guards once he succeeds. Night falls over the traveling group as Albrecht, announces they'll depart again at sunrise, urging everyone to rest. He invites Kale to share a drink for morale, but Kale declines, admitting he doesn't handle alcohol well. Albrecht muses over the fish from the Thebes, pairing it with drink, savoring the thought before preparing for the next day's travel. Kale suddenly senses something amiss, prompting Albrecht to ask what is wrong. Flaming arrows suddenly rain down on the camp. Chaos erupts as the group realizes they're under attack, with soldiers scrambling to protect the general and his family. Kale orders the carriage to flee toward Tarja while he buys them time, noting the fire hasn't yet reached the mountain road. Amid tearful farewells, the group urges each other to stay safe as the carriages pull away toward Tarja's capital. A lone armored figure advances through the burning forest, as the remaining soldiers brace themselves, shields raised, forming a defensive line against the coming threat. Ambush strikes swiftly as a blade cuts down toward the general's position, an attacker landing the surprise blow while shouting that they've found their target. Steel clashes against steel, the impact ringing out as one fighter crumples from the force of the counter. Sizing up his opponent's stance, Albrecht recognizes real skill beneath the assailant's movements, questioning whether he is merely dealing with a common bandit as thunder spirits stir nearby. Lightning erupts in a violent burst as the invoked power tears through the surroundings, the caster pledging blood in exchange for strength to strike down the enemy. Smoke billows from the blast as a voice confirms the hit landed, though the outcome remains unclear amid the haze. Unshaken, Albrecht declares that verbal thaumaturgy holds no power over him, his shield and armor built specifically to resist such magic. His attackers note that he clearly isn't going to let himself be finished off easily, acknowledging the rare blend of martial skill and enchanted gear he wields. He refuses to yield, ordering them to leave. Albrecht insists mere bandits could never claim his head, warning them off while offering to overlook their assault if they retreat. His remaining attacker weighs the option, unwilling to simply walk away from the fight. Recognition dawns as the fortress commander is named among the attackers, and someone reacts in shock realizing it is truly Kale Iruna standing before them. The one they call the Devil of Heracleon. The masked stranger reveals his true identity as Ryoma Mikoshiba, promising his name won't matter for long once he is finished with his opponent. The chapter shifts into Helena's revenge, opening on a tense standoff as one man is addressed simply as boy. Elsewhere, Ryoma checks on Leon, who confirms she only twisted her ankle. He orders her to regroup with Laura and hunt down any stragglers, giving a chilling command to leave no one alive. Warnings pass between allies about the enemy's dangerous combination of martial thaumaturgy and resistant armor, urging caution, while Kao pleads with someone to flee the scene. An old warrior vows that these young fighters won't stand in his lord's way, swinging his blade with practiced precision. In a flashback, a solemn vow is recalled, ending the ongoing civil war, with one man asking to be trusted with the task, and receiving quiet gratitude in return. Reflecting on the stakes, it becomes clear this confrontation was a gamble Kale desperately needed to win in order to survive. The enemy knight raised his great shield, mocking Ryoma's slender blade, and boasting that thaumaturgy made his defense impossible to break. Steel met steel as Ryoma darted forward, his speed catching the armored man off guard. Watching from the sidelines, allies noted how disciplined his swordsmanship looked despite the chaos, and how strange it was that raw magic could reinforce a man's body so completely. Doubts lingered about whether anyone could break through that shield in single combat. Ryoma refused to accept defeat before trying, driving his blade toward a gap he'd spotted beneath the metal plating. A memory surfaced of Ryoma's old training, of a mentor once telling him that a katana wasn't meant to be swung from the wrist, but from the whole body, with total focus on the cut. His footwork shifted, weight sinking low, as he closed the distance again. Ryoma surged upward with a battle cry, blade drawn back for a decisive strike against the towering shield bearer. He planned his approach carefully, intending to absorb the enemy's swing first before capitalizing on the opening. Every ounce of concentration went into targeting a single, precise point. The clash ended in a scream, as Ryoma's sword found its mark, cutting past the knight's guard. The wounded knight reeled, stunned that his supposedly unbreakable defense had failed. Ryoma explained calmly that he'd braced against the ground itself, channeling that leverage into the blade, a technique carried over from his homeland. The dying man muttered about rotten luck, regretting he wouldn't survive long enough to reach safety, while praising the katana that had undone him. Before succumbing to his wounds, the knight accused Ryoma of arrogance, claiming he leaned too heavily on strength and magic. He recognized the same warning had once been given to a man named Mikhail, and demanded to know if Ryoma had lured him into that trap deliberately. Ryoma denied setting up Mikhail, but conceded that a lie had drawn them into this war. He revealed the truth. Wallace had been used as a decoy to smuggle Princess Radine to safety. Bitterness colored the knight's final words, recalling how his low-ranked party had been forced into a conflict that wasn't theirs, exploited because a silver-haired girl traveled with them, used as bait to trick Mikhail into attacking. Ryoma admitted he'd survived only through luck, nothing more. As the knight's strength failed, he asked to face Ryoma one final time, wanting to die fighting like a true knight, and requested one last favor. Gratitude passed between them before the end, and Ryoma simply agreed. Blood splattered across the rooftop as the fight reached its conclusion under a pale moon. Elsewhere, a fierce swordswoman cut down another knight, while defending a general's family, earning recognition as Rhodziria's ivory goddess of war. Lady Helena's forces confirmed the operation had gone exactly as planned, allowing General Albrecht's group to be cornered. She praised Ryoma's flawless execution of the strategy. Helena spoke of a promise made before entering this war, one she could only keep by returning alive, unsettling those around her. Word spread across the battlefield that General Albrecht had finally been captured. General Albrecht's men were ordered to spare his wife and daughter, prompting relief from the family, while Albrecht recognized the young captor as a commoner, born soldier he'd once scorned in his own unit. Sneering at his face, Albrecht offered his surrender, though bitterness lingered over the man's earlier defection. Shaken, Albrecht demanded to be taken before Princess Lupus, insisting his surrender guaranteed him a proper trial, and accusing a rival named Gelhardt of deceiving him. Ryoma noted that Albrecht hadn't changed at all, drawing outrage from soldiers who couldn't believe a general entrusted with lives would stoop to lying. The name Hodram Albrecht hung heavy over the exchange. Albrecht turned on Helena, accusing her of hypocrisy, for forgetting the days she once led the assault on Heracleon. Stunned that this hardened commander was truly the woman he remembered, he recalled that she'd been striking once, back when they'd competed for the rank of general, then dismissed the memory, remarking coldly on how the years had worn her down. Albrecht's contempt sharpened further, mocking her popularity among common soldiers, and accusing her of poaching men from his unit, sneering that the effeminate boy standing nearby had been one of them. His insults provoked fury among those listening. Helena's tone turned commanding as she told Albrecht to rise and face what was coming, refusing to yield his dignity. Albrecht demanded exile instead of execution, insisting his surrender entitled him to leniency. Helena read through his strategy instantly, recognizing that he was banking on the princess's mercy to save his life, calling his scheming shameless. She addressed him formally as General Albrecht, acknowledging with cold irony that his resolve to cling to survival was almost admirable. With a chilling smile, Helena declared that the general had died bravely in single combat, framing his death as an honorable duel forced upon her. She called on Chris to confirm her account as witness, prompting his hesitant agreement even as Albrecht recoiled, accusing her of madness for staging his execution as a fabricated duel. Helena offered him her blade, calling it the only mercy she owed him for having once spared her life. Albrecht raged that she was violating the law by denying him his promised trial, accusing her of hiding behind rules only when convenient after trampling over everyone who'd once supported her. He threatened to drag his wife and daughter into death alongside him, vowing they'd join him in the afterlife as he swung his blade toward Helena, who moved to strike first. Steel came down as Albrecht's final plea for his family's safety was cut short mid-sentence. Rain fell over the silence following his death, marking the end of the confrontation. Grief broke through Helena's composure, as she thought of Saria and murmured the word beloved, watching Ryoma walk away with the surviving soldiers. Memory surfaced of a quieter moment between Helena and Ryoma when she'd asked him to promise her something, uncertain whether that vow could still be kept. Back in the present, Helena turned toward Chris, calling his name as the weight of everything that happened settled over the battlefield. Word came that Hodram's wife and daughter had also been executed, a decision Helena claimed full responsibility for, refusing to let the disgrace fall on anyone else. A soldier tried to comfort her, insisting she'd carried out her duty with honor and hadn't become a villain like the man she'd killed. Helena brushed off the losses coldly, calling them simply unlucky. Behind closed doors, an official account was already being prepared, claiming the wife and daughter had conspired to escape alongside Hodram and attack the pursuing knights, leaving the soldiers no choice but to strike them down. Accepting the story without protest, the listener let the matter rest as rain continued falling over the empty field, the moment closing on a single heavy footstep miles away. A young noblewoman traveling into the city grew alarmed by the state of the streets, and word reached her that Princess Lupus had arrived. Reports followed of scattered soldiers and a handful of governing nobles who'd failed to flee in time, still hiding within a city now standing nearly abandoned. Riding through the streets, commanders spoke of ending the conflict without further bloodshed, confident that suppressing the last holdouts would finally bring the war to a close. One voice quietly admitted disbelief that everything was truly over, especially since she felt she hadn't contributed anything herself. With General Hodrom, Albrecht's death marking the fall of the rebellion's ringleader, the civil war that had torn Rhodesia apart for months finally reached its end. Alone on an open road, Ryoma walked on, a faint unease trailing behind him despite the war's conclusion. War trumpets sounded across the battlefield as Queen Lupus rode at the front of her army, her expression tense amid the roar of celebration around her. Crowds packed the capital streets to welcome her home, cheering the Princess General, whose leadership had ended the war before it could drag on any longer. Nearby, Lady Helena and Lady Meltina drew their own share of admiration, praised as the capable women now guarding the kingdom's defense and its royal knights. Whispers spread through the crowd about Sir Chris, and about the woman who had reportedly claimed the head of the traitor, Hodram, fulfilling a long-held goal. Further down the parade route, the mood shifted. Battle-worn mercenaries marched past, their scars and missing limbs drawing uneasy stares from the watching citizens. Rumors swirled about one mercenary in particular, a man said to curse anyone who met his gaze, and always surrounded by women wherever he went. Others claimed the queen had personally hired this monster, a detail that struck several onlookers as reckless given the man's fearsome reputation. Two men in the crowd exchanged a nervous glance, realizing the giant figure standing nearby might be the very person everyone was gossiping about. That figure was Ryoma Mikoshiba, known across the battlefield as the Demon of Herakleon, a young man whose calm bearing barely matched the legend surrounding him. Inside the castle, Queen Lupus stood by a window overlooking the courtyard, quietly wondering how she should handle the man responsible for her victory. Her advisors reviewed his achievements. Ryoma had recruited Count Bergstone and Count Zelef early on, securing noble support, then reinstated General Helena to strengthen the royal knights. His maneuvering had also ended General Albrecht's scheming, forcing his exile and returning full control of the knights back to the crown. At the river Thebes, he had drowned a force 10 times larger than his own, and at Heraklion, he predicted Hodram's escape attempt and ended both his life and Kale's. One advisor noted that Ryoma had won the war almost single-handedly, destroying 20,000 enemy soldiers with a small force and claiming 2 commanders' heads in the process. Another pointed out that despite the baseless rumors trailing his name into other nations, the attention only seemed to boost the kingdom's reputation further. As promised, Ryoma had guided them to victory, and in return, a messenger had been sent to clear the false charges once held against him by the guild. Still, Wallace's involvement in the plot against Ryoma could never be proven, so he remained in custody only until the war's aftermath was fully settled. Meltina raised the idea of promoting Ryoma to knighthood, but doubted the honor would match the scale of what he had actually accomplished for the crown. Mikhail could have silenced the nobles opposing such a reward, she added, but with him under house arrest, no one held enough authority to suppress their objections. Another advisor suggested that granting Ryoma a post in national defense would cost the nobility one less position to fight over among themselves. Meltina admitted Ryoma remained a dependable ally for now, though a coup led by Radine's faction could change everything if he ever switched sides. His 500 troops obeyed no one else, and Lupus worried that once assembled, such a force might prove impossible to stop. Sirius pointed out that even loyal men could betray their cause eventually, though Meltina couldn't picture Ryoma turning against them, while Lady Helena remained on their side. He suggested that Helena herself might be persuaded to assassinate him if asked, a notion that left the room tense and silent. Meltina objected fiercely, insisting Ryoma trusted Helena deeply and might lower his guard entirely, never suspecting the woman he trusted the most. Lupus dismissed the plan as reckless, warning that pushing Helena toward Ryoma's side risked losing both of them as enemies instead of allies. Before the argument could continue, an attendant interrupted, announcing that a man named Pseudo had arrived and was requesting an audience with the queen. Lupus allowed him inside, and moments later a portly, oddly cheerful noble stepped through the doors, greeting her with exaggerated formality. Meltina eyed him with open contempt, surprised he still had the nerve to show his face anywhere near Her Highness after everything that happened. Pseudo brushed off her hostility, claiming he'd only come to celebrate the queen's ascension and swearing he carried no hidden agenda this time. He teased Meltina about her tense expression, insisting he'd kept every promise he'd made, and questioning why she still refused to trust him. Watching her reaction, he guessed correctly that the unresolved question of how to handle Ryoma Mikoshiba was the true source of her unease. He admitted he'd worried Ryoma might overwhelm her back when they first crossed paths, though her composure now proved she'd grown since then. Sirius cut in bluntly, stating that killing Ryoma was never an option, nor could they promote him too high or let him leave for another country. Pseudo remarked that empty flattery wouldn't solve anything, prompting Meltina to snap at him and Lupus to warn them both to mind their tone. When Pseudo hinted he might already have a solution, Lupus agreed to hear him out, provided he was willing to commit to it fully. He praised her generosity theatrically, calling the kingdom's future bright, even as Sirius watched him with visible irritation from across the room. Lupus acknowledged that Ryoma remained a genuine threat, yet agreed they couldn't afford carelessness in deciding how to reward or restrain him. Unable to act while he stayed in the country or sent him elsewhere, the council searched for a place close enough to keep him watched. At last, a formal ceremony was held. Ryoma knelt before the throne, as Lupus granted him the noble title of Baron and the wild, untamed Wertenia Peninsula as his domain. Lupus watched him with a sharp, unreadable gaze as murmurs spread among the gathered nobles, none of them certain what her final decision meant. She warned him not to think ill of her, admitting he'd become too troublesome to release freely, and ordered him to stay caged in his new post for now. Ryoma grumbled under his breath, convinced the queen had played a nasty trick on him as he stared out over the unfamiliar mountain range. His companions admitted they never expected things to end this way, agreeing that the nobles had screwed them over far worse than anticipated. He compared himself to Liu Bang after Xiang Yu's demotion, insisting they should have fled the capital the moment they sensed the danger coming. One of them asked who Han Xin even was, prompting Ryoma to sigh and promise a longer explanation once they had time to spare. Still, someone pointed out it was probably better than sharing Han Xin's fate, a grim comfort considering how that story had ended. Another companion complained the land looked enormous, but carried only bad rumors, wondering aloud why Ryoma hadn't simply refused the reward outright. Kyoko countered that it wasn't entirely bad news, since he'd risen from a low-ranking soldier to a genuine, titled noble almost overnight. Ryoma worried that fleeing now would undo everything he'd built to break free of the Ultermia Empire's grip, with too many people already tied to his choices. Contacting the guild directly would end his ability to work with them at all, should the queen ever decide to interfere with his contracts. Before their conversation could go further, Helena approached and thanked him warmly, offering to return a favor after everything he had done for her. He insisted he couldn't drag her reputation through the mud by accepting, but she remained firm, ready to repay him. Regardless of his protests, he reminded everyone that he intended to keep his promise to duel her once the war had ended, a vow both women reacted to with visible alarm. Helena teased that fighting on horseback would have suited her better, though Ryoma admitted he'd never been any good around horses in the first place. He asked that, should he lose, she look after everyone else in his stead, since as a noble she now carried that kind of responsibility. Their blades met beneath the open sky, Ryoma's strike echoing what Helena recognized instantly as his so-called stance of fire. Rather than pressing the fight further, she offered him a rain check with a faint smile, catching her breath after the brief exchange. He accused her of shamelessly scheming to distract him from despair, though she brushed off the accusation and simply declared the match his win. Genuinely curious, he admitted he wanted to know what she was truly like as a warrior, calling her approach reckless yet strangely admirable for someone so composed. Helena admitted she was truly no match for him in a real fight, yet declared her genuine belief that no challenge waiting in Wertenia would ever overcome him. Carrying a child on his shoulders, Ryoma stood atop the cliff with his companions gathered around him as she cheered him onward, calling out for her son to go forth and claim the land ahead. Two detectives, Tachibana and Kusuda, walked a residential street beneath crows circling overhead, bickering about whether another visit to a family's home would be worth the trip. The pair reviewed what little they had gathered. A missing boy's relatives had cooperated fully with the investigation, showing nothing that hinted at wrongdoing on their part. A group of students gathered near a namesake board reading, Mikoshiba, insisting the search continue, no matter how many attempts it took. One boy argued the disappearance defied explanation, as if the missing student had vanished into thin air. Far from that world, a barren peninsula stretched across the map. Though technically part of the kingdom of Rhodesia, the region functioned as a penal colony where no ordinary person chose to live. Aya Fortress stood beneath a pale moon on that same land, home to monsters, humans, and pirates, who used its coastline as a hideout. A pale-haired woman smiled, certain the man sent there would never leave again. In a quiet parlor, two men reflected on how thoroughly their plans had unraveled, marveling that the mercenary they'd underestimated had ended up entangled in Rhodesia's rebellion. Elsewhere, a bald man voiced frustration at having personally guided Gaius Valkland's killer straight into that same troubled kingdom, undoing months of careful maneuvering. A map unfolded, showing 4 fractured territories: Wertenia, Rhodesia, Myast, and Zeruta. Individually weak, disrupting their political balance had once seemed like the key to conquest. A woman noted that seizing all three kingdoms would let their empire dominate the continent, finally breaking the stalemate with rival powers to the north and west. A bespectacled man clenched his jaw at the mere mention of the mercenary's name, calling him a plague who had killed their ally and dismantled an entire plot. The woman recalled watching helplessly as her carefully prepared puppet, Radine, was rendered useless by his interference. Memories surfaced of an earlier scheme, poisoning Rodzeria's former king to spark a succession crisis. The plan worked at first, until the mercenary added demands of his own and refused to yield easily. In a triumphant flashback, the young mercenary accepted his new title with exaggerated humility, vowing loyalty to the queen, then casually requesting 1,000,000 gold coins to develop his barony. The absurd figure stunned everyone present, with one advisor noting that not even their empire could produce such a sum at once. The older man chuckled, explaining the outrageous opening demand had merely been a tactic, softening the queen up before revealing his true terms. In the end, he settled for a mere 5,000 gold coins, tax exemption on his new title, and full authority over legislation, diplomacy, economics, and defense in his territory. The bespectacled man calculated the sum's real value, stunned that the queen had agreed to hand over what amounted to 500 million yen. The woman sighed, noting he had effectively turned a minor barony into a full dukedom in every practical sense but name. She observed that the queen's kindness made her an easy target for such manipulation, and that same weakness was exactly what allowed her own faction to interfere as well. Smiling, she called the queen a fool for letting such a dangerous man into her court, while her companion wondered aloud whether this scheme would eventually come back to haunt them. In the royal chambers, advisors weigh the political map. With Rodzeria in turmoil, they conclude the kingdom lacks the strength to send aid to Zaruta. One voice cuts through the tension. This weakness is the opening they have waited for. The queen's gaze sharpens as clouds drift over the castle walls at night. The plan is set in motion. Ultormia will strike into Zaruta while the neighboring kingdom stays crippled and unable to respond. Elsewhere, feathers drift past a window as a woman sits in quiet thought. A companion notices her distant expression and asks if her mind has wandered to Mikoshiba. She confirms it, calculating that he should have already reached Epirus, the fortress city guarding the peninsula's entrance. More than half a month has passed since his departure. Her companion presses further, asking whether she regrets letting him leave without resistance. She answers that her duty now is protecting the queen's authority and the fragile peace of the realm, since the new regime still stands on unstable ground. When the topic shifts to Mikhail's house arrest, she deflects, unwilling to revisit it. Beneath the surface, unease lingers. Even with Radine welcomed into the royal family and Gelhart stripped of his title, the court remains disordered. If anything, conditions seem to be worsening rather than settling. Memories surface of the moment where Tenya was first seen firsthand, and the assumption that Mikoshiba would resent being sent there. One noblewoman laughs with unsettling delight at the thought of getting even with him, while another points out that the queen may have just created a rival instead of an ally. Far from the capital, a sudden sneeze breaks the silence on the road, followed by a quiet wish that if the group ever meets again, things might be different. On the mountain path, a young baron nurses a sore backside from the long ride, drawing teasing laughter from the women traveling with him about the crest they've made for his house. The banner overhead displays a sword crossed with twin serpents, symbolizing strength, paired with cunning. One of the women insists he carry himself with a dignity befitting his new title. The teasing continues as the group bickers over who gets to tend to his aching backside once they reach the inn. Deeper into the mountains, the mercenaries of the Crimson Lion group trudge along, grumbling that a carriage might have spared them this ordeal, though they concede it wouldn't suit a noble's image. Talk turns practical as they discuss stopping at Epirus, the settlement closest to Wertenia, to bathe and gather information about the peninsula, before pressing on. The party reaches the city gates, marveling at the fortified walls, built for more than defense against Zaruta alone. Locals explain that Epirus exists to hold back monster incursions from the peninsula, earning it the nickname, the Lock on Hell's Gates. Standing before its imposing bridge and towers, the group realizes Wertenia may be far harsher than they had imagined. That night, the women finally relax in a bathhouse, savoring the warmth after their journey. While the city outside settles into evening quiet, back at the inn, the group tallies their numbers. 30 in total, including the Crimson Lions. Governing an undeveloped territory with so few hands seems reckless, especially after releasing the mercenaries gathered during the war. Still, one voice insists it was the right call, since new allies will need to be found beyond their current circle. The road ahead to Wertenia has only just begun. Preparations continue as the group maps out what governing Wertenia will require. Food, equipment, and knowledge of the land all sit on the list, along with people skilled at handling information rather than just fighting. Business partners will need to be chosen with care, and plans are made to search the city the next day for suppliers. Assignments follow quickly. Genu and his clan are tasked with digging into the backgrounds of the city's most influential figures, leaving nothing unexamined. Another member volunteers to visit the guild and gather what information exists on Wartenia itself. Command over the mercenaries falls to one of the group, while Geno vows to exceed expectations, promising to bring back everything needed to turn potential allies into real ones. With no income expected for some time, the immediate focus narrows to recruitment. Around 200 skilled men will be signed on one-year contracts, with the promise that they may later become official knights. Thoughts turn to Epirus's governor, Count Salzburg. A meeting is uncertain to be granted, but reaching out remains the proper first step, especially since future dealings with him seem likely. Doubts surface about how a prideful noble might react to being approached. Still, paying respects seems wise, if only to judge the man's character firsthand rather than relying on rumor. Night falls over the quiet streets as the day's planning wraps up, with everyone told to rest and prepare for what tomorrow demands. Back at the lodging, Geno is called upon, standing ready as the group gathers to speak with him directly. A pointed question follows: why has his clan continued serving faithfully all this time? It seems the moment has come for an honest answer instead of continued guesswork. Before answering, a request is raised in return, one involving the clan's particular skills. When told the job is assassination, curiosity turns toward the cost of such a mission. Payment is waived off entirely. Instead, a favor is requested in exchange, an offer accepted without hesitation on either side. Watching quietly from a distance, one figure reflects on just how compelling this man has proven to be. Elsewhere, under a different sky, a lingering question remains unanswered. Where exactly did such boldness come from, and how was it earned? The scene shifts to a traditional home, where two detectives press forward with their investigation, while an elderly man sits calmly across from a young girl inside. 6 months have passed since Ryoma vanished. In the kitchen, the girl wonders quietly whether the long conversation taking place means any real progress has been made. She is called by name and asked to see the detectives out, prompting a startled response before she moves to comply. Apologies follow for interrupting her training, along with thanks for the household's cooperation, though the exchange ends briefly and without much elaboration. Outside, the two detectives walk together, one quietly charmed by the girl's cheerful nature, while the other mutters the family name under his breath, deep in thought. Frustration builds as they admit they can't even confirm whether a crime occurred. The old man came across as ordinary, yet showed no interest in engaging with their questions, leaving both feeling as though the visit accomplished little still. Something nags at them. Despite his grandson's sudden disappearance, the old man remained unusually composed. Watching a figure practicing with a blade in the courtyard, one detective suspects there is far more to this old man than what appears on the surface. Watching the young detectives leave, the old man's thoughts drift toward an assassin he once encountered, someone this visitor strangely resembles. Inside the house, the trainees bicker as usual, one scolded for being too dense to catch an obvious hint. Alone in his room afterward, he sits quietly with his blades nearby, lost in memory. A memory surfaces from long ago, a desperate voice crying out for someone to look after Ryoma. The name lingers heavy in his mind, tied to a promise he has carried ever since. A strange screeching sound pulls him from his thoughts. Confusion crosses his face as he tries to place where the noise is coming from. The sound seems to be calling out, almost like his twin blades. Uka and Kika are crying to be picked up. Their meaning eludes him, yet something about it demands attention. A sudden bang echoes through the hall, sharp enough to make him flinch. His expression hardens as he reaches instinctively for his weapon. Panic sets in when he realizes he can no longer sense Asuka or the detectives anywhere nearby. Disbelief grips him. As the silence stretches on, recognition strikes hard. This sensation matches exactly what he felt the moment that Vortex once swallowed him whole, pulling him away from everything familiar. A memory of another loss resurfaces, a voice pleading that Asuka couldn't be taken too. Denial and dread mix together, as the weight of repeated tragedy presses down on him. Recollections of his own ordeal return, of being cast into Rearth and fighting simply to stay alive, only to miraculously stumble back home against all odds. That return, however, came at a devastating price, paid for with countless lives lost along the way. None of the comrades he had trusted and cared for ever made it back with him, left behind or lost entirely in Rearth. Decades later, history repeated itself when his son and daughter-in-law vanished the same way, and now Ryoma has followed the same fate. A guttural roar tears through the house as he realizes the same force may now be reaching for Asuka as well. Haunted by guilt, he recalls training Ryoma relentlessly after his parents disappeared, believing that strength alone would let him survive whatever came next. Asuka, though, is different, just an ordinary girl with no such preparation, and the memory of her innocent smile makes the threat unbearable. Resolve hardens into motion as he launches forward, blade drawn, vowing to protect his sister's daughter no matter the cost. Guilt and determination collide in his voice as he begs forgiveness for his past helplessness, racing desperately to reach Asuka before it is too late. A girl jolted awake beneath an unfamiliar vaulted ceiling, her breath catching in her throat. Disoriented, she scanned the ornate hall around her and asked herself where she had ended up. A tall woman with pale hair and dark robes stepped forward to address the group, calling them travelers, summoned from another realm. She welcomed them warmly, claiming they had been pulled from the very depths of another world. The girl studied the woman's foreign features, noting her golden hair and pale complexion, and realized something was deeply wrong. Nearby, a police officer eyed her strange clothing with growing suspicion, unable to place her origin. One officer flashed his badge, identifying himself and his partner as police, and asking if the girl understood Japanese. Confusion spread across the room as neither side could make sense of the other. The man wondered aloud who these armored strangers were, and where he had landed. The woman only tilted her head, unmoved, while the officers demanded answers about their identity and location. The woman noted that the girl's language had already synced with theirs, unlike the men, who would take longer to adjust. She dismissed the group as pawns, though she acknowledged the men showed signs of combat training. The officers pressed harder, insisting they were law enforcement and demanding cooperation. One of them grew increasingly frustrated, unable to understand what the woman was saying, or why they had suddenly appeared somewhere else entirely. A blade caught the light as an armored figure moved into position, signaling that the confrontation was no longer just words. An armored knight ordered the men to drop what she assumed were stage props, mistaking their behavior for some kind of film shoot before anyone could react. A blade slashed forward, and the girl screamed a warning that the weapons were real. Chaos erupted as one officer was seized and struck down by the knight. His partner watched in horror as the man collapsed, driven to the ground under the weight of the attack. The girl backed away as the woman leaned in close, suggesting she might make a fitting companion for their ruler. Once a contract was sealed, a man's voice cut through the tension, ordering them not to touch her. The woman assured the girl she had nothing to fear, claiming their ruler was gentle, at least until he tired of her. A glowing seal began to form as an ancient binding ritual was invoked in the name of the god of light. Panic set in as the ritual closed around her. She cried out for help, screaming a name into the light as the binding took hold. A blade cut cleanly through the air, striking down one of the armored attackers in a spray of blood before the ritual could finish. An old man stood protectively over the girl, sword drawn, demanding the attackers release his granddaughter. She recognized him instantly, stunned to see her grandfather standing there. The remaining knights demanded to know who he was, but he answered only with calm mockery, noting that they had misjudged their opponent's true strength. A knight lunged toward him mid-strike, forcing a sudden clash that left the surrounding group stunned and scrambling. Surveying the aftermath, he identified the coat of arms on the fallen soldiers, confirming they had landed in the kingdom of Belzevia rather than hostile territory. The girl stared at the mutilated bodies scattered around them, struggling to accept that her own grandfather had inflicted such damage on living men. The wounded commander shrieked in fury, vowing revenge for the loss of his hand at a mere outsider's blade, while the girl clung tightly to her grandfather, crying out in fear. Steel flashed downward as the wounded commander vowed to carve her into pieces and feed her remains to swine. The grandfather cut off the threat mid-sentence, mocking the man for wasting his breath on empty words instead of an actual spell. Nearby, one officer wrestled against a struggling attacker pinned beneath him, snapping at her to stop resisting. The grandfather observed the grappling technique with mild approval, identifying it as an old judo style, now known by a different name. Another onlooker praised the triangle choke being used, admitting the display wasn't half bad. Turning back to his granddaughter, the old man addressed her directly, telling her he understood her confusion, but that only one fact mattered for the moment. He drove his sword into the ground and confirmed her fears, stating plainly that this place wasn't Japan, nor even the Earth she once knew. Panic rippled through the officers as they struggled to process the revelation, demanding to know why they of all people had been dragged into another world. The grandfather answered with a shrug, suggesting it came down to nothing more than bad luck. He explained further that they had been pulled across dimensions to serve as slaves, adding that the locals referred to their new home as Rirth, specifically a small kingdom called Belzevia within the western continent's southern region. Disbelief spread among the men as they refused to accept what they were hearing, insisting it had to be some kind of mistake, even as reality pressed in around them. The grandfather laid out a plan, instructing them to flee north out of the country toward the capital of a kingdom, known as Helmsgula, assuming they could even escape their current situation. Commotion broke out as someone shouted for a man addressed as Mikoshiba to stop, demanding to know exactly who he was. Tension thickened as the group sensed bloodlust drifting in from a nearby corridor. Asuka asked nervously whether they should turn back instead of pressing forward. The grandfather pressed a second katana into her hands, telling her to take Uka with her, explaining that the blade remained spiritually bound to its twin no matter how far apart they traveled. The others protested, refusing to leave him behind, alone, but he cut them off, promising to handle the danger himself while they escaped the castle. He vowed he would find her again, no matter what stood in the way. One of the men urged the group to keep moving, insisting explanations could wait until they regrouped up north. Another added a gruff warning not to die before then, while the grandfather asked them to look after Asuka in his place before ordering everyone to run. Time shifted forward as a young man, now known as Lord Mikoshiba, arrived outside a grand castle, greeted formally by a row of waiting attendants. A boisterous nobleman welcomed him warmly, laughing heartily as he thanked the newcomer for gracing his home with a visit. Elsewhere, a refined woman introduced herself as representing Count Salzburg, offering gracious hospitality and inviting the young lord to rest after his long journey from the capital. The nobleman explained that until his new domain was properly developed, he would need to depend on the neighboring territory of Epirus for supplies, since nothing awaited him once he crossed into the Wyrtenia Peninsula. He expressed hope that this exchange would mark the start of a lasting friendship between them. A younger man bowed low, requesting guidance on how to govern properly. The nobleman accepted the gesture with confidence, agreeing readily to take on the role of mentor. Later, in quieter surroundings, the same man clapped in anticipation as a servant wheeled in a roasted feast, savoring the calm before the responsibilities of his new territory truly began. The host gestured proudly toward the spread of food, boasting that he'd ordered his cook to prepare the finest meal possible, insisting nothing less would do for such an esteemed guest. Mikoshiba shifted uncomfortably, muttering that such a feast felt excessive for someone of his modest standing. Laughter erupted from the count, who waved off the comment as false humility, teasing that Her Majesty clearly held him in high regard. The count snapped his fingers at a servant, ordering her to refill the baron's glass without delay. His wife interjected smoothly, cutting the conversation short and reminding him not to let their guest's meal go cold. The maid poured the drink in silence, offering only a brief word as the liquid filled his cup. Mikoshiba accepted the glass with a quiet thanks. Moments later, the count raised his own cup high, calling for a toast to the baron and to the continued prosperity of their house. Voices rose together in a shared cheer. Later that night, alone in his quarters, Mikoshiba sat rigid on the edge of his bed, his mind clearly elsewhere as he stared into the darkened room. Thoughts of his hosts lingered as he replayed the evening. Their chef had clearly outmatched even the palace kitchen, and he found himself questioning whether ordinary tax revenue could really fund a display so extravagant, especially given the rare spices and costly ingredients on full display. He recalled a passing comment about a salt vein discovered somewhere within their territory, deciding silently that the resource was worth looking into further. A knock interrupted his thoughts. A voice asked permission to enter, and when he replied that the door was already open, he asked simply what she needed. Her answer came without hesitation, herself. Confusion crossed his face as he asked whether the count had sent her. She corrected him gently, revealing that the countess was the one behind the visit instead. The robe slipped from her shoulders as she stood before him in delicate lingerie, making her intentions unmistakable, and leaving no doubt about what the countess had truly sent her to offer. A maid steps into the room, her robe loosely draped, clearly sent there under instruction. Mike hesitates, asking if she'll face consequences for turning back now. She insists it isn't necessary, but he presses further, wanting to know if refusing her orders would land her in trouble. Startled by the directness of his concern, she stumbles forward, caught off guard by the unexpected turn. Flustered and trembling, she explains that she was sent specifically to attend to him tonight, asking for his understanding as she tries to steady her nerves. She begs him to accept, admitting that failing her assignment would mean severe punishment, possibly even being cast out from the household. Mike realizes she has been given strict, unbending orders from above, leaving her little room to refuse. He silently notes how deceiving the count's wife appears kind on the surface, but proves far more calculating underneath. The maid, overwhelmed and nervous, insists this is her first time serving in this capacity, promising she'll manage despite her shaking hands. Mike sighs, telling her she doesn't need to look so anxious, as if she is bracing for disaster. His lighter tone catches her off guard, and for a moment the fear in her expression eases into confusion. Later, his voice settles into quiet resolve, as he tells her simply to stay the night, the castle looming in the darkness behind them. The next morning, Mike wears an irritated expression as the old mercenary greets him outside, teasingly asking why he looks so gloomy, despite the pleasant weather. Grinning, the old man reminds him his duties as a guest aren't quite finished, urging him to go back and offer a proper farewell with a smile, much to Mike's visible reluctance. Mike bows stiffly to Count Salzburg as he prepares to depart, his composed exterior masking his fatigue. Salzburg wishes him a prosperous future, addressing him formally as Lord Mikoshiba, while Mike returns the courtesy, calling him by his title and expressing hope for continued dealings between them. Nearby, the Count's wife watches calmly, remarking to her husband that their guest gave nothing away despite their efforts, quietly questioning whether he is truly connected to the Queen as claimed. She reasons that Mike can't develop his new land without their support anyway, so for now, they'll simply observe him for anything suspicious. With a faint smile, she adds that soon she plans to send that particular maid to him again. Back on the road, the old mercenary laughs heartily, teasing Mike about how much he apparently enjoyed himself the previous night. Mike, unable to shake the residual awkwardness, insists he'll never get used to that kind of hospitality, and urges they leave quickly. The old man boasts that his sharp instincts are exactly why he was chosen for this job, sniffing out details others might miss. Mike deflects, feigning ignorance about what he could possibly mean, laughing again as their carriage rolls past the castle walls. The old man credits himself fully this time, joking that nothing slips past his notice. Mike admits it was his first time being treated so lavishly, served food and drink like true nobility, prompting the old man to agree it was quite the welcome. Reflecting more seriously, Mike concludes their hosts clearly had hidden motives behind such generosity, admitting the whole arrangement felt unsettling enough to cost him sleep. The old man wonders aloud whether the nobles were simply trying to win favor with a newly titled lord, though Mike notes he never wanted the land in the first place, having been maneuvered into accepting it. The old man points out they'd face serious trouble if Mike suddenly changed his mind about heading to Wertinia now, to which Mike agrees, sensing that if anything, they'd prefer him gone as quickly as possible. Elsewhere, discussion turns political, as figures debate why Northern Rhodesia refused to join the Civil War, citing national defense as their excuse. One voice wonders if Queen Lupus orchestrated the refusal herself, but the answer comes back uncertain, with more information still needed before conclusions can be drawn. Back with the group, the old man can't resist one more jab, teasingly thanking Mike for last night's hospitality, before waving it off as a joke, insisting they simply need to inform the others about the warm welcome they received. On old mercenary with a wide-brimmed hat grins as he teases his companion, threatening to tell tales about two girls known for their sharp tempers. Mike shoots him a warning look, unimpressed by the joke. Behind them, the twins in question overhear the exchange, one smiling sweetly while the other scowls, clearly not amused by being the punchline. The older man turns serious for a moment, asking Mike if he truly understands how the two girls feel about him. Mike answers plainly that he does, though something in his tone suggests he is holding back more than he is letting on. Mike's gaze drops, uncertain. After a pause, he admits quietly that he supposes he does understand, watching a carriage roll past the stone buildings as the words settle heavily around him. The old man presses further, noting that he can't fully grasp what it means to long for a homeland the way Mike does. Mike starts to explain but hesitates, caught somewhere between memory and the present. The man finishes the thought for him, guessing that Mike still carries lingering feelings for Riarth, the world he left behind. Mike agrees, admitting that deep down he already knows there is no path back home, and it is time he accepted it. The old man mutters to himself that Mike is an unusual one. Sitting nearby, the old man reflects on Mike's character, noting how he still worries about dragging his companions into the political conflict unfolding around them. Despite his cold exterior, the old man acknowledges Mike isn't as heartless as he appears, and thanks him for what he has done so far. The old man reassures Mike not to dwell on guilt, encouraging him to keep following his convictions. Nearby, two younger men cheer, recalling how they once doubted Mike's promise that loyalty to him would earn them knighthood, yet neither regrets the choice they made. The mood lightens as laughter breaks out, the old man teasing that if Mike wants his silence about certain events, a few drinks will do the trick. A carriage rattles through the street below as the joke lands. Mike laughs it off, promising to supply enough drinks that the old man will never go thirsty again. The response is enthusiastic agreement, sealing the light-hearted deal between them. Above the rooftops, the sky stretches wide as an internal thought settles over the moment. The plans already set in motion can't be undone now. A simple acknowledgement follows. There is no turning back. Two young women exchange a determined glance, aware that the responsibility resting on their shoulders now falls to them, alone. As they step out into the street, they wave toward someone approaching, ready to deliver an update. Mike questions whether they've managed to secure a reliable supplier. The two respond together, confirming they've found a usable lead. They explain their findings. Nearly every company operating in Epirus is tied closely to Count Salzburg, forming a tight economic union with 10 particularly dominant members controlling the region's trade. Digging deeper, they discovered that the Count's wife, Julia Salzburg, is the only daughter of the Mistel Company, the very organization leading that union, a connection too significant to ignore. Mike processes the implications slowly, realizing that Salzburg effectively controls their supply lines until they can establish their own production within Wartenia. The gravity of the situation sinks in. The group unpacks the political maneuvering behind it. Julia isn't a mistress bought for status, but a legitimate wife, which raises eyebrows given how her father, Zach Mistel, married her into nobility, specifically to secure the union's leadership. They piece together the broader picture: a struggling noble family, monster incursions plaguing the northern peninsula every decade, and the 10 noble houses forced to fund defense efforts. Zach exploited the Salzburg family's financial desperation, offering money in exchange for influence, effectively turning war funding into a business transaction, no different from open warfare. An older advisor raises the question of salt, prompting the reveal that the Count reportedly owns a salt vein somewhere in his territory, despite no obvious signs of financial strain. The old man clarifies that no such vein exists within Salzburg's official domain, leaving the room stunned. Mike questions what that could possibly mean, sensing there is a salt supply hidden somewhere unaccounted for. One of the girls suddenly connects the dots, wondering aloud if the source lies within the Wartenia Peninsula itself. The realization hits the group at once, expressions sharpening as the pieces finally fall into place. Startled, someone called for a pause as an elderly man confirmed the theory with a chuckle. The salt vein sat within Wartenia, and the Count had been exploiting it while hiding the discovery from the royal family entirely. Sarah admitted the scheme impressed her with its sheer audacity. Kyle questioned whether that counted as embezzlement, and the old man clarified that though the land was technically abandoned, the queen would still execute the Count's whole clan if she ever learned the truth. Ryoma's realization struck him as the pieces clicked into place. The elder pinpointed the vein's location within the mountains dividing the peninsula from Epirus, noting it sat just barely on Epirus's side of the border. Frustration colored Ryoma's voice as he pointed out how convenient their host's friendliness had been, given they'd clearly wanted outsiders pushed deeper into the peninsula and away from the vein. Once inside Wartenia's borders, the mountains would have hidden it from view entirely, letting them pass without ever noticing. The elder suggested a blunt solution. He and Sakuya could assassinate the Count outright and seize the vein's benefits for themselves. Sara immediately voiced her objection, rejecting the idea outright. Sara warned that such a move would only cost them in the long run. Whispers spread among the others, surprised she'd oppose bloodshed given her usual directness. She reasoned that with the queen already suspicious of their growing influence, killing the Count would only invite a more loyal replacement, undermining their real goal of developing Wartenia through a stable Epirus. Excitement rose as Sarah continued, warning that publicizing the salt vein risked drawing other nations' attention and possibly sparking another war, one they'd likely lose. She added that without existing trade connections, and with the union already tied to Count Salzburg, no one would even buy their salt regardless of who controlled the vein. The elder conceded her point, admitting his earlier suggestion had been reckless. Since the vein technically fell within Wartenia's own territory, Sarah proposed simply giving up any claim and letting the Count keep using it undisturbed. A companion questioned whether that meant leaving it alone entirely. Building on the idea, Sarah suggested framing the vein as a gift of gratitude to the Count, using his assumed carelessness to request aid in return, funds they could redirect toward developing their own land. Ryoma agreed the plan could work, noting he'd need to play along convincingly, but that the queen would have no grounds to interfere. Later, they could always reclaim the vein once circumstances shifted. Practical concerns followed as Kyle asked whether anyone existed who wasn't already under the Count's influence, since most local companies answered to him. Ryoma insisted such a person existed, someone they could trust not to leak their finances back to their rival. Recalling a specific name, Sarah mentioned one company still worth approaching, though its standing had weakened since the Mistel Company seized its position atop the merchant union. The group arrived together, and a voice announced their destination, the Christoph Company. A greeting welcomed Baron Ryoma Mikoshiba warmly at the door, Noting the building's unusual emptiness for a merchant house, Ryoma remarked on how quiet the halls felt. His host confirmed that the Mistle Company had been relentlessly interfering with their operations. Stepping forward, the acting representative introduced herself as Simone Christophe. Ryoma studied her carefully, comparing her presence to a lily whose sweet fragrance masked something far more dangerous underneath. Unlike Yulia's warmth, Simone's gaze felt calculating, as though she were quietly measuring him up. Confusion crossed Ryoma's face as she admitted his name already felt familiar, despite this being their first meeting. Bracing himself for the usual insults, he was surprised when she instead recalled seeing someone named Ryoma Mikoshiba register with Ultermia's Adventurers Guild roughly a year earlier. Inside the parlor of the Christophe Company, a sharp-eyed woman studied Ryoma with a knowing smile. She recalled that 8 months earlier, someone calling himself Ryoma Mikoshiba had registered with Ultermia's guild. Ryoma kept his expression flat, denying any knowledge of the matter, but she pressed further, reminding him that his current title as governor of the Wartenia Peninsula made the truth difficult to hide. She admitted her investigation had hit a wall. Despite her company's extensive intelligence network, nothing about his life before that guild registration existed in any record. Ryoma's silent glare betrayed his unease as she explained how thorough her sources truly were. Standing on a balcony overlooking a garden fountain, she reflected on how her network could uncover secrets as delicate as a king's hidden child. Yet his origins remained a blank page. She credited him for the strategy behind Queen Lupus's victories, calling his intellect rare for someone without formal education. Flashing back, hooded soldiers escorted a bound prisoner down stone steps as she confronted Ryoma directly, naming him an otherworlder summoned by the Ultermia Empire, someone who had crossed over from Rirth. A quiet view of a walled city stretched beneath the clouds, followed by a soft, resigned sigh from someone watching it from a distance. Caught off guard, she asked if he now confirmed her suspicion. Ryoma relented, explaining that since she had pieced together so much already, denying it further would be pointless. She praised the strength of her own network once more. She clarified her intentions weren't hostile. Her goal was only to prove the value of her company's information channels, and show that they posed no threat to him. Ryoma responded with a non-committal grunt, unconvinced but listening. Elsewhere, tension flickered as she introduced a menacing companion as her aide and bodyguard, brushing off his intimidating presence as simply how he was born. Ryoma noted that the bloodlust radiating from another room felt just as real. Ryoma admitted he understood that kind of temperament well, and she agreed his usefulness outweighed the unease he caused. She appreciated his straightforwardness, noting he clearly preferred abandoning pretense altogether. Outside an elegant building, she proposed moving straight into negotiations, claiming she already anticipated what he intended to ask. Over tea, Ryoma expressed surprise at its quality, though he admitted he couldn't identify the blend. She asked if he could recognize it. The group praised the tea's perfect preparation. Ryoma explained his familiarity came from a picky relative who had exposed him to fine teas before, though he claimed he could only judge whether something tasted good. She revealed the leaves came from the Holy Quiltantia Empire, prompting Ryoma's surprise at the cost of importing something so rare from the western edge of the continent. A map illustrated the ship's long southern route to reach the eastern coast, confirming they'd sailed all the way from Quiltantia. She explained the northern route lacked restocking harbors near the Wartenia Peninsula, and was further plagued by pirates using it as a hideout, forcing sailors to avoid it entirely. She pointed out the untapped potential of Wartenia as a trade port along that northern route, one that could connect distant continents and generate real profit. She teased that he could transform the cursed peninsula into a treasure trove, and Ryoma countered by asking what would happen if he monopolized the entire route. Then she grinned, remarking they thought alike, while another voice questioned whether their earlier tea conversation had been a subtle test all along, given they'd approached a struggling company for cooperation. Ryoma shook her hand, admitting the formal title of Baron didn't suit him, and asked her to use his name instead when they spoke privately. Walking together through quiet streets, she agreed to call him Lord Mikoshiba whenever they were alone, conceding to his request under the open sky. Laughter followed the elder's warning that the Christophe Company made a poor enemy. Ryoma agreed, and their conversation shifted to how impressive the company's intelligence network truly was. A carrier pigeon soared past as he mentioned Simone's claim that they relied on such birds to relay messages and gather information across vast distances. The elder proposed a plan, offering to coordinate with the merchants from the shadows, since spying suited his skills far better than combat. Turning to Genu, Ryoma instructed him to work alongside the company and provide whatever support they needed. Caution tempered the excitement though. Sarah reminded the group they couldn't rush into trade with the Christophe Company immediately, since anything too obvious risked provoking the Count's suspicion. Ryoma thanked her for the reminder. Agreeing that patience made sense, the group settled on trading through a company already under the Count's watch, following Simone's suggestion. Yet a bigger problem loomed. Kyle pointed out that no domain, large or small, could function without people actually living there, and their territory currently had none. Fields stretched toward the coast. As the principle became clear, nations formed when commoners settled land, produced goods, and paid taxes in return for protection. Ryoma reasoned that a country's true wealth came from its people, and part of governing meant keeping those people content. Sarah asked whether other options existed besides waiting for settlers to arrive naturally, since luring residents away from a pirates or another nation would amount to stealing their resources. Laura muttered that the conversation made them sound like villains. Hesitant, Sarah admitted a method did exist for gaining permanent residence without damaging relations with neighboring powers, though she warned it would come at a steep cost. Confusion crossed Ryoma's face as he pressed her to explain. Both sisters grew visibly uncomfortable, insisting he was simply too kind-hearted for what she was about to suggest. Silence stretched before the answer came. He could purchase labor slaves. Sarah explained that several slave merchants operated within the city's back alleys, and buying laborers to relocate to Wertenia would cost nothing but money. Laura added that as a noble, Ryoma might even secure a deferred payment plan, since neither merchants nor rival governors would likely object to the practice. The elder called it a solid idea, though he noted their obedience, once purchased, remained uncertain. Praise for Ryoma's reputation as the hero of the Civil War followed, but he cut through it sharply, demanding to know if she was seriously suggesting he buy people. Disbelief colored his voice as he repeated the idea back, questioning whether she meant purchasing human beings on credit, no less. Softening the plan, Kyle suggested that if Ryoma went through with it, he should at least promise the enslaved workers eventual freedom. Sarah reached for his hand as she addressed him simply as master. Laura asked whether such a promise would only provoke rebellion instead of loyalty, prompting Sarah to clarify she meant freeing them without a slavery seal. The sisters then revealed their own history as former combat slaves, freed by Ryoma himself, and how that act had earned his eternal devotion from them both. Kyle voiced firm opposition to the whole idea, while the elder offered a different take, suggesting that freed slaves would simply feel indebted instead. Skepticism deepened as Kyle warned that most laborers born into slavery grew up hungry and desperate, and gratitude built on desperation would never hold as firmly as a real contract. He pressed further, insisting that desperate people did whatever necessary for food and shelter, even if it meant stepping over others to survive. Turning back to Sarah and Laura, Ryoma asked whether their loyalty stemmed only from feeling indebted for their freedom, or if something else explained it. Without hesitation, the sisters answered together, insisting their devotion came simply from loving him. Nothing more complicated than that. Their flustered reaction spoke louder than words, and the old man told Ryoma that answer was already clear enough. Turning serious, Ryoma reminded himself of one thing. He simply needed to remain a man his people could respect, the same as he'd always tried to be. A quiet resolve settled over him as he looked at the group gathered around, each face carrying its own weight of expectation. Words caught in Ryoma's throat as memories surfaced. Laura's tearful expression and Boltz's warm grin lingered in his mind, pushing him toward a decision. Firmly he declared he cared nothing for titles like Baron or Count. The class system disgusted him, and slavery struck him as pure oppression, a system built entirely on ignoring what people actually wanted. Despite his disgust, practicality won out. Saving people while benefiting Wertenia didn't sound like such a terrible trade-off after all. So the group agreed to move forward. Ryoma thanked Boltz, and together they set out to purchase slaves. Steeling himself, Ryoma acknowledged the plan meant exploiting people's circumstances, but he told himself it had to be done, regardless. He called for Sarah and Laura to accompany him. Behind him, doubt lingered in the sisters' minds. In this world, slaves held no rights and weren't even considered fully human, something they feared Ryoma didn't yet grasp. Laura's thoughts drifted back to her own reasons for staying at his side forever, convinced his kindness of heart was what made him different from the rest. A cheerful greeting echoed through the narrow stone alley as they reached their destination, welcoming the Lord's arrival. Grinning broadly, a mustached man introduced himself, boasting that the Abdul Company stood as the largest slave supplier in all of Epirus. He gestured toward the caged figures behind him, assuring Ryoma that his stock ranged from ordinary laborers to trained war slaves, confident something would suit his needs. Ryoma stated plainly that he required slaves, and in large numbers. The merchant admitted their combat slave stock ran limited, but claimed their warehouses held far more merchandise to offer. Laying out his terms, Ryoma specified he needed 300 slaves total, evenly split between boys and girls, all in their mid to late teens. The merchant hesitated, admitting even his company, the greatest in Epirus, couldn't fulfill such numbers immediately. He suggested reaching out to fellow merchants if his own stock fell short of Ryoma's demand. Apologizing for his curiosity, the merchant noted that slaves in their teens seemed unusually young for labor, suggesting men in their mid-20s typically worked better for that purpose, adding that if Ryoma sought women for pleasure instead, laborers wouldn't satisfy him anyway. Coldly, Ryoma stated his purpose was none of the merchant's concern. The man pressed on regardless, mentioning that all the more attractive captives had already been set aside for use as sex slaves. Elsewhere, Laura's thoughts drifted to gratitude, recalling how she and her sister had always been fed and never separated, a rare fortune compared to what she now witnessed around her. Losing patience, Ryoma turned to leave, warning that if the company couldn't provide what he needed, he'd take his business elsewhere. The merchant scrambled to stop him, begging for just a moment more, leading them deeper inside. The merchant unlocked a heavy door, announcing this was the path to the warehouse, and promising no other business could match the selection waiting behind it. Silence fell as Ryoma and the sisters stepped forward, their expressions tightening at whatever lay revealed beyond the threshold. Rows of chained captives knelt across the courtyard, heads bowed, wrists bound, exhaustion etched into every slumped posture. Ryoma stood before them in silence, his shadowed figure facing the scale of suffering laid bare, while Sarah and Laura waited close behind, watching him take in the weight of what the warehouse truly held. Deep within jagged cliffs, Kiryu drags a wounded man forward, urging him not to stop. Chapter 30 opens on a group fleeing through rough terrain. Behind them, Tachibana struggles to keep pace, his breathing ragged, blood soaking through his clothes. Kiryu halts the group, insisting they tend to Tachibana's injury before going further. Kusuda protests this world offers no safety, nowhere to hide, no medicine to rely on. Another voice cuts through the argument, calling for Kiryu to hurry. Exhausted, Kiryu turns to Kusuda and admits they can't run anymore. Even if treating the wound properly isn't possible, she argues, they can at least give Tachibana a chance to rest. A young man steps away from the huddled group, telling them to wait while he searches for water and food. Ryoma apologizes quietly, acknowledging Kiryu was right to stop. Gripping a wooden baton, Ryoma admits he isn't confident it will protect him. He asks the others to look after Tachibana while he is away. A screeching sound tears through the forest. Ryoma freezes mid-step, weapon raised, eyes sharp with alarm. The blade at his side begins to shriek on its own, vibrating violently. Startled, Ryoma stares down at it, recognizing the sword as Uka. The screeching intensifies, and he realizes with shock that the weapon itself is crying out. Kiryu notices the commotion and identifies the sword by name, asking what is happening. Ryoma tenses, sensing something is deeply wrong. From the tree line, a massive shadow emerges, multiple glowing eyes fixed on the pair. Ryoma and Kiryu stand frozen before the creature lurking among the birch trunks, weapon drawn. The scene shifts. Ryoma now stands cloaked and hooded in a stone chamber, flanked by two chained women. Behind them more captives sit shackled against the wall, collars locked around their necks. A mustachioed slave trader warns Ryoma against breeding slaves for labor, claiming children take too long to mature and yield poor returns. The trader sneers at the captives, calling them worthless, and declaring that disposing of failures and buying replacements is simpler and more profitable. His laughter echoes through the cell as the chained prisoners cower. Without warning, a hand shoots out and seizes the trader by his collar, yanking him off balance. Ryoma hauls the man down hard as one of the chained girls cries out his name in alarm. She begs him to calm down, wrapping her arms around him as another captive watches. Trembling, the trader collapses to the ground, whimpering and pleading for mercy, begging to be spared. Ryoma stares down at him coldly, ordering him to lift his head and stop groveling. Then Ryoma states his demand, plainly 300 slaves, and he wants to know if the trader can deliver shaking. The man swears he'll meet every expectation without fail. The trader stammers about pricing, explaining that age and gender affect the cost. Ryoma cuts him off, demanding a number. When the trader quotes 500,000 yen per person, Ryoma agrees without hesitation. Recalculating, the trader offers a bulk price instead. 150 gold coins for the entire group. On a quiet street lined with stone buildings, a girl walks past with a cat trailing behind her. A merchant's voice drifts down, negotiating payment terms half. Now, the remainder once the goods arrive. A curt reply confirms the deal is understood. Inside a lively tavern, patrons laugh and drink as servers weave between crowded tables. Warm chatter fills the room, contrasting sharply with a darker expression forming just outside the frame. Chained captives huddle against a stone wall, exhaustion etched into their postures. Ryoma's thoughts settle heavily. He has finally witnessed the cruelty hidden beneath this new world. Startled from his thoughts, Ryoma glances up as one of the girls asks if he is all right, concern written across her face. He brushes it off, claiming he was simply lost in thought. She teases that his scowl might become permanent, while the other observes that he has seemed upset for a while now. Ryoma begins to explain himself, drifting back to the memory of how he first crossed paths with the two of them. Back then, he was a fugitive, with barely any means to help anyone. Saving them, he admits, felt less like kindness, and more like satisfying his own conscience. The girls laugh together in the present, teasing him warmly as one pours a drink, the scene shifting between their joy now and the chains that once bound them. Clenching his fist, Ryoma reflects that his efforts back then amounted to nothing but hollow pride, a gesture that reached only so far. Overlooking the distant mountains and a fortified town below, he admits to himself that he simply wants to save whoever he still can. Days earlier, deep in unfamiliar woods, a massive tiger-like beast lets out a thunderous roar, freezing everyone in their tracks. The creature bursts from the undergrowth, howling as Kiryu and Tachibana crouch low, shock flooding her face at the sight of the beast. Its third eye glints as it lunges, claws extended, catching everyone off guard mid-leap. The beast roars again, jaws wide, as Kiryu screams for Tachibana to run, blood already staining the ground beneath her. A blur of motion cuts through the chaos, steel flashing as it meets the creature head on. Sweat beads on Ryoma's brow as the beast rolls back from a clean strike, letting out a pained cry from the force of the blade. He closes the distance in an instant, sword raised high, delivering another slicing arc against the wounded animal. Kiryu stares, breath caught, muttering that this place isn't ordinary, while Tachibana looks on in stunned disbelief at what he just witnessed. Memory dissolves back into the present. Rain patters against leaves as Ryoma collapses to the ground, dizziness overtaking him mid-thought. The beast and Ryoma crash down together in a spray of dirt and leaves, both bodies tumbling across the forest floor as the fight reaches its violent peak. Rain falls steadily through the trees as a group of armored knights march in formation. Their captain confirms the earlier howling likely came from a third-eyed beast, prowling somewhere nearby. Told the rain has started, he orders everyone to remain alert, warning that the creature could tear a person apart in seconds. One knight wonders aloud whether the beast has already fed on someone, catching the scent of blood in the air. As the group prepares to advance in formation, Mania steps ahead alone, brushing off the captain's protest about rank and insisting she'll scout forward while the rest hold position. Rain continues, hammering down through the silent woodland, droplets streaking off leaves and bark in the quiet aftermath. Mania spots something and calls out to the captain, who hurries toward her voice through the underbrush. They find the massive beast lying motionless on the ground. Uncertain who is responsible, the captain notes that someone appears to have killed the third-eyed creature single-handedly, then asks who exactly is lying nearby. A girl with long dark hair rests unconscious, her hair drifting slightly as rainfall settles around her still form. Studying her features, the captain remarks that she is likely a wanderer from another world entirely, and judging by her looks, specifically Japanese. Surprised, one of the knights asks if that is really true. The captain recalls his mother once telling him stories about Japan, having encountered a few other worlders from that distant place before. Another knight questions what to do next, wondering if bringing them along would delay reaching their destination on time. Someone suggests escorting them back to the village instead, though the thought trails off unfinished with a heavy sigh. The other knights tease their captain, joking that this is exactly like him unable to walk past someone in trouble. He admits with embarrassment that this very habit has caused him no shortage of problems before. Overlooking a walled city nestled among distant mountains, the captain concedes there is no other option. He agrees to carry her all the way to the holy city, admitting he can't bring himself to refuse. Asuka strolls through a shopping district with her friend, who drags her into a lingerie store and holds up a piece for her to try. Her friend pushes the black-laced item on her, dismissing the price tag while Asuka hesitates, calling it too mature for someone her age. Her friend clutches her chest in mock distress, insisting that even emergencies demand proper undergarments, and Asuka reluctantly gives in, growling and raising her fists like claws. Her friend declares that a girl always needs to be ready to fight for romance. She lectures Asuka about staying alert, even with a boyfriend, striking a dramatic pose as if bracing for battle. Confused, Asuka snaps back that she doesn't have a boyfriend, while her friend teasingly brings up a guy she is often seen with. Asuka insists he is just a childhood friend, but the accusation hits differently as a dark, distorted vision crashes into her mind, screaming that this isn't Japan anymore. Elsewhere, A girl gasps awake in an unfamiliar wooden room, breathing hard as sunlight cuts across the floor. She recalls being attacked by a tiger in a forest before waking here, panicked and calling out for someone named Uka. Sitting up, she realizes she is naked beneath the sheets and pulls them tight, relieved at least to find her underwear intact while Uka rests nearby. Alone with her thoughts, she worries about two others, Tachibana and Kasuda, and vows to find them, unsure how much time has passed. Determined, she grips a sheathed sword and steps toward the door, telling herself to be brave as snow-capped mountains stretch outside the window. Elsewhere, Ryoma stands near a sprawling camp of tents and workers, his expression hardened as he surveys the scene. A merchant thanks him for his continued business, gesturing to a line of collared men and women delivered as promised, calling him Baron Mikashiba. The merchant boasts about profiting off unwanted children from other traders, while confirming he gathered the captives according to Ryoma's specified gender ratio. Ryoma presses him further, and the merchant admits he delivered more than requested, 335 in total, framing it as compensation before sealing the deal with a contract. As the merchant departs with his wagons, Ryoma turns to a woman named Lion and orders the group to be given clothes and freed from their ropes and shackles. Zone of the freed girls trembles, unable to dress herself, and Ryoma's attendants step in, telling him to let them handle it. The captives change all at once after hearing a simple line from Lion, who explains she told them the clothes were now theirs to keep, later by the campfire. Ryoma explains flatly that this is what it means to be a slave, leaving the freed woman beside him to ask what he means by that. Chains wrap tightly around the freed man's chest as he lies still, his mind repeating that a slave never claims anything for themselves. Lion tells Ryoma the children were waiting for orders, too afraid that acting alone might earn them a whipping or worse. Nodding slowly, Ryoma listens, as she explains the children also feared being scolded for staying silent, without direct instruction. Reassuring him, she says, not to worry, though Ryoma admits their broken mindset is something that needs fixing. Testing her new shoes, one freed girl marvels quietly at how they don't hurt and how warm everything feels against her skin. Noticing scratches across her palms, Ryoma asks what is wrong, prompting a teasing remark from Leone that he is missing an obvious hint. Leaning in, Leone whispers that the girl feels anxious about being unwashed, now that clean clothes have made her self-conscious of it. Turning to address the group, Ryoma announces they'll be moving toward water soon, asking everyone to hold on a little longer despite their hunger. Reaching a stream, Ryoma splashes water toward the group and tells them to wash up before eating, sparking a startled reaction from one girl. Uncertain, she asks if playing is really allowed, and Leone confirms it while reminding her to actually wash rather than just splash around. Smiling, Leonin adds that clean skin will make her new clothes look even better once she is done. Children scatter across the shallow water, laughing and splashing as the moment brings quiet comfort even to Ryoma watching from the bank. Bowls of soup and warm bread are set out, with a warning not to eat too quickly since the food is still hot. Staring at the meal, some of the freed captives can hardly believe they're being given white bread and soup instead of the usual black bread. Tasting a spoonful, one girl is overwhelmed, saying it reminds her of something her mother used to make. Grief settles over her as she quietly murmurs the words "Mom" and "Dad," the memory clearly resurfacing. She recalls picking flowers alone before bandits suddenly stormed her village, sending her running in fear toward the forest. After reaching town lost and frightened, a mustached stranger called out to her, offering help she had no reason to doubt. Silhouettes reveal what came next, as she found herself locked behind bars without understanding how she'd gotten there. Beside her, another captive explains that anyone who fell ill was taken outside to be culled, and none of them ever returned. Fear had lived in her for so long, the constant dread of one day being culled once she stopped being useful, and even being purchased that day, felt like the moment her time had finally run out. Warm food breaks something loose in her, and the tears come freely now, spreading quietly to the girls seated around her at the table. Reaching out, a fellow captive offers comfort, admitting she too was rescued from a slave merchant, and understands exactly how terrible it must have been. Startled by his own touch, Ryoma pulls back and apologizes, but gently tells her it is fine to cry before asking for her name. She answers softly, "Just Melissa," and Ryoma smiles wide, ruffling her hair and calling it a pretty name, even as she silently admits his hand still frightens her. Despite the fear, warmth lingers in the gesture, and she quietly registers this man as her new master. Watching him from behind, she finds herself comparing him to something like a black sun, dark yet strangely radiant. Children play freely in the shallow water until one spots something flying overhead, calling out to the rest as excitement spreads through the group over their first glimpse of a real dragon. The creature banks sharply and dives toward the shoreline, sending a ripple of alarm through the onlookers as it closes the distance fast. Beyond the mountains, the dragon's path stretches toward a walled city and further still to a grand fortified town along a river, hinting at the scale of the world Ryoma now moves through. Under a crescent moon, a voice greets him at his estate, remarking that word has already spread about his recent purchase of slaves. The visitor needles him about whether the children serve any real purpose for labor, only for his companion to scold him for such a callous suggestion. Ryoma notes privately how fast the news traveled, recognizing this man as someone requiring caution, while the woman beside the guest offers an apology for his rude comment. Smiling through it, the guest admits he'd been unsettled by the urgency of Ryoma's message, and asks directly what happened. He offers his help without hesitation, citing an order from Queen Lupus herself to assist Ryoma however needed, a gesture the woman finds oddly touching given Her Majesty's concern. Ryoma privately suspects the Queen sent them to monitor him instead, unsurprised given his reputation as the war's hero, while the woman confesses her own quiet jealousy. The guest offers his experience as a former governor to help manage the region, calling the land troublesome, then reveals he received a mysterious anonymous letter days earlier. He mentions a rumored salt vein hidden within the Wertenia Peninsula, and the room falls into a heavy silence as everyone absorbs the implication. Elsewhere, a different noble reacts to the same news with sharp interest, demanding to know who could have possibly leaked something so sensitive. He debates whether the upstart baron needs to be dealt with, while a woman nearby wonders aloud if the informant is tied to someone named Kristoff. Back at the estate, Ryoma presents his documents and asks why the matter wasn't taken straight to the Queen, prompting the woman across from him to question his choice to come to them instead. Ryoma explains that the item in question is a formal contract, one meant to transfer ownership of the salt vein sitting within his own land. He addresses Count Salzburg directly, forcing the man to admit uncertainty about what exactly Ryoma hopes to gain from the arrangement. Then he clarifies that he has no interest in money, requesting the Count's support instead, in exchange for handing over rights to the vein, as armed figures train in formation nearby. Elsewhere, a gruff instructor barks orders at a young trainee demanding real force behind every swing, while Ryoma looks on with quiet approval. The old man jogs over, greeting Ryoma casually and asking if he has just come to check on how things are progressing. He reports that the recruits have picked up swordsmanship well over the past month, and Ryoma confirms they'll begin thaumaturgy training the very next day. Mike remembers the day's task and tells Ryoma it is finally his turn to hand out the gumdrops to the children. Excitement spreads through the group as Mike announces the reward system, promising 3 gumdrops for the hardest workers and 1 for those who slacked off. Ryoma pulls Mike aside, quietly, catching the attention of the tired children nearby who react with visible concern. Mike shuts down the idea immediately when Ryoma suggests giving everyone 2 gumdrops just for the day, refusing to bend the rule. Ryoma pushes back, gently questioning whether sudden leniency might undercut the system Mike built, and they settle on a compromise where everyone gets 2 while top performers earn 3. Mike relents with a laugh, agreeing the kids will probably prefer it that way, as he drops a few small stones into someone's waiting palms. Joy spreads across the children's faces as they receive their share, laughter and wide smiles replacing the earlier exhaustion. One of the girls calls out to Ryoma from a distance, drawing his attention as Mike watches quietly from beneath a tree. Mike reflects that Ryoma gave these kids a real chance at survival, since most of them would have died without his intervention. He tells Ryoma to take pride in what he has done and not worry over the smaller details, earning a quiet nod of thanks in return. Later that night, Melissa asks if Ryoma is ready, though he admits under his breath that he still doesn't feel strong enough. Lion begins explaining the basics of prana, describing it as an energy present in all living things that thaumaturgy depends on. Ryoma listens closely as she explains that anyone can theoretically use it, regardless of age, gender, or even the world they were born in, and formally asks the 2 women to teach him properly. Guided through breathing exercises near the campfire, Ryoma is told to inhale through his nose, exhale through his mouth, and focus on any warmth building along his back. A strange heat spreads through his body, leaving a metallic taste in his mouth as he describes the sensation as both nasty and scorching. The women explain they're channeling prana into him through their hands, letting their warmth slowly merge with the heat already stirring inside him. Memories flash through his mind of past battles, Gaius, Kale, and the monsters he has fought, all tied to power he absorbed from others, now resting within him. He senses something unfamiliar coursing through his veins, realizing it isn't his own blood, but something else entirely. Light bursts from his chest as the sensation intensifies, and he struggles to voice what is happening as it courses violently through him. Later, calm returns to the camp as Sarah approaches, finding Ryoma and Melissa close together while quietly acknowledging what just passed between them. A young woman named Leonie checks on a boy's training, learning it has stretched past 5 hours with no progress. Another woman explains the difficulty. His body has already absorbed too much prana to start fresh, unlike the other children who began with a clean slate. The training camp settles into routine as an older woman asks about the children's thaumaturgy lessons, while 2 assistants head off to grab food before it runs out. One of the assistants hesitates, insisting they can't leave Ryoma alone to eat on their own. Her companion waves off the concern, praising Boltz's soup and urging her to just go along with it. Camp life continues around them, fires burning under cooking pots as soldiers and staff move between tents in the fading light. The older woman teases the pair about their closeness, calling them a couple of darlings and warning them not to try anything while they're away together. Back at the tent, tension builds as something shifts within the boy under training, his breathing heavy and irregular. Leonie jokes that a commander shouldn't need to rely on thaumaturgy himself, while Ryoma banters back that if he ever learned martial thaumaturgy, it would cost her a job. She laughs it off, admitting it would actually be a relief if he eased up on pushing himself so hard during training. The mood breaks suddenly. Someone cries out in alarm, noticing the boy's condition has taken a dangerous turn. Panic sets in as the assistant realizes his prana has spiraled out of control. She debates whether to fetch the twins, unsure if there is enough time to leave and return before things get worse. Guilt crashes over her, as she recalls her usual habit of stepping away, questioning her own carelessness in this critical moment. Desperate, she screams for Laura and Sarah to come help, cradling the boy as his condition worsens under the night sky. War descends on the eastern border as Zaruta's soldiers push forward under a spearhead of banners. Their commander barks orders from horseback, forcing a slow, disciplined advance, despite the chaos closing in from both sides. Steel meets steel across the Notice Plains. Officers scream at their ranks to hold formation, refusing to let the invading Ultermia forces see their backs. Every soldier understands the stakes. Losing this ground means losing everything behind it. The conflict traces back to Ultermia's ambition. With Rhodesia crippled by internal strife, the Empire seizes the opportunity to strike Zaruta directly. Princess Shardina Eisenheit, commander of the Succubus Knights, spearheads the assault alongside her vice captain and a shrewd advisor, driving deep into enemy territory within days. General Arios Bellers, Zaruta's aging guardian, roars for his men to hold the line before the capital falls. The plains offer no natural defense, forcing his army into a battle they never wanted on ground that favors the enemy. A retreat is ordered. The commanding officer raises his hand, signaling the withdrawal while murmuring that a critical moment is approaching. Word reaches the Ultermia camp that Zaruta's forces are pulling back. Confidence spreads among the officers, who credit their small but disciplined army for the apparent victory. General Bellers, watching from a distance, mutters only one word under his breath. Fools, inside the war tent. Bellers turns to his youngest son, Joshua, and asks him plainly what he makes of the unfolding war. Joshua answers with a cigarette between his lips, calling this exchange a loss for their side. His blunt honesty draws outrage from an older officer, but he presses on, suggesting their only real option is a direct charge aimed at taking the enemy general's head. Bellers pushes his son further, demanding he explain his reasoning instead of stating conclusions without support. Joshua hesitates before laying out his logic. He points to the mountains ringing their kingdom, explaining that Zaruta's defense has always depended on this terrain. The moment Ultormia forced 20,000 of their best troops onto open plains, the battle was already lost strategically. Their numbers, 20,000 against Shardina's 25,000 Succubus Knights, look competitive on paper, but Joshua calls it an illusion. Reinforcements from allied kingdoms can't arrive in time, leaving them isolated. He warns that another enemy unit likely waits in hiding nearby. Bellers agrees, noting Ultermia attacked immediately after declaring war specifically to deny them time to strategize. Smoke rises over a burning stronghold as the officers debate. Retreating buys time but hands the enemy a base to launch further invasions. Standing and fighting wastes precious hours while a hidden unit moves against the capital. Joshua explains the trap fully. Chasing the retreating enemy would have exposed them to a pincer attack from the hidden force. Their retreat was calculated to bait pursuit. Shardina realizes the trap has closed around her own army. Advancing, retreating, or waiting all lead to defeat. Zaruta's aging general has earned his legend after all. Back in the Zaruta camp, Joshua's blunt declaration that their country was doomed sparks panic among the officers until Bellers silences the room with a single command. Joshua remains defiant, insisting he holds no authority and questioning why anyone values his opinion. An officer counters that his bloodline, tied to a hero rivaling Rotsiria's legendary war goddess, demands more respect than he shows. Belair's studies his son's dismissal of any generalship with a knowing, calculating stare. Then he makes his decision. If Joshua claims no title, Belair's will grant him one himself. Facing the vice, captain of the Succubus Knights, Joshua now stands before the enemy under a new name. The Hawk of Zeruda. Panic spreads through the Ultormia ranks as Zeruda's knights close in from behind. The commander orders his hidden reserve to spring the trap, but confusion follows. The enemy refuses to slow down, refusing even to draw their blades before crashing forward. Roughly 500 knights barrel ahead like a stampede, moving with unnatural speed. Officers scramble to understand the strategy while Shardina realizes her separate unit meant to lure the enemy away is failing to do its job. The main Ultormia force finds itself pinned, unable to regroup at the center, as flanking units struggle to break free. One soldier questions whether the enemy intends to fight until the last man standing. Horses thunder across the field, spears leveled, as the charge closes the remaining distance between the two armies. An officer braces against the oncoming wave, mocking the reckless charge as pointless before vowing that this line will not be broken. A voice cuts through the chaos, someone recognizing the approaching riders just before the gallop reaches them. Riding at the front of the charge, a lone figure tears through the battlefield. Whispers spread through the ranks. The hawk has arrived. Under a banner shaped like a hawk, the young rider drives his forces forward, urging them to blitz ahead and tear through the enemy line. Confusion spreads among Ultormia's officers, who fail to recognize this unfamiliar commander leading Zeruda's assault. Realization strikes one officer. This reckless charge isn't a suicidal blunder. It is a targeted strike aimed straight at Princess Shardina. Orders fly to send a runner and warn her immediately. Deep in the mountain pass, Shardina's small escort spots the approaching rider. The hawk admits the odds of killing her are slim, but commits to the gamble anyway as his falcon swoops toward her guard. Blades clash in a violent exchange. One of Shardina's knights intercepts the attack meant for her, taking the blow and collapsing as the hawk grudgingly acknowledges his opponent's skill before being forced back. Shardina rises calmly, brushing off the ambush with cold amusement. She warns her attacker that regrouping with his main force is no longer an option, not after this. Meanwhile, General Belair's pushes his own charge forward. Following the breach the young hawk carved into enemy lines earlier in the battle, Belair's forces inflict severe losses on the Succubus Knights, cutting down 17,000 troops and forcing a retreat. But the cost proves fatal for Zeruda as well. General Belair himself falls in the fighting. The western continent settles into an uneasy stalemate as the dust from the war finally clears. That pause in the fighting quietly hands one man exactly the time he needs. His name is Ryoma Mikoshiba, governor of the Wartenia Peninsula, under the kingdom of Rodziria. An army raises its banners beneath a serpent crest and begins its march. Watching from the wall of a fortified city, a young woman reacts with surprise as she realizes the ranks below her move with real discipline instead of the chaos she expected. The chapter opens on a fortress guarding a bridge into hostile territory. From behind the wall, a sharp-eyed man dismisses the approaching force with quiet confidence, calling the land ahead a cursed no-man's territory, and predicting its ruler will soon retreat in defeat. Deep in unexplored wilderness, a bearded warrior surveys a pack of tusked beasts and reflects on the toll of the journey. In 3 days since leaving Epirus, the group has already fought off more than a dozen monster attacks. Around a campfire, the travelers exchange thanks with one another. Despite the dangers of the road, they reach this point without losing a single member, a feat credited to a scout named Gino, who located safe water sources and campsites along the way. An elder, with a long white beard, warns that vigilance cannot slip, recalling how a scouting party sent north was badly wounded by a monstrous threat. Ryoma listens, acknowledging the elder's caution and noting that pirates remain another danger worth tracking. The conversation shifts to the Demi, humans, beings who resemble mankind yet stand apart, walking on 2 legs and maintaining civilizations of their own. Ryoma names them plainly, absorbing the elder's explanation of their nature. The elder continues the history lesson, describing how Demi humans once lived alongside humans until the Church of Manios moved to wipe them out centuries ago, driving the survivors into remote lands like the one the group now travels through. Ryoma reacts with genuine astonishment upon learning that a demi-human village actually exists within the region called Wartenia, a place he had only known through rumor tied to the church's teachings about Menos, the god of light and one of the 6 deities said to have shaped the world. Weighing his priorities, Ryoma decides against venturing into the northern woodland for now. His greater concern lies with the political maneuvering of Queen Lupus and Count Salzburg, and he sees no benefit in provoking the demi-humans needlessly. A woman in armor agrees that the political landscape is shifting fast, pointing out that Ultormia's invasion of the kingdom of Zeruda could upend the balance of power at any moment, keeping everyone on alert. Inside a tent, Ryoma states that his decision is final. When asked about the pirates threatening any potential partnership with the Kristoff Company, his expression hardens as he declares that men like them have no place in the land he intends to rule. The group absorbs his resolve, exchanging uneasy glances as the weight of his words settles in. The pirates will not be negotiated with, only wiped out entirely. Elsewhere, in a quieter mountain clearing, a young trainee named Melissa sits by a stream, distracted and picking at her food. A companion advises another boy, Kevin, to leave her alone, guessing she is still troubled by thoughts of a missing girl named Hannah. Melissa wonders aloud whether Hannah managed to find food on her own, but a colder companion named Coyle cuts her off, calling the concern pointless since Hannah abandoned them the moment training grew difficult. Standing further down the path, two others debate the odds bluntly, agreeing that Hannah likely could not have survived alone out there, her fate all but certain. A younger boy erupts in anger, defending Hannah's memory and reminding everyone that she was freed from slavery by Lord Mikashiba, only to run and betray the trust placed in her, calling out Coyle for acting superior. Coyle remains unmoved, insisting training was hard on everyone yet they endured it together, while Hannah chose to walk away. His fist clenches as he states flatly that she can face whatever comes. The tension breaks when Melissa gasps in shock, staring past the group towards something unseen, catching Coyle's attention as well. Coyle softens, admitting he pushed too far and stepping away to clear his head, while acknowledging he too hopes Hannah somehow made it to safety. Melissa calls after him as she hurries to catch up. The two stand together among the trees in silence, the argument settling into quiet uncertainty as they're left staring into the forest, unsure of what became of their missing friend. Coyle takes responsibility as squad leader, insisting he should have done more to prevent whatever happened to Hannah. Melissa quickly interrupts, clarifying that her words weren't meant to place blame on him at all. Startled by the direction of the conversation, Melissa is asked outright whether she resents Lord Mikoshiba for what occurred. She stammers in disbelief, denying that she could ever hold such a grudge against him. Pressed further on why she seems so troubled, Melissa admits she isn't upset in the way Coyle assumes. Sadness, she explains, is closer to what she actually feels. Reflecting on Ryoma's reaction when Hannah fled, Melissa points out that he made no attempt to stop her and never once blamed the group for letting it happen. His restraint, she notes, felt unusually generous under the circumstances. Coyle suggests a darker interpretation, proposing that Ryoma's calm response might be a deliberate test of their character. Melissa grows visibly anxious at the thought, wondering aloud why he would put them through something like that. Silently, Coyle considers the deeper pattern behind Ryoma's leadership, recognizing that even now he continues sorting those who will remain loyal from those who won't, testing each of them without announcement. Coyle weighs his own history of slavery and captivity against the uncertainty of fighting monsters as a free man under Ryoma's command. Fear accompanies every battle, yet the freedom to choose his own path outweighs it, cementing his loyalty despite the risk. Back in the present, Melissa hesitates as Kevin urges her to seize the moment and speak with Ryoma directly, offering her a container of spring water he found nearby to break the ice. The meal that evening turns out richer than expected, supplemented by foraged fruit and wild rocamboles, alongside the usual dried meat and potatoes rationed for the group. Bolts and a companion share a quiet laugh over old memories stirred up by the moment, admitting that looking back fondly on such hardship still feels a little odd. Approaching Ryoma with the water Kevin found, Melissa offers to share it, catching his attention as he glances over with mild curiosity at the unexpected gesture. Ryoma accepts the offering with a warm grin, thanking her by name and asking, half-teasing, whether she came all this way just to hand him a drink. Nearby, another squad member reflects on how remarkable it is that Ryoma memorized every one of their 300 names, calling it a rare quality in a leader, as others bicker playfully over the shared water. Bolts teases Ryoma for supposedly making yet another girl cry, prompting an embarrassed protest from him as he tries to defend himself against the accusation. Bolts questions what he has done wrong this time, only for his teasing to fade when he notices Melissa's expression shift. Sensing something is weighing on her mind involving Hannah, Ryoma turns serious, thanking Melissa for enduring months of demanding training under him, and acknowledging the difficulty of learning to govern people while racing against limited time. Melissa insists he has always treated her with more kindness than she deserves. Ryoma recalls his own years wandering before settling down, beginning to share the story with Melissa as she listens attentively, addressing him respectfully as Master Ryoma. He explains that someone once taught him how vital it is to express one's feelings openly, building toward a point he seems nervous to finally say aloud. Turning to face the group gathered around him, Ryoma expresses genuine gratitude for everyone who chose to follow him this far. Despite the uncertainty of the road ahead, one voice calls out in support, declaring solidarity with him, while another observer notes that the cliffside location matches perfectly with what the earlier scouting report had described. Overlooking the untouched coastline below, Ryoma acknowledges the difficulty of building a settlement from nothing, yet finds a strange freedom in choosing his own ground for a stronghold. With quiet resolve, he declares that everything they hope to build starts right there, on that cliff above the sea. Construction hammers echo across the coastline as the new settlement takes shape. Two workers pause to gossip about a strange rumor spreading through camp, catching the attention of an old man who barks at one of them for slacking off, dismissing his excuse before he can even finish it. Mike returns to the site, and everyone's attention shifts toward the human woman walking beside him, still bound in chains. Ryoma greets his arrival with visible relief, finally seeing proof of what the rumors described. The old man, sweating and nervous, steps carefully behind the chained woman, clearly unsettled by her presence. Despite his gruff exterior moments earlier, he apologizes for staring, blaming his rough manners as a simple countryman, while Ryoma quietly calls him out for ogling her so openly. Handing over correspondence, the old man explains that pirates reached out to them directly, presenting the letter as proof of their unexpected outreach. The chained woman becomes the center of dazzled attention as bystanders react to her striking appearance, with one companion warning her sister to stay sharp despite the distraction she was sent. It turns out, as a tribute meant to symbolize goodwill, Ryoma instructs his group to find her warm food and proper clothing for the time being, prioritizing her basic needs before anything else. Geno weighs in on the pirates' gift, noting how valuable and rare it is for anyone to possess a human given how fiercely her people guard their hidden territory behind near impenetrable barriers. The group discusses the pirates' motives further, suspecting that raids have scared off merchant traffic and pushed them to seek an alliance instead. Though Ryoma remains wary it could be a trap, the human woman speaks up in agreement with the group's cautious assessment, showing she shares their suspicion of the pirates' true intentions. A ship cuts through the waves toward the shoreline, marking the pirates' approach as the meeting draws closer. Ryoma and his companions discover a hidden cave entrance, guided by torchlight, deeper into the rock formation none of them knew existed. Inside, subtle signs reveal the cave was shaped by human hands rather than nature alone. A cloaked figure emerges to greet Ryoma, formally as Baron Mikoshiba, welcoming him to the gathering. Introductions continue as the hosts question whether Ryoma brought only 2 companions, praising his restraint for not overwhelming them with guards, despite sending a ship for him. Their leader's grand estate comes into view, drawing praise from the group as they compare its luxury to legendary standards. Though the smirking host insists it was built entirely by volunteers, an offer of skilled craftsmen to build Ryoma his own estate is politely declined, as he explains his preference for shaping his own space with his own hands. Elsewhere, a quiet command passes between allies before Ryoma calls out to 2 familiar names, signaling the start of something planned. A ritualistic chant invokes ancient imagery of sin and divine fire, surrounding 2 figures caught within a glowing magical circle as the spell builds toward its climax. A massive burning pillar erupts skyward, engulfing the area in fire as the group races against the sudden explosion of power. Aboard the ship, the blast is spotted from a distance, prompting Ryoma to rally everyone into action as the true confrontation finally begins. Ryoma pulls Melissa aside from the others, gripping her firmly as he insists she listen to what he has to say. Melissa confesses that she lied earlier, bringing up the story she once told about the day pirates attacked her village, admitting the excuse about picking flowers wasn't true. The real reason comes out. She had snuck off to the city alone without telling her family, drawn by a piece of sparkling candy she desperately wanted. Coyle snaps at her for waiting so long to admit it, while she recalls stealing money from her father's hidden stash to buy it. Guilt weighs heavily on her, as she looks back at the empty ground where her village once stood, admitting she has always wanted to apologize for what she did. Even though everyone from that time is gone now, Ryoma questions why she kept that burden bottled up instead of sharing it with the team, reminding her that they live and die together, shouldering each other's sins and regrets as one unit. Coyle jokingly complains about how emotionally exhausting she is being. Melissa's thoughts turn dark as she blames the pirates entirely for what happened to their parents, steeling herself with chilling resolve. A pirate realizes too late that the children wielding martial thaumaturgy are far more dangerous than expected, right before Ryoma cuts him down without hesitation. Ryoma presses forward through the chaos, declaring that this fight is for their freedom, as flames and smoke consume the fortress behind him, his blade cutting through anyone standing in his way. Ryoma stands amid the crumbling wreckage, sword still in hand, surveying the destruction left in the wake of the battle. Sara and Laura marvel over Ryoma's powerful use of layered verbal thaumaturgy, comparing it to the rock bamboo technique they once witnessed, joking about the bond shared between sisters, as one of them collapses dramatically to the ground. A pirate lunges at Ryoma in a desperate final attack, cursing him as their blades clash in a violent exchange. Sakuya reports that the prisoners have been secured, and that things are progressing smoothly at the cove as well, updating Ryoma on the overall status of the operation. Ryoma orders Laura and Sarah to hunt down any remaining stragglers, and both girls respond with immediate obedience, eager to fulfill his command. A defeated pirate apologizes as he lies wounded, admitting they might have joined forces under different circumstances, yet acknowledging his own role in forcing some of Ryoma's people into slavery. Ryoma delivers his final verdict, declaring that he must clear every last one of them from his land. As the burning fortress rages on behind him, 2 months pass, and the story shifts to the citadel city of Epirus, where a voice greets the return of Baron Mikoshiba after his long absence. Reclining comfortably, a dark-haired woman welcomes him warmly, admitting she had been expecting his visit. She congratulates him on successfully eliminating the pirates, suggesting the occasion calls for celebration as Ryoma responds with a satisfied smile. She remarks on how quickly information always seems to reach him, before the scene shifts to a quiet courtyard, where a figure named Simone is addressed by name. Baron Ryoma Mikoshiba arrives at a quiet townhouse, summoned by a woman named Simone. She greets him warmly, remarking that his success against the pirates deserves celebration. Ryoma notes her sharp intelligence network, unsurprised that word travels fast. Simone teases him about choosing a brothel as their meeting point, calling it an odd but fitting spot for secrecy. Ryoma explains that the pirate raids stopped abruptly once he intervened, and she praises his effectiveness, clearly impressed by how quickly he solved a problem. Others couldn't. The mood softens as Simone plays coy, draping herself dramatically and joking about her attire. Ryoma admits he doesn't fully grasp her intentions, though he plays along with the banter. Simone insists the night is young, revealing she is supposedly asleep at home right now, meaning no one will miss her. Ryoma remains guarded, unsure what she is truly after beneath the flirtation. The tone shifts to something more serious. A voice reminds Ryoma that survival in this land demands flexibility, that he can't afford to be selective about his methods if he intends to endure. Busyness resumes. Simone reports securing ships from neighboring kingdoms as promised, while Ryoma confirms the city and pier are nearly finished. All that remains is securing a port in Sirius capable of receiving the fleet. A complication surfaces. Ryoma reveals contact has been made with the demi-humans, prompting Simone's alarm, and a question about what has gone wrong. Simone recalls hearing the demi-humans were wiped out entirely, reacting with visible shock at the implication that they still exist. Ryoma clarifies that Count Salzburg remains ignorant of this connection. He confirms one of the demi-human women is currently under his protection, while acknowledging their deep-rooted hatred toward humanity. Deep within the Wartenia Peninsula, Ryoma requests aid from someone hidden among the trees. In an elven village, a young woman is summoned by her chief, who she quietly corrects herself to call father instead. The chief inspects her cut hair, dismissing it as trivial since it will regrow. He shifts to discussing the exhausting seven-clan conference, frustrated by his people's stubborn refusal to acknowledge how outmatched they are. He announces he was chosen to mediate the dispute and intends to meet the new governor personally. His daughter questions when he grew so willing to trust a human's proposal, reminding him of his own warnings about human cruelty and selfishness. He reflects on a time before conflict, when elves and humans coexisted peacefully, insisting he has never forgotten that era. Flashback. 2 humans from Riorth arrived in Kubultantia years ago, spreading elitism and supremacist ideology that poisoned the church and led to persecution and massacre of elves and other races. Survivors fled, eventually settling deep within Wartenia. The chief notes Ryoma is also from Riorth, yet unlike those before him, he returned his daughter unharmed. He acknowledges Ryoma's contradictions, a man capable of slaughtering pirates without mercy, while also offering sincere promises of peace. His daughter observes he carries the same presence as her father, less a nobleman, and more a warrior, perhaps even something more dangerous. Delphina laughs softly, calling her father foolish for thinking serpentine was a compliment. He insists it flatters him, since he shares that same nature. Below, memories surface of Ryoma's crew laughing together, none of them looking down on her, despite what she is. She admits, if nothing else, that much felt genuine, even if it could still be a calculated act. The chief's expression darkens as he considers his responsibility. As leader of the Dark Elves, judging whether this human deserves trust falls on him alone, and that means speaking with Ryoma directly. He turns his gaze toward his daughter, proposing something that leaves her stunned. Her beauty draws humans in, so he wants her to conceive with Mikoshiba, framing it as a matter of clan survival, since they hold no other leverage. Delphina calls him monstrous for even suggesting it, disgust evident in her voice, though he remains resolute, insisting sacrifice is necessary for their people's future. Aboard a ship bound for Sirius, two exhausted children cling to the railing, seasick and apologetic. An old sailor reassures them, pointing out land finally coming into view after a rough crossing. The captain marvels at their unexpected speed, having covered a normally 10-day voyage from Mispos in just 3, crediting the children for their help. Wind surges around the ship as one of the children beams with pride, crediting the tailwind she summoned for their swift sails. She glows with satisfaction at being useful, while the sailors chuckle over Ryoma's reputation, astonished he built an entire port city within 6 months of arriving. Explanation follows for how such rapid construction happened. Ryoma relied on thaumaturgy to gather lumber, clear land, and transport resources, compensating for a severe shortage of laborers. Rumors spread further, with locals nicknaming him the Demon of Heraclion for supposedly raising a fortress overnight, a claim the sailor admits might not be far from truth. Sirius comes into view, celebrated as a city of thaumaturgy worthy of admiration, though after everything witnessed already, nothing about Ryoma's feats surprises the travelers anymore. Elsewhere, Delphina steels herself, declaring she already sacrificed her life once before, leaving her ready to face whatever comes next. Her father lays out his true demand, seeking an heir born from an outsider's bloodline, specifically a child fathered by Mikoshiba himself. His final instruction carries a colder edge. Should she fail to secure that child, killing Ryoma becomes an acceptable alternative. Open at the docks, where the Atalanta has just returned from Mispos. A crew member rushes to announce the news, catching Ryoma mid-thought as he sits recording details in his ledger. He stretches with relief now that the shipment has finally arrived, though he asks whether the delay caused any real trouble along the way. The report reveals that Melissa's group suffered seasickness during the journey, prompting a startled reaction. Ryoma quickly reasons it away, understanding this was their first long voyage and hardly worth blaming them for. Better news follows. The crew recovered on the return trip and performed well overall, with the cargo arriving intact. Satisfied, Ryoma decides he should visit later to commend their effort personally. Conversation turns to logistics, confirming that weapons and preserved food will continue being ferried in paid for through trades of monster skins and fangs with Simone. Busyness proves stronger than expected, since their rare ingredients have grown popular enough to draw requests for larger shipments. Manpower remains the bottleneck though, since only limited hunters can be spared, and supplies promised to Epirus can't be cut either. Ryoma considers stepping in personally to hunt monsters himself, weighing whether his own involvement could ease the strain. That plan gets interrupted immediately. Word arrives that Simone has flagged suspicious movement in Helnasgula, leaving no room for hunting trips. The threat proves serious. An army exceeding 10,000 soldiers is mobilizing towards Zaruta. Ryoma sighs at the timing, frustrated that peace never seems to last more than a moment. Discussion shifts to broader strategy, acknowledging the demi-humans' deep resentment toward humanity, while stressing the importance of continuing to build trust with them regardless. Progress there has come at a cost. Several lives lost just to convince their chief to accept regular dinners. Meanwhile, construction continues on a checkpoint near the Tilt Mountains under Boltz's supervision. The group jokes about how cleverly Count Salzburg was misled, since the checkpoint was framed simply as protection against monsters, technically true. Ryoma remains cautious, anyway, wary that adventurers or spies might interfere with development if Helnsgula escalates further. Deeper concerns surface regarding Kuwiltantia's state religion, the Church of Menios, notorious for its history of massacring humans through human supremacist doctrine. Historical brutality gets acknowledged bluntly. Nationalism often unites a country while slaughtering its minorities in the process, a pattern repeated throughout history. Political tension expands further as Queen Lupus faces pressure to send an expedition, especially with Zaruta, weakened after losing its general to Ultormia. Concern grows that Rotsyria could become the next target if Zaruta collapses entirely. Ryoma predicts Wertenia will likely be dragged into any expedition, though he suspects Helena will end up managing that responsibility instead. Elsewhere, elder retainers discuss their young lord's handling of affairs, acknowledging his competence despite unsettling rumors circulating about him. Attention shifts to a sword mounted on display, its blade said to have howled, with speculation growing about whether he could successfully draw it from its sheath. Retainers reflect on 500 years since their founder's era, acknowledging that everything now rests on what their young lord can accomplish. Believing their inherited wish is finally close to fulfillment, a quiet moment follows as someone gazes at a sheathed blade named Keikoku, questioning softly whether it still slumbers or whether something else stirs within it. At Rodzeria's castle, officials debate whether they can afford to ignore Zaruta's plea for reinforcements this time around. Attention turns to Lady Helena as the council presses her directly, demanding to know whether an expedition can realistically be sent. Whispers spread among nobles, resentment simmering toward Bergstone, who has grown increasingly powerful since the Civil War and appears close to securing the position of Prime Minister. Helena admits only a single night order can be spared given current constraints, though she suspects some details may have been miscommunicated along the way. Queen Lupus confirms the grim reality herself, stating plainly that only 2,500 men can be dispatched, despite protests that the kingdom's survival hinges entirely on this war, and being caught between two major powers if Zaruta falls. Private troops get considered as an alternative, though deemed unsuitable for the task, especially with Gelhart's faction still active and unresolved. Deeper fears surface about dividing their forces, since doing so could leave them vulnerable to a coup from Radine's faction, prompting bitter regret that Gelhart wasn't eliminated when the opportunity existed. Desperate for a solution, Meltina blurts out an idea to levy soldiers directly from the capital, silencing the room instantly. She insists desperate circumstances justify desperate measures, proposing 10,000 capital soldiers be sent. Though she is reminded such action is strictly prohibited, concerns mount over discipline collapsing without the ability to loot, warning that starving soldiers might desert entirely and spark a coup within Zaruta itself, dragging Rodzeria's reputation into ruin across the continent. Meltina insists the capital's soldiers would never betray their queen, only to be coldly corrected that human nature itself leans toward treachery, a lesson she is told to remember. Reassurance comes from elsewhere at the table, someone calmly insisting things will work out, even as uncertainty lingers over what path remains available. A quiet declaration breaks the tension, a voice announcing simple intent to travel to Zaruta personally. Startled reactions ripple through the room as the speaker offers to demonstrate personal strength, prompting Helena to ask, hesitant, whether she is certain about this decision. Confidence follows as she reasons that even a modest force should suffice, provided the one called the Ivory Goddess of War leads the expedition herself, enough to silence their rivals entirely. Inside the castle chambers, the Queen's Council weighed the cost of war. Sending only a small force risked disaster. Yet one voice argued that placing the Ivory Goddess of War at the head of the expedition would be enough to silence rival nations watching from across the border. Mikhail objected. 6 months stationed in Zaruta with a mere 2,500 troops sounded like too heavy a burden for the Queen to carry alone. He proposed sending a second in common to share the weight of command. Turning toward the window, a counselor mused aloud about who could possibly serve as the finest second in command available to her. A name settled the matter. Lord Ryoma Mikoshiba was recommended, and the room fell into stunned silence. Mikhail exploded at the suggestion, calling it madness. Another counselor pushed back, reminding him that 3 commanders had carried them to victory in the Civil War, and no other options remained. Those 3 names surfaced one by one: Lord Ryoma Mikoshiba, Lady Helena Steiner, and Lady Meltina Lecter. Mikhail refused to accept it. Mikoshiba was a national hero, he insisted. But logic worked against him. Meltina couldn't leave the country, which left only Mikoshiba by process of elimination. The Queen sat in silence as her advisor twisted the title into something bitter, calling Mikoshiba a hero sent to no man's land with a useless honor attached to his name. Mikhail's temper flared further, accusing them of planning to exploit him even more. Bergstone dismissed the accusation flatly. Mikoshiba's title and domain were, in his eyes, more than fair compensation for a man who started as nothing more than an upstart mercenary. No guilt was owed. Mikhail slammed his hand down, drawing sharp warnings from those around him for the outburst. The Queen's quiet arrival cut through the tension, and everyone was reminded they stood in her presence. To ease the mood, Elnan called for maids to bring tea for the room, citing proper conduct among nobles. As the cup was poured, he offered to take over the conversation from there. Around the table, another guest admitted a personal debt. He likely wouldn't be present that day if not for Mikoshiba's help, especially after the Civil War had nearly wiped out their noble families. Bergstone pressed on regardless, confirming plainly that yes, after already sending Mikoshiba into that ruined no-man's land, they intended to send him again, this time to command an army abroad. Voices rose, accusing Bergstone and Radine of surviving the Civil War through blunders that had never been forgiven, questioning why they still had any right to give orders at all. Bergstone sat unmoved beneath the insults, hurled at his old title, former captain of the Royal Guard, told he should have the pride to end his own life. Elnan's temper snapped instead, drawing surprised protests from the others, while another quietly noticed the man had taken the fall in his place. The queen intervened, reminding them that Mikoshiba remained their strongest card, a Rhodserian noble who needed no justification for her orders, only the order itself. Bergstone finished the plan coldly. Refusal would be treated as treachery, an example for any noble who dared withhold their soldiers again. Mikoshiba's calm reply cut through the room, calling it proof that he was learning, whether the lesson was good or bad. Mikhail snapped, calling him a cur. The queen's guard shouted him down, demanding whether he actually resented Mikoshiba, while another accused him of settling nothing more than a petty grudge. The queen silenced the chamber and delivered her royal order. Meltina was to send a messenger to Zaruta, promising an army would be dispatched as soon as possible. She turned to Bergstone next, instructing him to send a runner ahead, granting the Maist army waiting at the border passage as an allied force, and to begin preparations for the expedition at once. Bergstone accepted the order with a faint, knowing smile. Her attention shifted again. Baron Mikoshiba and Helena were to be summoned to the capital as soon as possible. Aboard a ship crossing toward Zaruta, someone addressed her simply as Your Majesty, and she answered with a quiet, yes. On a coastal cliff, an elf remarked to his companion, Sirius, that this was such a strange city, watching ships drift along the horizon. What began as a rare visit, once every 2 weeks to interact with humans, had grown into something larger. Now many elves came and went freely through the streets below. The younger elves, who had never known war with mankind, found the city more welcoming than their secluded villages, even as the older generation clung to grudges from the past. Looking over the rooftops, Sirius wondered quietly what Delphina would come to think of this city, and of Ryoma, as time went on. Back among his companions, Ryoma held up a letter and asked for their opinions. It was the one Helena had sent him. Several faces gathered close to read it together, each reacting in their own way to what it contained. One teased that things had turned out exactly as expected. Noting Ryoma's silence spoke volumes, he simply smiled, glad they'd at least had the decency to call for him this time. Some unknown reasoned that if they'd been too proud to ask for help and lost the war instead, they would have gone down together regardless. Talk turned to whether Helena's forces could lose with her in command. Ryoma admitted that with full authority, he doubted it, though reckless charges from an overzealous commander had cost her battles before. Onathor remarked that Helena clearly enjoyed court politics in her own strange way, prompting Ryoma to accept his new role as staff officer, exactly as her letter had requested, calling it ironic all the same. Someone else wondered aloud if there was anything the woman couldn't do, calling her simply amazing. Elsewhere, in a quiet estate at night, a maid carrying a candle made her way down a narrow hallway. She stopped short, telling 2 women blocking her path that she'd gone far enough. The 2, dressed for the evening, recognized her as Miss Laura and Miss Sarah, though neither had yet earned the right to pass. She hadn't served Ryoma yet, and by rule, only his call would grant that privilege. An amused voice mocked the scene from behind, calling the pair of twins guarding Ryoma's back nothing short of laughable, remarking that the loveliest of guards now stood watch over his door. Delphina's name slipped out in response, tension flickering across the hallway. Delphina demanded to know what business she had lingering there so late. The elf only smiled, asking what other reason a woman would have for visiting a man's bedchambers, before answering her own question to share his bed. Of course. A manner stands wrapped in tension as the silver-haired elf Delphina arrives from the west, boldly declaring that she has come to share Ryoma's bed. The surrounding maids freeze in stunned silence at her blunt announcement. Onathor maid rushes into the hall, begging to join the arrangement herself. The women immediately trade accusations, each insisting her devotion to Ryoma surpasses everyone else's. Sown maid clasps her hands with tears in her eyes, insisting that although their positions differ, their feelings for Ryoma are equal. She suggests they simply serve him together. The discussion turns practical. Someone argues that failing to offer themselves before Ryoma departs would show disloyalty. A struggle erupts as one maid drags another toward his room, refusing to lose her chance. Voices rise over the meaning of loyalty. One woman argues that while ruling carries burdens, serving as a retainer is no easier. Another counters that nobody has stopped to consider what Ryoma himself actually wants. A memory recalls a duke who waited 2 years before earning judgment, proving loyalty only through lasting actions. The women finally back down, agreeing to wait for another opportunity, while Ryoma quietly slips away down the hallway alone. Weeks pass as a military camp spreads across a mountain valley, rows of tents filling the landscape while Ryoma's party gathers near the front lines. Outside Zaruta, someone demands to know what such a tiny force could possibly accomplish. Standing before Ryoma, a soldier mocks the sight of fewer than 500 troops gathered behind him. Frustration spreads through the camp. Some accuse Queen Lupus of abandoning them by sending an inexperienced newcomer instead of proper reinforcements, while others openly ridicule Ryoma's youthful appearance. Ryoma calmly steps forward, introducing himself as Baron Ryoma Mikoshiba of Rhodesyria, dispatched under Queen Lupus's direct command to assist Zaruta. His composed attitude immediately eases the tension. Acknowledging their doubts, Ryoma declares that only the battlefield can prove their worth. Following his audience with the king, Ryoma receives an invitation to join the war council as news arrives that Helena has already reached Peripheria. Grahalt Henschel, captain of the Zarutian Royal Guard, rides forward to introduce himself formally, while apologizing for the delayed greeting. Later, while sharing tea, someone asks for everyone's first impression of the newly arrived commander. The atmosphere briefly lightens as a bearded man fusses over a long-haired cat, admiring its remarkably soft fur. A woman gently cradles the same cat, while he protests that she is an honored warrior who deserves more respectful treatment. He quietly admits that despite everything which has happened, she truly hasn't changed. The discussion shifts back to Ryoma, with one observer remarking that his charisma alone keeps his subordinates disciplined. Even so, concerns remain because his army is remarkably small, and many of his soldiers are still little more than children. Grahalt admits he cannot fully trust the newcomers, though he recognizes that caution has value. Ryoma calmly agrees, saying he feels exactly the same. Grahalt offers sincere advice from one soldier to another, warning that forgetting one's purpose invites division and even civil war. He urges Ryoma not to ignore ministers advocating peaceful relations with neighboring nations. Zaruta's castle stands proudly against the mountains, while officials gather inside. Despite their disagreements, both the reconciliation faction and the militant faction agree that the kingdom's survival must come first. Three figures remain deep in thought: a quiet young woman, an experienced advisor, and a sharp-eyed noble, each considering what Ryoma's arrival may mean. Kneeling before the throne room entrance, Ryoma and his two companions draw surprised gasps from the assembled nobles and knights lining both sides of the hall. Quiet whispers spread throughout the chamber. Some believe the newcomers are being slighted because of their status, while others note Ryoma's unexpected dignity despite his youth. The spectators search the royal guards for a familiar face, remembering only the man who introduced himself earlier as Grahalt. Near the throne, Ryoma notices his own men already waiting, one carrying a sword. A companion jokes that his posture resembles another famous commander, leaving him quietly embarrassed. From the royal dais, the king studies Ryoma carefully, explaining that tales of his accomplishments have spread far, and wishing to see the young hero with his own eyes. Ryoma kneels respectfully before the king, who responds only with a long, thoughtful breath. The king continues studying him, struck by the determination reflected in such youthful eyes, silently wondering what experiences shape someone so young. A strategic map reveals Zaruta trapped between the Ultermia Empire and the kingdom of Helm's Gula. The king openly admits that his nation has been cornered with nowhere left to retreat. Reaching toward Ryoma, the king earnestly pleads for assistance, expressing hope that Mayast's kingdom will lend its strength during this desperate crisis. Murmurs sweep across the throne room as stunned courtiers watch their king bow before someone they still consider little more than a young upstart. Leaning closer, the king quietly warns Ryoma that many of his own vassals, along with Mayast's soldiers, already question his abilities, something Ryoma has likely noticed himself. The king proposes a trial, suggesting Ryoma demonstrate both his own strength and that of his soldiers through combat. Unpleasant though the idea may be, stroking his long beard, the king plainly states his expectations while addressing Baron Ryoma before the gathered audience. Elsewhere, spectators begin reconsidering their assumptions, admitting the king, known as the mediocre, appears far more capable than the rumors suggested. Walking through the corridors, Ryoma's companions brush aside the obvious disdain directed toward them, accepting that their youth naturally invites skepticism even if it remains insulting. Ryoma insists appearances alone should never determine a person's worth, making it clear they will prove themselves through action. The scene then shifts to a massive arena filled with a roaring crowd, watching the packed stadium. The king smiles with satisfaction, remarking that occasions like this deserve celebration. Below, a bookie eagerly encourages spectators to place their bets. Turning toward Ryoma, the king jokingly asks whether he'll wager money on the outcome himself, pointing toward the nearby bookmaker. Helena laughs that his personality has never changed. The king jokes that if people mistook Ryoma for his adopted heir, an entirely new nation might emerge from the misunderstanding. Helena warns him such words could have dangerous consequences before the announcer calls Ryoma into the arena. Ryoma agrees to continue their conversation afterward, promising to demonstrate Rodzeria's true resolve. Helena tells him to stop joking and head for the battlefield, and he confidently walks toward the arena. His soldiers immediately fall in behind him with determined expressions. Ryoma descends into the arena, while the enormous crowd erupts in deafening cheers from every tier. Behind the scenes, Melissa quietly asks Kevin a lingering question. Nearby, a group of armored guards waits in formation as one bluntly asks whether they have been granted permission to kill their opponents. An opposing captain snubs Ryoma's outstretched hand, offering only a scoff before walking away. Ryoma shrugs it off and confirms with his men that they're ready to begin whenever needed. Kevin calls out to the captain, urging at least a basic handshake before the match. Ryoma waves it away, telling his soldiers there is no need to make friends before battle. Lining his young fighters up, Ryoma reminds them to remember everything Mike taught them. The children answer in unison, standing at attention despite murmurs of pity from the sidelines. Among the enemy ranks, officers grumble about being forced into such a shameful mismatch, insisting these commoner children are nothing but easy targets. One complains that recognizing mere youths as real soldiers will damage the army's morale. Their commander silences the complaints, declaring they'll simply put the children down on the spot. He adds coldly that if anyone finds the task distasteful, they should direct their anger toward the governor who sent these kids to war. Melissa turns pale, telling Kevin what she overheard the enemy intends to kill them all. Kevin reassures her that it is meant to be a mock battle, where defeating one or two opponents should be enough to satisfy the crowd. Doubt creeps in as they consider the judge might be complicit with the enemy's plan. Moments later, the arena erupts as both sides are called forward to begin. Enemy soldiers raise heavy crossbows, stunning the crowd. Helena demands to know who authorized such weapons for a supposed mock battle, and Ryoma calmly admits the order came from him. Ryoma explains his reasoning after firing. The crossbow wielders will need time to reload, leaving them exposed without vanguards to protect them. To prove their unit is strength, he insists, they'll have to win even while accepting a disadvantage. Helena wonders aloud whether the elves have devised some new bow tactic, while Ryoma smirks, admitting he is plotting something again, unsure how effective it will prove with ordinary bows instead of elven ones. The referee signals the start of the match. The enemy archers vow to show mercy by ending the fight with a single shot each, just as Melissa begins channeling a spell, calling on raging winds and the breath of spirits. With preparations complete, the enemy fires their volley. At the same instant, Melissa unleashes her own attack, crying out as her wind wave rushes to meet the incoming assault. The colliding gusts throw the arena into chaos, knocking soldiers off balance. One enemy fighter dismisses the effect as nothing more than low-grade thaumaturgy, questioning what harm a mere breeze could possibly cause. Spectators realize the trick using the gust as a smokescreen, while Ryoma's soldiers reinforce their bodies with martial thaumaturgy of their own. Onlookers marvel that mere commoner children could master such technique, even as others insist it should remain a privilege reserved for knights and nobility. The crowd roars as Ryoma's soldiers overwhelm their opponents. The king asks whether all 300 of his men fight with such strength, remarking that it is exactly what he'd expect from the feared devil of Heraclion. Grafalt moves to intervene, but the king calls for calm, declaring the match already decided. Melissa hesitates mid-strike, sword raised, as voices cry out for her to stop. The king waves off the apology that follows, admitting the army's disorganization since losing General Bellairs has left their strategy meetings hollow. This one match, he says, proves the point better than words ever could. From the stands, spectators watch the two groups regroup on the sand below, tension still lingering in the air after the sudden halt. The king ultimately calls the match a draw. An Act 1 observer calls gracious given the enemy's lethal intent. With Zaruta's king now openly endorsing Wartenia's army, the unity of the Three Kingdom Alliance grows stronger. Elsewhere, an elf turns to his father, recalling being told he might have to kill the very man being celebrated below. Alone, Delphina considers a darker angle to her earlier proposal, murmuring that sharing Ryoma's bed might actually present the perfect opportunity to kill him. Elsewhere, a report on Fort Notice confirms that supplies will fully arrive within a month, closing out a routine briefing on the region's logistics. A woman lounges at her desk, smiling as she gives the order to dispose of the Zarutian general's troublesome third son, declaring that their plans can finally move forward. A rider races across open country while, back in the room, Celia suggests striking while the iron is hot and calls for Roflel, the Emperor's shield, to be summoned. Summonon questions whether Rofle can be spared, since he is currently guarding the capital. Celia dismisses the concern, ordering him relieved of his post, and identifying herself as Celia Valkland, court thaumaturgist of the Ultermia Empire. A column of armored riders thunders forward, their horses kicking up dust as supply wagons trail behind them. A grizzled commander swears under his breath, grumbling that Princess Shardina has made yet another reckless demand. His frustration plain against the barren mountain backdrop. A duel ends in the arena as a towering fighter unleashes a final blow, only for a voice to cut through the roar and demand the match be stopped. The stands fall into confused murmurs, while the loser rises slowly, bowing before his opponent. Ryoma watches from the balcony, remarking that the outcome could have gone differently if the fighters had known how to use martial and verbal thaumaturgy together. Beside him, an older man with pale hair sighs, admitting the judge had no right to intervene once the match began. Below, Ryoma's men stand scattered across the training ground, worn down but standing. The bearded elder chuckles, calling it a lesson his knights badly needed, and admits he arranged the whole ordeal to test Ryoma's soldiers and shake his own army out of complacency. Ryoma answers with a faint grin, saying he doesn't appreciate being used as a tool for someone else's plans, though he understands the reasoning behind it. The elder concedes with a tired breath and suggests they call the outcome a draw, rather than let it breed resentment between their forces. He adds that he is still surprised Ryoma trained ordinary foot soldiers in martial thaumaturgy at all, studying him for a long moment. The old man asks bluntly whether Ryoma intends to bring down the Ultermia Empire. Elsewhere, a supply convoy pushes through a mountain pass, drivers shouting for haste as they near the frontline base, wary eyes scanning the cliffs for raiders. Above them, a cloaked woman crouches on the ridge, watching the Ultermian guards below with quiet amusement, noting their high morale even as she prepares an attack no ordinary scout would see coming. Stone begins to shift and groan along the cliff face as thaumaturgic force tears through the rock, and a voice below gives the order to send the wall crashing down. The cliffside gives way in a deafening collapse, boulders raining onto the trail as the convoy's escort recoils in shock. Chaos erupts among the soldiers, who scramble to make sense of the ambush, guessing it must be a raid from Zaruda. Buried beneath the rubble, a survivor claws free just enough to gasp out disbelief at the strange nature of the assault. Watching from a safe distance, Ryoma notes the efficiency of using low-grade thaumaturgy for an ambush, requiring no tools or supply lines, calculating that the enemy will likely try to split Zaruda's forces if this succeeds. A woman beside him is told it is her turn to act, and soldiers charge forward, buying time so his broader strategy can unfold. On a jagged outcrop, a fighter introduces herself only as Delphina, spear raised, declaring her intent to take the enemy commander's head, and ordering everyone else to stay back. Nearby, another watches a strange blade react to a hidden seal, recognizing the lost techniques of the Dark Elves, stirring to life within it. The onlookers bicker, one teasing about whether the power is truly under control, the other warning the humans not to underestimate them. Delphina plunges from the heights, declaring that ordinary standards and judgment could never measure what she and her kind are truly worth. The forest of northern Zaruda stretches quiet and undisturbed, a deceptive calm hanging over the trees. Exhausted but resolute, Ryoma finally reaches Memphis, the northern stronghold city, studying its mountains and forests as both a shield and a weakness for the land he means to protect. A weathered general studies the fortress on the horizon, calling it the linchpin of their border defense, seized by Helnsgula a year ago and left untouched ever since. Beside him, Ryoma notes there must be a reason the enemy has done nothing with it, treating the silence as the only opening they're likely to get. Time presses against them, and he urges his companions to move faster, aware that Lyon and the others can only hold the line for so long. Inside the frontier fortress, a tall man with pale hair and glasses greets his visitors, introducing himself as Arnold Grisson, Supreme Commander of the Eastern Front for the Kingdom of Helnsgula, remarking on how far they've traveled to reach such a remote outpost. Orson Greed, Knight Captain of Zaruda, is introduced alongside him, and Ryoma follows with his own name, thanking Grisson for agreeing to receive them on such short notice. Grisson studies him with mild surprise, commenting that Zaruda's representative seems remarkably young to be carrying the fate of 3 nations, Zaruda, Myast, and Rhodesiria, on his shoulders. Offering tea with practiced courtesy, he suggests his guest must be exhausted from the journey. A table nearby is laid with imported sweets, and he mentions they've also brought in some popular treats from Myspos. Ryoma declines, insisting the situation is too urgent for hospitality, while behind him a small companion perks up at the mention of dessert. Getting straight to the point, he acknowledges that Helnsgula surely knows Zaruda is losing its war against the Ultormia Empire, and states plainly that he has come to request their aid. Grisson's expression sharpens as he questions his guest's sanity, pointing out that his own kingdom and Zaruda are technically still at war with each other. He adds that countless ceasefire messengers were sent, and none were ever answered, since his country stood to gain nothing from ending hostilities, and suggests it would only make life easier for Zaruda if Ultormia simply occupied it. Curiosity flickers across his face as he asks why. Knowing all this, Ryoma still came to make such a request, while a woman beside him muses that it would be far easier to let chaos take Zaruda and later claim the role of liberator. Silence stretches before Ryoma states his true purpose. He intends to offer terms more profitable than simple occupation. Yet he insists those terms can only be discussed directly with Queen Grindiana of Helmsgula, prompting Grissom to ask, half amused, whether he is proposing unconditional surrender as a vassal state. Grissom explains that Her Majesty currently resides in Dryzen and cannot be met at a frontline base, like this one. Unconvinced, Ryoma repeats the name of the capital with quiet doubt, while Grissom finally waves off the back and forth, saying they've tested each other long enough. A Creek interrupts them as Grissom reveals he has received several reports concerning Wertenia's upstart governor, catching his guest visibly off guard. Confusion follows when Grissom turns to find him gone, only to hear a voice call out that the door is simply too heavy to open. Startled, Grissom demands to know how his guest could have possibly known she was here in Memphis at all. Ryoma admits he had no solid proof, only a report from a passing merchant, then turns and bows formally, addressing her as Her Majesty, Grindiana Helms, Charles. Reaching for one of the sweets on display, Grindiana remarks that they serve as a fitting example of her kingdom's philosophy, where profit outweighs the law itself. A knowing laugh escapes her as she confirms that certain guests really were spies after all, and her gaze drifts to the Tower of Macarons, murmuring the name of the Christoph Company with quiet interest. She explains that her homeland, buried in sand dunes, has no desert suited for growing sugar, admitting she wasn't about to turn down such a convenient gift. Recalling the moment she was attacked by a sandworm during her travels, Ryoma confirms he already knew, having once passed through her territory himself during his adventuring days, and calling it quite the ordeal, delighted. She calls him an interesting one, the first to catch the hint she'd left behind. Popping the sweet into her mouth, Grindiana turns businesslike, addressing him plainly as the other. Worlder summoned by Ultormia and inviting him to state his terms, then reminds him with a smile that merchants carry information to more than just his side. The negotiations unfold within the Helmsgula border fortress at Memphis, a stronghold perched high above the surrounding cliffs. At the table, Ryoma bites into one of the desserts and declares his approval without hesitation. Praising the craftsmanship behind the sweets, he mentions his own country's reputation for fine cuisine, adding that not even his home world offered anything quite this good. Grindiana laughs off the compliment as flattery and invites him to take some for the road, but he insists he means every word, addressing her directly by name. Intrigued, she asks to hear more about the world he came from. Turning serious, Orson interrupts to ask what exactly Ryoma intends to offer in return before any deal can move forward. Grindiana states plainly that surrendering territory alone won't satisfy her, since a rival power gaining military aid stands to benefit far more than land ever could. Ryoma agrees, and she presses further, noting that a handful of exhausted minds would offer her kingdom little of real value. He then reveals his true proposal, uniting Helmsgula with Zaruda, Myast, and Rhodesaria under a single alliance, with her positioned as leader of the newly formed Western Continent Northwestern Alliance. Startled by the scale of it, Grindiana asks whether Myast has actually agreed to such terms. Ryoma confirms it, naming Ecclesia, the Whirlwind, as the general who will stand witness, and assures her that alliance leadership comes with full command authority. Grindiana muses aloud that even the feared devil of Heraklion must fall under that same rule, prompting Ryoma to offer his services without reservation. Still, she hesitates, admitting his strength as a warrior is tempting, yet not enough on its own given the stakes her country faces. Ryoma lays out the rest of his plan, proposing that all four kingdoms also sign the Azaromi trade treaty, with tax revenue flowing to whoever leads the alliance, insisting this benefit outweighs everything discussed so far. Presenting the written terms, he explains the treaty would boost trade and strengthen every kingdom involved, forcing even Ultormia to tread carefully, with no side left at a disadvantage. Grindiana notes how well thought out it is, since clearing the pirates from Wartenia has already reopened the northern sea route. Orson, watching the docks, admits such a treaty could bring profits unlike anything they've witnessed before. Grindiana connects the pieces, naming the Wartenia Peninsula and its thaumaturgical city, Sirius, as the relay point that trade would flow through. Ryoma downplays it modestly, calling Sirius nothing more than a small port town ladder reflecting on the exchange. He admits he misjudged her entirely, comparing her intensity to another queen and understanding exactly why people call her the Vixen of the North. Exhausted, he declares the woman a monster outright, while his companion teases him for finally meeting someone who unsettles him. Two attendants in matching frilled dresses catch the attention of a dark-haired officer. One girl gasps, realizing her outfit has been noticed, while her companion questions where such clothing came from. The officer simply murmurs his acknowledgement. Grinning, the twins explain that Queen Grindiana handed them the dresses herself, delighted by dressing up her attendants. A muttering voice nearby suspects the queen grew bored watching from the shadows and decided to interfere personally. Delighted, the twins throw their thanks toward the officer, sparkling with pride. He studies them for a moment, then offers a short compliment, admitting the outfits suit them well. Elsewhere, a weary commander with dark hair rests against a wall, turning over the day's events. He wonders whether Allied forces retreated safely to Fort Ushas, trusting that Helena's presence there keeps them secure. Treaty negotiations, he notes, still loom ahead. A lone messenger bird cuts across a wide cloudy sky. Without instant communication, distance between allies feels unbearably vast, and waiting for word becomes its own quiet burden. At Fort Ushas, a fortress guarding vital farmland, Knight General Ecclesia Marinelle raises her voice against the storm. She calls on her soldiers to prove the strength of their three allied kingdoms and crush the invading force before them. Defenders hurl heavy barrels down at the attacking line, shouting for glory as chaos erupts along the wall. Below, soldiers charge forward, determined to strike down the invaders scaling the fortress. Explosive barrels rain from above, catching the attackers off guard. Flames burst against the stone as soldiers scramble, some knocked back by the force of the blasts. Helena Steiner, Rotsiria's fierce knight general, drives her forces onward with a battle cry, invoking her kingdom's honor. Around her, soldiers push through the smoke, refusing to yield ground. A bespectacled soldier watches a massive combined assault of fire and explosives tear through the battlefield, admitting under his breath that the offensive can no longer be sustained. Overwhelmed, the attacking army begins to break, officers shouting orders to retreat and fall back before the losses grow worse. Back within the fortress walls, Helena and a fellow soldier share a tired exchange, acknowledging that tomorrow's preparations must begin, despite exhaustion pressing on them both. In the enemy camp, a commander reflects that their Ultramarine rival always follows strict tactics, making him predictable. Nearby, frustration mounts as another voice questions why the fort still hasn't fallen, despite 55,000 troops at their disposal. A young officer named Saito bows before his superior, accepting blame and offering to face any punishment for the failure. The commander waves off blame, clarifying that 2 weeks without breaking the siege isn't a mark against Saito's skill, though the setback still weighs heavily. Pseudo is pulled into conversation, noting that the converted Zerudian soldiers fighting alongside them have grown sluggish, stalling their momentum further. A grizzled general erupts in anger, condemning those same soldiers as disloyal opportunists, who only fought once victory seemed assured, then hesitated the moment resistance stiffened. Another officer adds that Zeruda's elite commando unit proved decisive, and that the appointment of General Bellaire's son as commander only strengthened enemy resolve. Debate turns tense as one voice pushes for retreat to cut their losses, while another insists withdrawal now would waste everything already sacrificed. Finally, a royal figure snaps at any mention of his brothers, especially one in particular, as tension rises over the crown prince's incoming reinforcements, and what they might mean for command. Weighing the campaign's costs, the officer admits that seizing Fort Ushas alone would justify the war's expense. Before he finishes, a braided commander clears her throat, signaling she has reservations. She agrees, but points out the leverage they'd lose. Retreating now still lets the Empire save face, so long as Zeruda offers something valuable in return, and any withdrawal would first require formal negotiation. Regret settles over the group as they acknowledge that pursuing terms earlier, right when the fighting started, would have given them a stronger negotiating position. That window has already closed. The pale-haired commander sets her jaw, announcing that the decisive battle begins today, with the assault itself launching the following morning. Older officer breaks into a grin, welcoming the plan and calling for preparations to start. Saito accepts the responsibility placed on him, promising to see it through. Watching him go, the bespectacled soldier senses something unsettling in Saito's eagerness, a hunger for violence that leaves him uneasy, hoping his instincts are mistaken. From a distance, a sharp eye observes Fort Ushas under the night sky, murmuring that the situation looks troubling. Atop the fort's walls, Ecclesia notices movement below and asks whether a night raid is coming. Her companion confirms the enemy has split their forces, one group resting while the other prepares to strike. The two discuss the shift in enemy behavior, remarking that their disciplined opponent finally seems ready to abandon caution and force a resolution. Ecclesia praises Helena's enhanced senses, admitting she wishes she could reinforce her own hearing and sight the same way, calling it a tremendous advantage. Helena laughs it off, crediting the ability as part of what shaped her into the feared ivory goddess of war, while Ecclesia teases that she'll surely develop it herself in time. The two generals trade sharp smiles, both admitting they've grown restless, holding a defensive position, preferring action over waiting. Their banter turns personal as Ecclesia jokes about Helena's taste for aggression, and Helena remarks it reminds her of someone else entirely, a man named Ryoma Mikoshiba, whose quiet demeanor masked real presence. Beneath a crescent moon, the two commanders exchange a final word before battle, each addressing the other by title, as they step forward together toward the coming fight. At Fort Notice, a fortress guarding the Zerudian border, Commander Greg Moore watches a supply convoy finally arrive. His men murmur relief, grateful for rest after heavy losses. A subordinate notices his tense expression and asks if something's wrong, but Moore only stares ahead in silence. Riders approach the gate. Soldiers speculate that the unusual number of escorts signals caution against enemy raids. Their commander disagrees, sensing something is off, despite the losses they've already suffered. Inside the fort, officers celebrate an approaching victory. One voices regret at not eliminating both Joshua Belair's and his son here at Notice, calling them thorns lodged deep in their campaign. A wounded officer, sidelined by his injured leg, laments missing the coming triumph. Another explains the stakes. The Yusha's Basin, Zaruda's richest grain region, will be seized and divided once victory is secured. At dawn, troops prepare to march toward the final battle. A young soldier reflects that logistics matter as much as combat, since no army can fight on empty stomachs. Arrows streak across the sky as officers reassure themselves that their supply lines are the army's lifeline, keeping spirits high before the coming clash. Chaos erupts. A woman commander orders a second barrage, calling the attack a special delivery for the Ultermian forces. As enemy troops scramble under the assault, she unleashes another volley, warriors empowered by martial thaumaturgy, striking in unison. Her forces call themselves the Whirlwind, vowing to burn their strength into the enemy's memory. A commander reports the devastation. 2,500 enemy troops struck their camp, firing volleys that killed hundreds before anyone could react. Inside a tent, a princess demands answers from her officer about the failed scouting. He admits the enemy archers moved too fast to detect. She orders all units to intercept and fight back. Advisors debate the strange timing of the assault, noting the enemy had stayed defensive until now. A messenger interrupts, bringing new intelligence. Word arrives that their own forces charged out to pursue enemy cavalry, heading toward Fort Ushas. The princess and her advisors realize they may have been lured into a trap. The mood turns grim. One advisor admits the situation looks dire for their side. Saito warns that if the remaining soldiers join the pursuit, it could spell disaster. The princess orders Sir Rolf to rein in the knights immediately, refusing to let more troops slip away. Elsewhere, an enemy leader smiles from his bed, satisfied that his rivals split their forces to strike the fort by surprise. A priestess prays for divine protection, hoping reinforcements arrive in time. Sudo is warned to watch his words as tension rises among the group. Reports confirm 8,000 troops from 3 knight orders have defected, the same units transferred earlier from the Western Front. The princess is stunned, questioning how the enemy exploited their wavering loyalty. An officer credits the enemy's cunning to seasoned generals, naming Helena Steiner and Ecclesia Marinell as the masterminds behind the maneuver. The enemy leader murmurs that their foes must already recognize their own weaknesses, smiling as silent troops stand ready outside the fort. Back in camp, the officer suggests cutting their losses, but the princess refuses. She insists Sir Rolf must be sent to rescue their stranded soldiers, unwilling to abandon them to fate. Sudo defends the decision to accept losses now, rather than risk losing everything later, insisting the retreat plan protects their forces from a possible trap. The princess questions him directly, repeating his words back with disbelief. He explains further. Fewer soldiers lost now means less damage overall, though morale will suffer. She calls it a painful choice, asking bitterly if he wants her to abandon the very soldiers her brothers entrusted to her. Silence falls over the tent. The group recalls that Sudo once served as her father's trusted aide. Officers panic, questioning whether their remaining forces can withstand an enemy of that size, uncertain what move to make next. Word spreads that a new army has crossed into Zaruda, arriving after a long march through mountains and valleys. Its leader boasts about claiming the most spectacular portion of the war for themselves, ignoring pleas to hold back. Elsewhere, dawn has not yet broken over a quiet building nestled beneath distant mountains. Inside, a man stirs from sleep, restless despite the early hour. He sits up, noting that dawn hasn't arrived yet. though something keeps him from resting. Outside, guards patrol without incident, insisting nothing is wrong since this isn't enemy territory. Still, unease lingers, refusing to be dismissed as mere imagination. The man grips his sword, trusting the instincts sharpened through years of training. He decides to act on that feeling and begins his search. He finds Sir Moore and asks if anything seems unusual. Moore admits he simply can't sleep. Suddenly, flames erupt nearby. Panic spreads as soldiers realize the fire isn't accidental. Cries ring out that Zaruda is launching an attack, prompting orders for everyone to regroup by unit and await command. The blaze spreads with unnatural speed, striking down a soldier caught in its path. Witnesses recognize this as no ordinary fire, calling it a raging wind born from spirits. A commander identifies the phenomenon as thaumaturgy, rather than natural flame, realizing with dread that the enemy is targeting their supply unit directly. Deeper inside the fort, soldiers discover the granary ablaze, confirming their supplies are burning under Princess Shardina's watch. Amid the chaos, a masked figure pushes forward, brushing off demands for identification, insisting there is no time and that the general must be rescued immediately. The figure strikes down a soldier with a single slash. General Moore charges in fury, mistaking the attacker for a Zarudian assassin and demanding they reveal their face. The mysterious swordsman removes his helmet, revealing himself as Ryoma Mikoshiba, governor of the Wartenia Peninsula under the Kingdom of Rodzeria, declaring he has come to claim Moore's head. Moore recognizes the name, realizing this is the man who killed Sir Gaius, and the one soldiers whisper about as the Devil of Heracleon, responsible for the deaths of his colleagues. Ryoma's companion urges him to retreat before the fire consumes them, but Moore refuses to let him leave, lunging forward and stabbing to force the fight to continue. Catching his breath, Moore accepts that his fate as garrison commander is to die defending this fort, resolved to fight to the very end. Moore declares Ryoma too dangerous to let live, vowing to end him here whatever the cost. Ryoma refuses to walk away, still furious over the trick of disguising himself as an ordinary soldier. His companion protests that even a devil wouldn't stoop to such deception, insisting he is just repeating an old ploy. Ryoma tells his companions to move ahead and relay orders to the rest of the group. They resist, urging him not to let Moore's provocations pull him into a reckless fight. Moore presses forward, determined to finish what he started, briefly recalling a memory of someone scolding him to eat his meal, comparing Ryoma to a fearsome demon from that memory. He introduces himself formally as Moore, the Waterblade, explaining his title comes from the slashes carved by his treasured sword, daring Ryoma to overcome them. Ryoma acknowledges the gesture, respecting Moore for revealing his technique ahead of a duel meant to end in death. He vows to answer with his own greatest skills, drawing forth the full strength of his cursed sword, Kikoku, as the two prepare to clash. Moore, called the Waterblade for the twin slashes his sword carries, faces down his opponent on the battlefield. He declares his title comes from strikes released with his treasured weapon, and challenges the enemy to overcome them if possible. Behind the walls, Laura spots something and calls out that the group needs to regroup with the others as a roar tears through the sky. A comrade balks at her decision, but the white-haired girl insists she is staying behind. She wants to see the outcome through and asks to be allowed to stay. Sara reluctantly agrees to take responsibility for the situation after being pressed, prompting quiet thanks from her companion. Elsewhere, a soldier questions why Ryoma accepted this particular duel at all, wondering aloud if it was because the enemy stabbed his own thigh to block any chance of retreat. Another voice reflects that Ryoma isn't a man swayed by sentiment. He carries the weight of too many lives to be moved by feelings alone. Guards demand to know why a stranger isn't assisting their commander. Sarah answers calmly, saying she'll help, while a masked figure vows never to let anyone interfere with Ryoma's fight. Standing amid a rising tide, Ryoma steadies himself and swears he will see the duel through to its end. Moore unleashes an attack drawn from his entire career as a warrior, admitting privately that he can't defeat his opponent outright, but believes a single clean hit might change everything. A pressurized blade of water tears forward. Ryoma focuses entirely on reading its trajectory as the clash erupts into a violent slash. Moore stares in disbelief, realizing Ryoma compressed thaumaturgy into his own legs to close the distance, turning Moore's own technique against him. Ryoma stands over the fallen general and murmurs an apology, watching nearby. Princess Shardina admits he has proven to be an impressive man. Laura rushes to Ryoma's side after he calls her name, and he instructs her to collect Moore's thaumaturgical sword. Word spreads that the enemy's supply base has fallen, and their general has been defeated, proof enough to shake the morale of every soldier on the front lines. Cavalry surge forward, sensing Ultormi is coming retreat. After nearly 2 years of fighting, the war in Zaruda finally ends, with Helmsgula claiming an overwhelming victory. Crowds cheer beneath the palace as the king is hailed, and the kingdom of Zeruda celebrates, though the official story leaves out much of the truth. Ordinary citizens speak of rebuilding ravaged farmland, while others gossip about General Ecclesia's fierce leadership and Lady Helena's composure. A princess throws her arms wide in triumph, marveling that Helmsgula, once an enemy, is now an ally. Two men grumble about her taking all the credit, watching from the sidelines with visible irritation. Joshua's companions reassure him that standing firm in the mountains, let the others focus on the battle, telling him he has every reason to hold his head high. One man mutters that he thinks someone else deserves more praise than that vixen, insisting his sworn friend's son did exactly as expected. The younger man quickly clarifies he isn't upset. He is genuinely happy with how things turned out, though something still lingers unspoken. Far to the west of the southern kingdoms, the holy city of Menestia rises across vast plains, home to the Church of Menios, and built along a branch of the Uranoa River. Moats wind through the city's structure, almost as if guarding the central temple itself. A young woman in a plain dress approaches one of its doors. Inside, a quiet office. A man sprawls across a couch fast asleep, snoring loudly beside a wall of packed bookshelves. A sharp pinch to the cheek jolts him awake. His teasing colleague remarks that napping on the job explains exactly why Cardinal Barugath has taken notice of him, addressing him as Captain Rodney. Another woman scolds a subordinate for slacking during work hours, threatening reassignment back to Belzevia. The flustered vice-captain quickly straightens up and apologizes. Later, a co-worker notes how unusually tired he has been. He admits he stayed up researching something and dozed off without meaning to, prompting a knowing remark that Asuka's situation must be weighing on his mind. He insists it is exactly that, his frustration rising as he explains how the mystery has consumed his thoughts out of sheer curiosity. He pulls out an item and tells his companion to look closely. The woman studies it, recalling that Tachibana claimed the blade was used to cut down a third eye, a story she finds hard to believe. He admits he felt the same doubt, which is what drove him to investigate further. He identifies it plainly, a thaumaturgical sword, unmistakable in its craftsmanship. Despite slicing through a third eye, the blade shows no nick or wear at all. He shows her the edge as proof, and she reacts with visible shock. He explains that Asuka's grandfather brought the weapon with him from Rearth, and that it likely carries some form of preservation seal. She points out that thaumaturgy supposedly doesn't exist in Rearth. He concedes that is what he'd always heard too, but wonders if exceptions might exist after all. He adds that Asuka's grandfather seemed to understand something deeper about this world, despite how implausible the idea might sound. He continues, suggesting Koichiro Mikoshiba carried the thaumaturgical sword back to Rearth with him, then somehow found his way back to this world again. She reacts with disbelief, asking if he is implying there is truly a way to travel between Rearth and this world. Elsewhere, in a lighter moment, a girl leans over a balcony, overlooking a sprawling city as a plate of freshly made macarons is set down nearby. A group gathers around the treats in delight, praising the confections as one man samples them, calling the visit to Helmsgula a source of an important lesson. Conversation turns playful as they joke about drinkers disliking sweets, though he insists he loves both equally. Someone teases that it is impressive he can make something so delicate despite his rough reputation, and he credits the skill to being roped into helping a relative bake long ago. The group settles into easy company, agreeing the sweets carry a moderate, gentle flavor. One voice adds that restraint, not adding too much of a good thing, is the real secret, and the room settles into quiet agreement. Silhouettes of soldiers and banners fill the sky as one voice reflects that Zeruda's treasury is already stretched thin, calling the current arrangement a good compromise. Another admits, King Julianus's choice to accept the truce with Ultormia may not be ideal, but it is likely the wisest path available. They note Myast still faces tension along its southern border, while Rhodesyria struggles with its own difficulties. One points out that a counter-invasion likely wouldn't have earned support from the Four Kingdom Alliance, while the other worries this pause simply gives Ultormia room to regroup. A weathered king reflects that he must use the time these negotiations bought to prepare for the next war, with someone remarking that everything ahead will truly test King Julianus's abilities. Nearby, two girls perk up, asking eagerly if they finally get to return to Wertenia. Cheers erupt as the group celebrates, someone confirming they've been away for nearly 6 months already. Conversation shifts to a growing peninsula project, with someone praising the rare tea brought over from Sirius, admitting they've never tasted anything quite like it. Another teases that their host is becoming rather lavish, especially given earlier talk about restraint, before someone gasps upon realizing the tea actually comes from the central continent, laughing it off. The host admits he can hardly afford to be so generous, joking that he is just barely scraping by despite holding his own against Queen Grindiana. Talk turns serious as someone mentions young Chris, burning with rivalry toward him, prompting a warning to stay careful. Since most people already have their own opinion on who truly won the war, not everyone can master their emotions the way he has. One remarks, though another expresses hope that Chris will eventually learn to channel that fire into real growth. Overlooking quiet mountains, a voice murmurs that such recklessness has no place, especially given the fragile state the world is currently in. In a private office, tension rises as one insists his mother made the painful choice to remain in this world, because summoning someone here doesn't guarantee a way to send them back. Beneath the surface of countless nations vying for power, the Church of Menios quietly works to impose its own order. They exchange a knowing glance, one confirming there is a hidden organization at play, while another faction actively works against them. It is described as a mixed unit gathered through the guild, one capable of eliminating even a knight captain, a one-man army, without leaving behind a single trace. Despite the Church's efforts to dig up proof, all they truly know, one admits, still leaves too many questions unanswered. The other responds simply that they don't know whether the mysterious group might possess a spell capable of sending someone home. It seems unlikely any single nation could develop such a method after going through such lengths just to capture otherworlders as slaves in the first place. Funding people capable of summoning, along with the right reagents, would require the wealth of an entire nation. A sudden interruption breaks the moment as someone bursts in, eager to share an urgent discovery, catching everyone off guard mid-conversation. The newcomer holds up a report from the Church's intelligence division, insisting the others need to see it immediately. Pointing directly at a name on the page, he highlights the line listing generals dispatched by Rhodesia to Zaruta names. Click into place as recognition spreads. The governor of Wartenia, Baron Ryoma, is revealed to be connected, and the shock of the discovery ripples across every face present. Ryoma returned to the fort with news echoing across the shoreline, his voice carrying the weight of a long campaign finally over. Bolts greeted him first, teasing him about the fort duty he'd endured alone. Behind them, soldiers cheered his arrival. Relief lasted only a moment. Bolts grinned and gestured toward stacks of documents, piled higher than the desks meant to hold them. Ryoma's expression collapsed the instant he realized homecoming meant nothing but paperwork. Laura and another maid fussed over him as he worked, teasing that he looked every bit the noble now. He sighed through their compliments, already buried in reports. One report caught his attention. Projected profits had fallen far short of expectations, despite resource gathering and intelligence networks running smoothly. Something didn't add up. He asked Laura whether Simone, currently in Sirius, could be summoned the next morning. He reconsidered instantly. Waiting wasn't an option. He wanted her brought in immediately, elsewhere. Simone stood near the water's edge, unease settling over her, though nothing visible explained it. The feeling clung to her like a shadow she couldn't shake. Night had fallen by the time she arrived. Ryoma apologized for the late summons, admitting he'd needed to hear things directly from her, rather than through second-hand reports. Simone confessed she'd wanted to speak with him in person as well, expressing regret that their efforts hadn't yielded enough. He assured her it didn't matter to him. Later, the maid served tea and sweets Ryoma had made himself, fussing over Simone with warmth that softened the mood after a tense evening. They described themselves as loyal guard dogs devoted to supporting him, proud of standing by his side no matter the hour. Simone admitted envy at their closeness, prompting quiet laughter. The maids brushed it off, insisting there was nothing worth noticing. Back to business, Ryoma noted the shortfall wasn't her failure. Something else was interfering with her efforts as a merchant. Despite her skill, Simone agreed something felt wrong. When Ryoma pressed for theories, another voice accused him of being evasive. Addressing him as Baron Mikoshiba, he admitted the truth. Before leaving Zaruta, King Julianus had summoned him for a secret meeting. The king's weathered face carried the burden of that private conversation. Ryoma, startled by the king's humility, urged him to raise his head, insisting he was merely a foreign governor undeserving of such deference. The king thanked him for his assistance and apologized for accepting Ultormia's truce, having cleared the room to speak candidly. Ryoma understood the decision, noting the soldiers' morale had been high enough to justify a counterattack instead. The king admitted the truce had only bought time, calling the kingdom's days numbered. Ryoma acknowledged the disrespect in his own words, but pressed on regardless. He warned that whoever underestimated this man was gravely mistaken. The king estimated 10 years remained then, corrected himself, settling on 5, depending on how negotiations unfolded. The old king admitted their enemy seemed to anticipate every move, timing the truce with unsettling precision. Ryoma agreed, noting Ultormia had offered it at exactly the right moment. A pause settled between them before the king let out a soft chuckle, revealing this was precisely the matter he'd summoned Ryoma to discuss. Leaning closer, he asked whether it struck Ryoma as strange that wars in this world never truly resolved themselves. Coming from Riorth as he did, perhaps he'd notice what others overlooked. Lady Steiner had already spoken of him while organizing the armies, the king revealed, catching Ryoma off guard. There was no need for such wariness, he added gently. Ryoma admitted his closest subordinates already knew the truth, and doubted Lady Steiner would betray his secret without cause. The king assured him it would stay buried. Turning toward the horizon, the conversation shifted to something larger than the war itself. Both men, it seemed, harbored the same quiet doubts. Somewhere in the western continent, countless conflicts raged on, and one force appeared to be deliberately steering them from the shadows. Ryoma recounted what King Julianus had shared with him, his expression hardening as the memory settled in. Boltz's reaction was immediate, stunned disbelief crossing his face at whatever Ryoma had just revealed. Such a claim was difficult to accept at face value, someone remarked. Ryoma understood the skepticism completely, having felt the same doubt when he first heard it. Some would simply dismiss it as delusion, he admitted, respect for the king aside. Riding through the countryside, Ryoma pieced together two threads of reasoning, admitting freely that both remained speculation. The first centered on Joshua Bellairs, who had held the country's defenses together for an entire year before Zaruda's allies finally arrived, defending a fortress on open plains bordered on miraculous, even with home field advantage factored in. One companion recalled once believing talent alone explained it, but another pushed back, saying leadership, intellect, and charisma weren't things a boy simply stumbled into. That contradiction was exactly what unsettled Ryoma. Holding back 60,000 troops seemed nearly impossible, and he doubted his own endurance would have lasted a month in the same position. Perhaps Oltormia's female general had simply lacked what the task required, yet Shardina hadn't struck him as careless. Someone certainly not the type to let her supply lines collapse again and again. Having met her personally, Ryoma recalled a chill unlike anything else he'd encountered in this world. This could easily read as internal discord within her ranks. Though something about it felt wrong, her subordinate clearly held immense faith in her judgment, so the question became whether someone within the Empire had orchestrated her downfall from the start. Elsewhere, discussion turned to the fund-raising problem, prompting someone to ask what the second reason might be. The target had been staggering, 100,000 gold coins, ordered from above without room for negotiation. Ryoma shrugged off the surprise, calling it a modest figure given the scale of what he ultimately intended to achieve. Boltz balked at the number regardless, insisting it was no small sum by any measure. Had everything unfolded according to plan, reaching that target would have posed little difficulty, Ryoma explained. Someone else scoffed, doubting the pair had ever seriously believed such wealth was attainable. He suspected interference all along, someone exploiting the ongoing war between Zaruda and Oltormia to disrupt their efforts deliberately. Wartime procurement lingered in his thoughts as he offered to explain further, prompting confused glances from those still trying to follow his reasoning. Somewhere in this world, he suspected, others had already reached the same conclusion he had. Whispers drifted through the streets, one voice asking a companion whether they'd caught wind of a man called the Devil of Heraclion. An elderly man with dark glasses mused that children inevitably took after their parents, prompting his companion to ask what he meant by that remark. Rumors had reached him on the journey here, the visitor admitted. His grandson, the old man declared, had grown into quite the monster Ryoma Mikoshiba, now a baron, matched exactly the description of the Devil of Heraclion. Sweat beaded on the younger man's face as the weight of that claim settled in. Laughter broke the tension, one man doubling over while the other merely chuckled under his breath. Relief flooded the room as confirmation came that Ryoma remained alive, the old man calling out his name with unmistakable joy. Gratitude passed between them as the visitor thanked Liu Zhongzhan for his help, only to be gently corrected he went by Liu Daijin these days. It was nothing worth mentioning, came the reply. Puffing on a long pipe, the bespectacled elder spoke of an old friend, Koichiro Mikoshiba, his name carrying decades of history behind it, reaching out his hand. He praised the decision to seek help from his organization, calling their reunion nothing short of a miracle he remained grateful for. A rumor spreads through the city streets like wildfire. Someone whispers in disbelief that a man thought dead is somehow still breathing. The night sky watches over stone buildings as fear settles into every word. Inside a dim room, an elderly man in dark glasses demands answers. His subordinate confirms the impossible. The man they tried to eliminate was Koichiro Mikoshiba himself, very much alive. Years of history unfold. Koichiro stands revealed as an elder of a shadowy organization, a veteran of countless battles, including the siege of Castle Durgstein and the fall of Trusta. He fought the Church of Menios from the shadows and single-handedly crushed an entire Night Order. A blade changes hands. A blonde-haired man returns the katana Kika to its rightful owner, praising Koichiro's endurance through everything he has faced. Seated calmly, Koichiro receives quiet mockery about his recklessness. His subordinate Jung recovered the sword, proof that old habits die hard. A hooded figure credits his own subordinate for cracking a code, the Shawanjin cipher, long since considered useless by everyone else. Tempers flare briefly. Koichiro is scolded for nearly being mistaken for an enemy spy, yet praised for uncovering the truth. Regardless, risk, they agree, comes with the territory. Grief surfaces beneath the tension. Both men acknowledge losses among their comrades, before shifting toward more pressing matters, the location of a missing niece. Koichiro recalls giving her a weapon called Tuka before they parted, noting she traveled alongside 2 male detectives for protection. News arrives that a man and woman carrying katanas crossed into the Holy Quiltantia Empire. The count is short by 1, but the description matches closely enough. Their troubles compound further. Unable to reach Helmsgula directly, the group finds itself hunted by agents of the Church of Menios. Monsters ambush them along the road, but the Night Order of Belzevia intervenes just in time. Now sheltered with Rodney Norberg in the holy city of Menestia, Koichiro pleads for help retrieving his family member, Asuka. Despite the church's growing influence over the past 50 years, the blonde man pledges full support, calling it the organization's collective will. A confrontation would mean open war with the church, complicated further by an existing feud involving Rodney and his half-sister Mania. Their opponent's skill draws concern, rumored to rival or exceed even Jung's abilities. Comparisons to the leader of the hunting dogs surface, though confidence returns once resources are laid out on the table. Cardinal Roland, the Pope's trusted confidant, prepares to travel under guard as the church plans to send an envoy to Rhodes, Syria. Talk turns to a grandson causing chaos against Ultormia, someone the church can no longer afford to overlook. A name cuts through the tension, spoken with disbelief. Ryoma Mikoshiba stands identified, governor of Wartenia and a noble of Rhodes, Syria, now at the center of it all. Recognition settles in slowly. Finding the man had been the original assignment from the start, someone recalls, while others marvel that the discovery couldn't have been mere coincidence. Elsewhere, a masked figure asks for a secret to be kept a little longer, promising to tell Asuka the truth eventually. The response comes simply understanding, nothing more. Attention shifts to unfinished business. A superior orders the report examined more closely for hidden details, then brings up Rodney's name with quiet weight. A question hangs in the air about making him an official aide. Confirmation comes without hesitation, so long as he agrees to it himself. Praise follows for his honest, diligent work. Conflicted feelings are acknowledged, yet everyone senses he has already chosen to build his life in this world. Doubts surface about pulling him deeper into their plans. Someone raises the idea of eventual knighthood, noting his martial skill already exceeds what is needed. Worry turns toward Asuka instead. Early plans to simply give him money and set him free no longer apply, now that circumstances have changed. Danger looms over her bloodline. Suspicion grows that her grandfather, Koichiro Mikoshiba, has returned from Reearth, putting her life at serious risk if the church ever learns the truth. Fear escalates further still. Should she fall into their hands, torment or worse awaits, since higher-ranking church officials would stop at nothing for even the smallest scrap of information. Her striking appearance only adds to the threat. Cruel men would exploit her, and temple knights covet the rare traits carried by those born of another world. A quiet moment interrupts the tension. Someone asks gently why she looks so downcast, met only with silence and a slumped posture. Frustration boils over next. A brother insists her worth has nothing to do with appearance, wondering aloud if a friend in Tarja might offer some way to help. Concern gets returned in kind. She warns him to watch himself too, since his outsider nature already draws cold treatment from those above. Rodney steps forward with a firm reminder. Protecting someone should never mean locking them away like a prisoner. Training becomes the proposed answer. A strong heart and genuine resolve to live in this world are called essential, prompting a direct question about becoming her teacher. The reasoning solidifies further. Growing stronger, everyone agrees, is what she truly needs above anything else. Scene shifts to a bustling street beneath open sky, a hooded figure moving quietly through the crowd. A woman calls out playfully, inviting him for company, though he brushes past with barely a glance. Her teasing continues, complaining he is stingy, while he apologizes briefly and hurries on, clearly unsettled by the surroundings. A bald man in formal attire studies him carefully before offering quiet approval, accepting something handed over in the shadows. Heavy doors creak open at the bald man's command, welcoming the hooded figure inside where others already wait. Dogs bark sharply as tension fills the room. A dark-haired man asks whether everyone has gathered, and with confirmation given, the meeting begins. Sunlight bathes a peaceful shore where a ship rests offshore. Ryoma tells his companions the day's work is finished, leaving Sarah and the others free to relax. A cheerful girl asks what Ryoma intends to do next. He mentions heading to the checkpoint for Geno's report, insisting she needn't tag along and should simply take it easy. She protests loudly, insisting of course she is fine, though her flustered reaction suggests otherwise. As Ryoma teases her grumpy mood, concern shifts toward everyone's well-being. Ryoma wishes his companions would relax more during their stay, while she points out he hasn't rested since returning himself. Politeness slips into curiosity. She asks permission to pose a question, prompting Ryoma to request she drop the formality between them. Memory resurfaces an old contradiction. She recalls him once claiming to be searching for himself, yet lately speaking of a clear goal he intends to pursue. Ryoma denies any wrongdoing at first, startled by the accusation, then admits there is something he'll reveal eventually rather than now. She wonders aloud whether Simone already knows. A promise gets sealed beneath open skies. Ryoma vows to keep his word, and she demands he truly mean it. Curiosity turns mutual. He offers to hear anything she'd like to do in return, catching her off guard, though she insists there is simply no way she could ever say elsewhere. Tension eases between two men and their dogs. One dismisses any need for scolding, asking instead why Kikukawa has come, while gratitude follows for everyone's recent efforts. Cold calculation surfaces next. Profiting from war, one remarks, requires skillfully prolonging it though. Such things prove far easier said than accomplished. Sympathy turns pointed and cruel. Word of a lost lover draws mock condolence, followed by insistence that patience remains necessary now that their financial goal draws closer. Bitterness lingers in the question of how much longer endurance must continue. The answer comes flatly, simply endure. Recent success has brought fresh funding, one explains calmly, while tending to the dogs nearby, treating the matter as settled business. A new battle plan is announced, sealing the organization's next move without room for argument. Saito's name is called directly, followed by news of reassignment to a different mission entirely. The task laid bare stuns him, turning the Crown Prince and Shardina against one another, forcing siblings into open conflict. A young queen stood by the palace corridor, staring through the tall windows at birds crossing a pale sky. Her sigh carried more weight than words. Not a single envoy sent to negotiate had returned, and that silence told her everything she needed to know. Months earlier, the capital had buzzed with a question nobody could answer. What was really happening out in Wertenia? Below the towers and rooftops the city carried on, unaware of how much would soon change. Cheers rose from the crowd as citizens pushed forward, calling out for Baron Mikoshiba. Ryoma walked through the gathered townsfolk with quiet composure, his expression unreadable while people praised the hero who had returned from war. Whispers spread through the crowd, comparing Ryoma's feats in Ultormia to the legendary deeds of Helena. Some admired him outright, while others exchanged doubtful glances, unsure what to make of a man who kept rewriting expectations. Despite the celebration, Ryoma remained skeptical. He doubted the entire nation could feel the same joy the crowd displayed, sensing tension simmering beneath the festivities that ordinary citizens couldn't see. His companion asked what these festivities truly meant. Ryoma answered flatly that Sakuya had informed him the queen's reforms weren't progressing well, suggesting the celebration existed mostly to distract the public from that failure. Voices in the crowd speculated that paid actors filled the streets to help Lupus save face. Ryoma's grip tightened on Kikoku, his sword humming faintly, as he silently reminded himself to hold back his instincts, reasoning no assassin would strike in such a public place. The castle stood against a gray sky, and someone murmured they hadn't expected matters to unfold this way, hinting at deeper political struggles building behind its walls. Inside, Lupus argued with her advisor about resistant nobles. Raising taxes without consent would only backfire, she insisted, while her advisor reminded her the nobles were simply protecting their own privileges, not defying her out of malice. Frustration cracked through Lupus's composure. She admitted change took time, yet fought back tears when she realized how alone she felt in a court that refused to understand her intentions. Her advisor noted Helena's position in Zeruda kept rival nations restrained, giving them room to focus inward. Lupus, still uncertain of her own authority, questioned whether she was truly capable of leading through this crisis. Her attention shifted toward one particular concern, Ryoma Mikoshiba. Her advisor warned they needed to watch him closely, since his growing influence could tip the balance of power either way. Lupus admitted relief that he'd returned safely, though her advisor shuddered, recalling how they'd once hoped isolation in Wertenia would weaken him. Instead, he'd used that hardship to grow far stronger. Court officials debated how to treat him, demanding too much risked public backlash. Yet if he couldn't be dismissed, they agreed he needed to be utilized wisely, rather than pushed aside. Nobles opposed granting him rank due to his mysterious origins. Still, her advisor admitted it was remarkable he'd chosen to remain an ally after everything the kingdom had put him through. Lupus considered apologizing directly, hoping honesty might ease tensions. Her advisor immediately objected, warning that showing weakness wouldn't calm him, since nothing about the situation could be smoothed over so simply. She worried that admitting fault publicly could damage the royal family's dignity, especially with rivals like Princess Radine, eager to exploit any sign of weakness. Catching herself, Lupus brushed off her words as a passing jest, asking her advisor to forget she'd said anything at all. Alone with her thoughts, she admitted she couldn't support the throne single-handedly. She needed allies, as many as she could gather, to survive what was coming. Far from the capital, wind swept across the mountains as a voice called out to Mikhail, warning him that Her Majesty needed him now more than ever. A quill scratched across parchment, while, out in the square, a soldier's patrol drew curious eyes. Someone in the crowd wondered aloud why guards were suddenly stationed there, questioning if trouble had stirred somewhere in the city. Ryoma leaned against the counter, listening as the receptionist explained the unrest. Farmers were dodging their taxes, she said, and refugees kept pouring in, leaving the streets outside, far less safe than before. Lowering her voice, she admitted there was friction between the queen and the nobility. Worse still, the economy hadn't shown any sign of recovery, no matter what reforms Lupus attempted. Ryoma wasn't surprised. He'd already suspected her reforms were failing. Shifting the subject, he asked whether the guild had any plans to open a branch in Wertenia, prompting a small, amused reaction from the woman across the counter. She reminded him their guild operated branches across the entire continent, yet Wertenia had never received an invitation. Her tone carried a hint of teasing curiosity as she waited for his reaction. Excitement lit up her face at the thought, though she quickly admitted it was only wishful thinking. Monsters still roamed freely there, making it far too dangerous to consider such an expansion just yet. Teasingly, she pointed out how inconvenient it must be for him to travel elsewhere just to renew his rank, especially since it hadn't risen in a while. Ryoma brushed it off, blaming his busy schedule for the lack of hunting, insisting ranks never mattered much to him anyway. Curiosity got the better of him. He asked her to confirm that specific numbers reflected an adventurer's raw strength, and whether level 7 truly stood as the highest attainable rank among them. He admitted people usually told him beginners shouldn't concern themselves with such details, yet the number itself had struck him as oddly incomplete, prompting him to dig further. Amused by his persistence, she giggled and asked whether he suspected some hidden meaning buried within that ranking system, watching him lean in with growing interest. Covering her flushed cheeks, she explained that a level 7 represented humanity's absolute peak, someone capable of standing against 10,000 soldiers, or matching a colossal beast in raw power. Ryoma's silent stare only made her laugh harder, insisting he was being ridiculous. Night settled over the town as she continued, revealing that individuals surpassing that level were known as ascendants, though not a single one existed anywhere on their continent. Mountains stretched endlessly under a dim sky as her explanation deepened. Despite appearances, she said, the entire system was something of a facade, since true ascendants occupied a level regarded as nearly impossible to reach. Elsewhere, two figures discussed the matter more gravely. Their enemy, the Church of Menios, reportedly harbored one or two such existences, though scouring the entire western continent might yield fewer than 10 in total. In truth, their organization alone counted 3 among its ranks. Judging by what he'd heard, someone speculated there existed people who'd surpassed even the ascendant threshold. His companion confirmed the claim, naming his own master Liu Daijin as one such individual. Turning toward the man beside him, Liu Daijin declared him another example entirely. Reflecting on their earlier duel, he recalled how effortlessly his student had parried a devastating strike, insisting the numerical system, while flawed, still served as a reliable measure of strength. Shame colored his expression as he confessed embarrassment over ever trusting the confidence instilled by the 8-stroke boxing technique, passed down by God Spear Li Xuan. Waving off the self-criticism, Liu Daijin insisted he was being far too modest, calling him a worthy successor and noting that withstanding an attack from the leader of the hunting dogs was no small feat. Watching them from a distance, an onlooker noted how ascendants alone could topple entire armies, yet this man surpassed even that terrifying benchmark, remarking on just how unsettling his presence truly felt. Turning his focus elsewhere, the stranger asked directly what desires stirred within him. expressing genuine curiosity about the mindset carried by the one known as Transcendent Koichiro Mikoshiba upon his return to this world. Pressed for an answer, Ryoma named his priority without hesitation, placing his relative's safety above all else. Before elaborating further, he asked whether arrangements could be made for him to meet Kuz, a request that visibly startled the man across from him, who repeated the elder's name in disbelief. Confidence replaced his surprise, as he assured Ryoma the leader of the hunting dogs held enough influence to make that meeting happen without difficulty. Alone with his thoughts, Ryoma recalled Akamichi Kuz, the closest friend he'd found since arriving in this world. Something weighed on him, a truth he felt obligated to share, one that couldn't wait any longer. Deer graze near a quiet stream until an arrow cuts through the silence. Dropping one mid-stride, hunting dogs sprint ahead, thrilled with the kill. Alicia praises them, already picturing the fresh venison she can bring to the queen. Her companion urges the horses onward. She insists red meat cures a heavy heart better than anything else. Her escort agrees they should hurry back and deliver the gift at once. Ryoma reflects that the offering will only ease her sorrow briefly. Memories surface of Queen Lupus riding beside him, desperate and cornered, asking why her choices meet such resistance. At court, advisors murmur about the backlash Lupus faces. Nobles refuse to loosen their grip on inherited privileges, and no one blames them for resisting change. Alicia watches from a window, troubled. Elevating a commoner like Ryoma too far risks civil war, she reasons. Loyal nobles like Bergstone and Zelif are rare exceptions, and she quietly resolves that Ryoma must be removed. Doubt creeps into her resolve soon after. Ryoma's forces outmatch hers in morale and strategy, leaving single combat as her only real chance at survival. Still, she rides forward with defiance, reminding herself she has never let him win easily despite past losses. Thaumaturgy makes no distinction between men and women, and her blade rivals even Mikhail Vanash, Rotsiria's finest knight. A hound barks sharply beside her, breaking her concentration. Deeper in the woods, she admits a real battle carries different stakes than a supervised duel, sighing at her own uncertainty. Her thoughts drift to Ryoma's reputation, having already defeated Kale and claimed the life of Greg Moore, the feared water god Blade. She confesses she dislikes the plan taking shape, yet sees no alternative except calling on the 10 houses of the north. Elsewhere, night settles over the city as a voice questions Saito's hesitation. Saito receives praise for leaking the transport route to Zaruda, his handler noting how well he has endured serving the demanding princess. Ale-haired man observes that nobody suspects Saito, crediting the obedience spell for such unwavering trust. He explains the curse binds only those summoned from Earth, a death sentence worse than what is placed on slaves, reducing its victims to beasts wearing human faces. Because people believe betrayal is impossible under the spell, that false confidence becomes the perfect opening for sabotage. The man praises Saito's restraint, admitting even he struggles resisting the pull of vengeance. Saito wonders if killing 1 or 2 people would truly change anything, while his companion warns he'd tear throats apart given the chance, insisting he has already come too far to stop now. Both men turn cold, weighing the fate awaiting the people of this world, and those from the Western continent alike. A cold voice vows to slaughter every soul making up this twisted hell, swearing the resolve will never falter. Elsewhere, a servant offers a drink and comments that Saito took longer than expected, asking if something troubled him. Saito apologizes, calling the errand exhausting. His superior smiles knowingly, remarking that Saito has endured many months and taken another step forward, adding it is only natural he feels restless. Before accepting a drink, Saito insists on delivering his report first. His superior praises the effort and pours wine anyway, telling him he has done well. The older man laughs at Saito's diligence, noting it is what made him a leader, despite his youth. Saito then reveals that Ryoma Mikoshiba has proven troublesome, just as predicted. They discuss how the war with Zaruda let Ryoma trade with both allies and the enemy empire of Ultormia, driving prices upward through the conflict. His superior recalls stopping trade with the Kristoff Company after receiving Saito's report. Saito adds that the company even joined post-war restoration efforts, a bold gamble given their hidden political ties to the empire, one that could destroy them if exposed. His superior decides to keep watching the company closely and mentions plans to advise Kuz once more. Frustration builds over their spy's silence, since establishing a guild branch has stalled, and resources aren't limitless. His superior demands solid proof, marveling at how skilled, shrewd, and fortunate Ryoma seems to be. Saito suggests sending the hunting dogs against Wartenia before Ryoma's influence grows deeper, though he admits eliminating him outright wouldn't be nearly as interesting. His superior bursts into laughter, then apologizes and asks him to refocus. Overlooking a peaceful valley town, someone hums that an idea has come to mind. Nearby, Helena approaches Chris with a wineskin as a gift. He fumbles in surprise at seeing her, then drinks before he can stop himself, spraying it out in shock as Helena teases that she caught him red-handed. Chris coughs through his drunken haze while training, and Helena scolds him for practicing in such a state, telling him to quit for the day. He apologizes sincerely. Helena reassures him that his war record will earn recognition and a higher rank once he returns home, even if the war didn't end as he'd hoped, adding this isn't like him at all. Chris denies being upset that Ryoma defeated him, though Helena sighs and calls out his obvious frustration. She admires his honesty, noting it still bothers him. Chris admits he is only present because of Helena's return, grateful for the opportunity Ryoma gave him. Helena points out that jealousy itself isn't shameful, especially now that Ryoma rules Wertenia and Chris serves as one of her top advisors. Someone else remarks there is no need to rush anything. Chris wonders if a conversation could really change things between him and Ryoma. Helena laughs and suggests he simply try talking to him directly. She encourages him to take the first step, not toward friendship, but toward change. Chris silently reflects on how she once stopped him from losing himself completely, thanking her for it in the rain. Summoning warns against bottling up strong feelings, cautioning that unchecked jealousy could turn a person into a green-eyed monster, like Hodram once became. The warning lingers in silence before quiet acceptance follows. Moments later, a voice calls out to Ryoma, offering him tea. Ryoma savors the aroma and praises the brew, thanking Laura for preparing it so well. He mentions that Nelsius was equally impressed, admitting his own tea couldn't compare to hers. Laura beams and insists he is simply being generous. Simone notes Nelsius has been buying and testing every variety of tea lately, apparently developing a real interest in it. Laura reacts with surprise at the news. Ryoma reflects that everyone seems to be thriving these days, glad to see people finally have the time and means to enjoy small luxuries again. Looking out over the coastline, he credits Sirius's recovery to the effort of those who worked while he was away, and acknowledges Boltz's report on upcoming challenges. He then turns to Kevin, giving him equal credit for the progress made. Kevin admits embarrassment over his earlier injury but assures Ryoma his arm has fully healed, brushing off concern about how serious it once was. He insists the mishap was entirely his own fault and vows to repay Ryoma's trust, dramatically declaring he'd end his life if he'd caused any doubt about their abilities. Ryoma, unbothered by such formality, simply tells him to lift his head, saying he prefers things kept casual between them. Samanon reminds Ryoma that though his followers' words sound extreme, it reflects real loyalty since he lifted them out of lives as slaves. Ryoma quietly agrees, admitting he feels the same devotion toward them in return. His companions gather around him eagerly, asking for his next order. Ryoma agrees to their call to arms, promising to protect everyone as they vow to crush the 10 houses of the north together, asking only for their strength a little longer. Elsewhere, a woman knocks gently on a grand door, asking her husband for a moment of his time. She informs him a messenger has arrived from the royal capital. She walks the quiet hallway afterward, her expression darkening with unspoken worry. A voice from within finally answers, inviting her inside. A noblewoman entered the room, her presence cutting through the laughter inside. She apologized for interrupting the fun, though her tone carried little regret. A letter had arrived from Meltina Lecter, the knight of the royal capital, and she wanted an answer delivered quickly. From the bed, a young man barely reacted, brushing her off as though the name meant nothing to him. The seal on the letter glowed faintly under the light. One of the women present confirmed it belonged to the royal family, her voice flat with distaste. Startled, several women scattered from the room. The man barked at them to get out, swinging his arm in irritation as they fled past him in a rush. Later, the women gathered elsewhere, giggling among themselves. One noblewoman remarked that she couldn't believe he never tired of such indulgence. The man simply laughed it off, unbothered by the comment. Elsewhere, 2 women discussed the matter more seriously. One wondered aloud whether Sir Mikoshiba was becoming a nuisance to Meltina, given how persistently she pushed for another spy to be sent. Her companion sighed, crumpling a document in her hand, and asked what had become of the maid they'd supplied earlier. No word had come back. A third voice joined in, dismissing the idea that Mikoshiba could be behind anything clever. Another suggested Meltina might instead be trying to weaken the North's influence altogether. One of them noted that no ordinary person could endure the treatment Mikoshiba had received. He had risked his life to place Lupus on the throne, only to be sent into danger again the moment he proved useful. Fear of his retaliation, she guessed, was likely driving Meltina's paranoia. Another admitted sympathy for his misfortune, calling him unlucky rather than dangerous. When asked directly if he sympathized with Mikoshiba, he brushed the question aside with a scoff. He added quietly that even his own wise father had made sacrifices of his own. No honest politician truly existed, he said, whether their compromises were large or small. Back with Mikoshiba himself, the conversation shifted toward what to do next. His companion insisted they should at least act as if they intended to honor Meltina's request. He agreed and left the matter in her hands, promising to contact the 10 houses of the north as before. Before parting, someone else asked to be granted a period of leave. At the Wertenia checkpoint, an elder reported that during Mikoshiba's absence, they had eliminated every spy lurking within Wertenia's borders. Mikoshiba thanked him warmly, expressing gratitude for being trusted to act at his own discretion, despite having left so much responsibility behind. Elsewhere, a young woman named Sakuya reacted with visible excitement, surrounded by her first apprentices, who called out to her with admiration. Discussion turned back to strategy. The Igasaki clan had laid out 10 to 20 layers of barriers, though one spy had still managed to slip through. Once the enemy realized their agents weren't returning, more skilled ones would surely follow. Mikoshiba warned against pushing his people too hard through training, even as the elder insisted there was no time left to delay. The elder pressed that they had to act swiftly, warning that facing a full rank of force would prove difficult. Mikoshiba agreed evenly, standing firm despite the warning. He grinned, admitting he had already sown some seeds of his own toward that end. Far in northern Road Syria, a low rumble echoed across the hills. 2 figures crouched low, eyes wide as they stared toward the source. One confirmed it was massive, identifying it as the colossal monster the guild had marked as dangerous. The creature revealed itself, devouring prey without hesitation. One companion noted grimly that this explained why trade through the region had ground to a halt, while the other flinched startled that such a giant monster roamed so far inland. A young rookie wondered aloud what a masked figure had muttered about him, curious rather than alarmed. Moments later, he mused about how Captain Rick would react to the news of the giant monster nearby. That masked man turned out to be Rick himself, appearing suddenly and startling the rookie half to death. He teased the boy for looking so terrified, laughing at his own prank of sneaking up while hiding his presence. Composing himself, the rookie shot back that he wouldn't be so easily fooled, insisting he'd nearly drawn his blade in self-defense. Rick merely smirked, pointing out that reacting recklessly in a hunting area could have gone very differently. Narration revealed the rookie's disguise, posing as the illegitimate son of a fallen knight to mask his true identity. Rick, unaware of the deception, swore dramatically on the tattoo across his back that he'd surpass the mercenary lion someday, since the azure sky nimbus outranked the crimson lion in reputation. From nearby, the vice captain scolded Rick for terrorizing yet another newcomer, clearly unimpressed by his antics. Rick protested that he had his own methods, though she reminded him how many recruits he'd already frightened off before. She apologized on his behalf, explaining gently that despite his odd looks and rough manner, he genuinely cared about the people around him. Elsewhere, another operative reported finishing his tasks long ago, even covering the pitfall trap while his partner still fumbled about. Embarrassed, the partner snapped at him to stop bragging. Impressed by the speed of it all, he cursed under his breath, admitting his rival was simply too skilled. She replied coolly that she was only waiting for her captain's signal. Kevin praised the plan, though a young member questioned whether a mere pitfall could truly bring down something as gigantic as the monster they faced. Standing before the assembled group, Rick warned that the creature rivaled a dragon in danger, calling it nothing short of a calamity. With 20 members in the azure sky, he admitted they'd normally want double that number for something this serious. He reassured the young member not to worry, insisting Anastasia's strategies would keep them safe. Someone noted she was a former noble, credited as the brains behind the team's clever tactics, though Anastasia brushed off the mention of her birth as irrelevant. Kevin remarked grimly that the giant centipede had already tasted human flesh, while another added that no plan mattered if teammates couldn't be trusted to execute it properly. Rick told the young recruit to simply play his part and not be afraid, warning that failing to kill the beast now would only cost more lives later. Anastasia countered dryly that the same warning applied to him, prompting a short, wordless exchange between them. Kevin affirmed his trust in her, agreeing that her judgment on the matter carried weight. A separate voice praised the pair's dynamic, noting that even when they argued, their bond ran deep and their care for others remained genuine. The Azure Sky Nimbus, it was explained, operated under the joint leadership of Captain Rick and Vice Captain Anastasia. Elsewhere, at the Mistal Company, ordinary life continued in the streets outside a bustling trading house. Inside, a young woman named Yulia grew anxious over her father's unusual absence, remarking it wasn't like him to vanish without telling anyone where he'd gone. Her father finally returned, apologizing for the delay and explaining he'd had something urgent to attend to. Relief washed over Yulia as she rushed to greet him, though the household lightened the mood teasingly, joking about how rare it was for him to come home so suddenly. Back with Meltina, tension returned as she informed someone she'd come specifically to deliver unwelcome news. An order from the royal capital demanded another spy be sent to the Wartenia Peninsula, requiring the 10 houses of the north to be mobilized once again. The reaction across from her was immediate and sharp. Struggling to keep his composure, the man decided it would be best to explain everything plainly. Realization dawned across his face as he finally understood what she meant. Concerned, a young woman rushed over, asking if he was all right as he staggered against the furniture. Confusion flashed across another face, demanding to know what nonsense was being spoken now. A weary voice pressed back, asking pointedly just who exactly he thought he'd recently encountered. Over the sleeping town, the truth settled in. The visitor had been a messenger sent from the house of Baron Ryoma Mikoshiba, arriving all the way from Wartenia itself. A convoy of carts loaded with goods, ready to depart under the shade of towering trees. A young elf confirmed preparations were complete, assuring her companion they could leave at any moment. Nearby, a group of excitable elves begged to be taken along, giggling about wanting to see humans and pleading to accompany their lord to Sirius. Their elders quickly refused, warning that no one knew when the Eagle Lords might break through the barrier, and dragging along the curious would only put everyone at risk, barrier pillars or not. Scolded for their naivety, the younger elves protested being called cheeky. Though the adults remained skeptical, they'd take the key mission seriously, instead of treating it like play. One elder reflected that it wasn't merely the youth who had grown complacent. Even those who once mocked their leader for aligning with humans had begun encouraging increased trade. Unaware of the holy war that had shaped the past, life, she noted, had simply gotten easier. Her companion agreed, understanding why the people would celebrate after 400 years of longing to reclaim a life of culture. Still, he worried the change was happening far too quickly. Watching the humans of Sirius mingle peacefully nearby, one elf wondered what would happen if a new lord ever took over, fearing history might repeat itself. She dreaded a coming betrayal, one that could mirror Lady Delphina's tragic fate. The elder admitted he had long suspected as much, acknowledging that making true peace with humans was far harder than it sounded. Ryoma, standing nearby, urged him not to hold back such fears, insisting it was fair criticism worth remembering. The elder apologized, feeling he'd overstepped. Elsewhere, doubts lingered about whether the people of Sirius could truly be trusted. One elf argued that so long as both sides honored their contract, mutual benefit would build that trust naturally, despite humans still viewing humans as clear enemies. For now, both agreed, an uneasy peace would have to suffice. Ryoma's name lingered ominously in another's thoughts, as she wondered whether meeting him had been a mere omen or simply her warrior's instinct stirring. Resolved, she decided she needed to see the man for herself, watching birds cross the sky as a crowd gathered below near the shoreline. Later, over tea, Ryoma explained that the leaves came from Pandarg in the holy Q'd Wiltantia Empire, offering baked goods made from dried fruits to accompany the drink. His guest praised the spread, remarking how wonderful it all was, while another observer found the whole scene faintly intimidating. Noting that as always, Ryoma had covered every possible base, he humbly credited his host for the business's continued success. Confident their arrangement could keep benefiting both sides, Ryoma expressed hope for maintaining the friendly relationship, though his elven counterpart cautioned that increasing production of the requested thaumaturgic item remained difficult, since only a rare few among elves could craft it at all. Turning serious, Ryoma stated plainly that someone had provoked the nobles of the north and now sought to cause them harm, promising to be direct about the matter. The elven chief, puzzled, asked why his opinion mattered so much on such a concern, especially since he considered himself merely an elven chief. His host admitted he had summoned him specifically to hear his perspective on the unfolding situation. Ryoma noted that plenty of people held grudges against him, reasoning that a former commoner turned baron made an ideal sacrifice for nobles angered and dragged into the mess, since those who outlived their usefulness were often cast aside. The chief confirmed he was aware of their current situation, having received reports from both Delphina and Igasaki. He acknowledged that humans could be remarkably illogical creatures, yet warned that provoking a suicide mission wouldn't help the queen at all and risked sparking another civil war. Ryoma laughed lightly, admitting the comment had struck a nerve, though he doubted the incident had come as a direct order from the queen herself. His companion reasoned that one of the queen's aides must be acting in secret, though she doubted Viscount Gelhart alone held enough influence to unite the nobles this way. Suspicion turned instead toward whoever had orchestrated the previous civil war, possibly hoping to fan the flames once again. Two names surfaced as likely suspects behind the scheme: Mikhail Vanash and Meltina Lecter. Ryoma suspected the true goal was to pit the nation's troublemakers against each other, while the mastermind reaped the benefits from the sidelines, then asked whether anyone had a clearer idea of the actual culprit. Samanon remarked that if two people known for their valor had resorted to such tactics, it only proved how cornered the queen truly was, sniffling as though the thought brought genuine tears. Ryoma agreed that was precisely the heart of the matter, acknowledging the pair likely acted with good intentions, despite the risk of punishment, if their plan failed. Even so, he admitted, they'd clearly crossed a line. The queen herself was described as unusually kind and easily moved by emotion for someone of royal blood, intelligent and good-hearted enough to have earned deep loyalty. Yet those same virtues had worked against her once she took the throne, leaving her unable to cut off those close to her or shoulder the weight of a bad reputation, even as she tried appeasing restless nobles with goodwill. Harsh judgment followed. Some believed she should either commit fully to injustice and eliminate her rivals outright, or take the threat seriously and prepare for the nobles' backlash. Others insisted that if she truly wanted to keep certain power at arm's length, she shouldn't feel relieved just because a token plot of land had settled her conscience. Ryoma admitted that in her position, he might have done the same, though something clearly troubled him as the thought lingered. An elf voice cut through, asking directly whether Mikoshiba intended to seize the land belonging to the 10 houses of the north. Ryoma acknowledged the quick insight, admitting he expected nothing less from someone known as the Mad Demon Nelsius. Still, he pointed out a problem. The 10 houses commanded a powerful army guarding Rhodsiria's northern border, and Wertenia itself functioned as a natural fortress, capable of holding out under siege if it came to that. Nelsius pressed further, warning that Ryoma surely understood what would happen if they clashed head-on. Resigned, Ryoma admitted the time had come to choose a side once and for all. Quietly, Nelsius observed that founding a nation would inevitably become Mikoshiba's fate. Elsewhere, chaos erupted as rocks tumbled down a mountainside, prompting someone to call the culprit an absolute idiot. A soldier remarked that the enemy could have simply stayed hidden in their hole, yet chose instead to leave and walk straight into death, facing a squad of only 50 against roughly 300 men. Their commander noted wryly that the enemy's plan to win through sheer numbers had instead led them straight into a trap. A former noble reduced to banditry, another added, had truly hit rock bottom. Amid the fighting, one warrior declared it was time for the twin blades of House Salzburg to finally live up to their name. His companion brushed off the praise, insisting he was merely a normal second son carrying out work pushed onto him by Rosen, urging the others not to bother being tactful about his brother's intentions as they moved to finish the enemy off and head back to the city. An enemy soldier bellowed his name as Robert Bertrand, declaring by order of Count Salzburg, leader of Rhodsiria's north, that he would kill them all where they stood. Amid the clash, one soldier shouted for others to get him, while the bald man beside them grimaced under the pressure of combat. Narration praised the twin blades of House Salzburg, noting that the elder brother carried himself with humility despite being among the frontier's most heroic figures. A warning followed regarding a dangerous opponent still to come, the sixth son of Baron Galveria, a man known as Cygnus Galveria, whom the former commoner of Wertenia was told to prepare for carefully. Amid cheers, one soldier declared that so long as the twin blades remained standing, the 10 houses of the north would never waver, as the scene shifted to a peaceful town glowing beneath the evening sky. That night, celebration filled a tavern as soldiers roared with pride over a job well done, urging each other to drink up amid laughter and clinking mugs. Chatter drifted through the quiet night streets as the town settled, unaware of the banner-marked nimbus beyond the azure sky hanging nearby, watched over by a lone figure crouched near the wall. Late that night, a woman appeared at his door, remarking coolly on the strangeness of a man and woman alone together in a single room, so late, in the middle of a party no less. Flustered, he protested that nothing was happening, though her arched brow suggested she wasn't entirely convinced, especially once she recognized Anastasia standing drunk and giggling behind him, groaning. He begged her to at least tease him with some restraint if she had to, insisting she sounded exactly like his mother. She fired back, asking if a so-called former noble couldn't manage a little more refinement, instead of behaving so improperly. Setting the joke aside, he asked what everyone else had gotten up to. She reported that the party had ended long ago, with most attendees drunk and passed out across the room. Curious, he pressed further about where he was from, and she simply answered with a question of her own. She explained that his claimed origin from a fallen noble house was pure fabrication, though his training clearly hadn't been lacking. Everything about him, she suspected, pointed to House Mikoshiba. Surprised, he asked whether they meant the former mercenary exiled to Wertenia, muttering under his breath about the man's so-called reward, being named Baron in title, only of a monster-infested peninsula. She scolded him for speaking so dismissively about a gifted hero credited with ending the civil war. Elsewhere, A young man slumped in visible gloom, admitting he'd believed he had an unusually skilled newcomer on his hands. The woman beside him asked gently if he was really taking it that hard. Apologizing for failing to meet expectations, the newcomer addressed Captain Rick directly, while Kevin looked on from nearby. Rick admitted he genuinely had high hopes for him. Sighing, Rick asked if the boy truly was a former slave, since he'd been carrying himself with such convincing innocence. Kevin explained that Master Mikashiba had rescued him from slavery, apologizing for the lateness of his visit, and formally introducing himself before asking what exactly Rick wanted from him. Kevin then said he wished to share the details concerning their shared future together. Dek Monaster raised his blade against Robert's mounted knight, declaring his name and challenging him to a duel on behalf of House Monaster. Nearby soldiers whispered among themselves, surprised that a member of a crushed house still carried himself like nobility. The old knight Sir Robert brushed off their concern, refusing pity. He admitted he understood Dek's need to face death as a knight one final time, showing quiet respect for the challenge. Dek pressed forward on horseback, insisting he only wanted to return home. His grandfather's voice cut through the wind, reminding him that becoming a bandit changed nothing about his duty to answer a knight's challenge. Robert charged in, declaring that accepting a challenge from the strong was simply his obligation. Steel met steel as both riders collided in a burst of motion. Robert's strike connected first, and blood sprayed from the wound. His horse carried him onward while Dek slumped and fell from his own mount, defeated elsewhere. A battle raged across an open field. Soldiers roared as they pushed forward on horseback, spears raised high, with one voice cutting through the chaos to declare that rank meant nothing in the fight for survival. Away from the noise, Cygnus lay curled on a distant hillside, admitting to herself that even she walked a dangerous, uncertain path. Inside a stone chamber, a woman clutched a flower, murmuring conflicting thoughts about leaving her house, torn between staying and escaping. Her grip tightened until the flower crushed in her hand. A muffled scream escaped her as she buried her face, repeating that she would not leave. A man's face twisted in anguish as he questioned why he had ever been born into this world at all. He stood alone among fallen soldiers and broken swords, reflecting bitterly that the place he'd fought so hard to reach had been stripped from him, just as his father, mother-in-law, and siblings had once turned their backs on him. The woman remained trapped, comparing herself to a caged bird, unable to choose her own fate, begging silently for someone named Almada to save her. A door burst open as a figure demanded to live life on his own terms, startling another man who spun around, unsure who had entered. Villagers dropped to their knees before armored soldiers, begging forgiveness, and warning that without mercy they would starve. Since the season's crops could not be planted, a young girl ran toward her father, who stumbled from a blow, while the knight responsible offered only a quiet apology, insisting he was merely following orders. The knight urged a girl named Jenny to stay back for her safety, while another man calmly threatened that paying taxes would spare her family from harm. A boy's cries echoed as his father was struck down before him, confusion turning to horror as soldiers pressed for additional taxes already thought settled. Villagers recalled how Princess Lupus had once been beloved as a fair and gentle knight captain, yet her rise to queen only worsened their suffering. Trembling soldiers tried to steady themselves mid-task, urged by a companion to stay strong despite their obvious unease. Elliot Chamberlain, an American formerly from Britain, grinned through gritted teeth, apologizing even as he confessed he couldn't suppress his twisted enjoyment of the violence surrounding him. The mustached noble eyed the farmers with cold amusement, suggesting he could simply buy the girl standing among them. He called their inability to pay a moral failing, insisting even slaves understood their obligations better than they did. His gaze shifted toward another villager's wife, offering to purchase her as well. A farmer stepped forward in protest, only to be cut off before he could finish his objection about honor. The noble's expression darkened as he warned that failing their duties would brand the entire village as rebels against Rhodsyria, reminding them their land existed only because the queen permitted it. Panic spread as he accused them of harboring criminals, guilty of treason. A young couple huddled together, sensing what fate awaited anyone labeled that way. Voices rose in desperation, insisting they'd always fulfilled their duties. Fear turned to disbelief as the threat of losing their entire village to fire and slavery settled over the crowd. Not far away, a hidden figure murmured with quiet satisfaction that their scheme was finally ripening, addressing an unseen accomplice named Pseudo. The noble refused to relent, snapping that he wasn't finished yet, even as his knight urged retreat, warning that the moment for withdrawal had come. Whispering conspirators observed the terror etched on the farmers' faces, congratulating themselves on how effectively their warning had spread fear through the crowd. Recognizing the value in patience, the noble agreed to let the matter rest for the day, framing his choice as generosity befitting a new ruler. He announced his forgiveness while turning to leave with his men, but an arrow suddenly pierced his throat mid-sentence, cutting his laughter short. Chaos erupted as onlookers gasped and soldiers spun toward the fallen noble, shock spreading across every face at the sudden violence. Simona recognized the arrow's poison instantly, cursing that they'd been ambushed as another man knelt beside the dying chamberlain, realizing help had come too late. Armed farmers advanced with makeshift weapons, confirming the soldiers' worst fear. An uprising had begun, forcing the remaining men to accept that retreat now meant sacrifice. Shields raised, the surviving knights pushed forward through the rebelling crowd, shouting orders to force their way clear of the danger. One agent fled through the chaos, questioning how mere serfs had obtained poison so lethal, certain the attack had been deliberately planned rather than accidental. That uprising ignited what would become the Second Rhodsirian Civil War, a rebellion that spread uncontrollably and ultimately doomed the kingdom. Within a grand castle, a young noblewoman fumed at her advisors, demanding results and mocking their apparent uselessness without the queen's authority to act. Exhausted, the queen dismissed her attendants, admitting she expected better tomorrow while confessing their failures made her sick with frustration. Alone by a window, she wondered aloud why nobody would help her, lamenting how reclaiming power from Gelhart had changed nothing for the suffering common people. Staring into the night, she questioned whether anyone still loved this kingdom, recognizing bitterly that feelings alone could never solve the deepening crisis around her. Two officials walked through the palace corridor, one hushing the other for speaking too loudly. Frustration lingered in his voice as he admitted how difficult it remained to win support from nobles who once stood as enemies of the crown. A quiet accusation passed between them. The monarch was being underestimated. Gelhart's high treason had gone unpunished, despite his open attempt to overthrow the kingdom. Yet one official argued she at least recognized her own political limits, unlike her predecessor. Doubt colored his words as he questioned whether Gelhart, a man known for dirty tricks, was truly any better. His companion added that mercy, however admirable in the queen, only weakened her position further. A soft prayer followed, hoping her allies wouldn't abandon her. Inside a rattling carriage, a man stared out at the unnervingly clear moonlit sky, remarking that its brightness felt as though it could see through everything hidden. His companion urged him not to be so hard on himself, insisting he'd done everything possible. He brushed the comfort aside, muttering that good intentions meant nothing once disaster had already struck. Worry crept into his tone as he predicted a dire aftermath, blaming tyranny for pushing commoners into rebellion against their nobles. The younger figure beside him insisted quietly that every effort had been aimed at preventing exactly that outcome. Outside, the carriage rolled onward, while its passengers debated Radine's faction, who now had a convenient excuse to act. One voice sighed, regretting they'd allowed Gelhart to survive at all, fearing that his return to power would provoke unrest severe enough to split the country again. Discussion turned toward Gelhart's character, someone noting his fierce pride and personal reputation, despite betraying his own nation. A quieter voice suggested he might lack the cunning to maneuver alone, hinting instead at possible collusion with foreign powers. Compliments were exchanged as one man expressed gratitude for the conversation, calling the other sharp and promising future reliance on his counsel. Suspicion lingered nonetheless, as the driver silently wondered whether the timing of recent events was too convenient to be coincidence. Suddenly the carriage lurched and crashed down an embankment, tumbling amid a violent rumble before crumpling into the rocky slope below. Groggy and disoriented, one passenger stirred within the wreckage, groaning in confusion about what had just happened. Nearby, someone rushed to check on the fallen driver, calling out anxiously and gasping at the sight of his motionless body. Realization struck hard. The crash hadn't been an accident. Arrows had pierced the vehicle with precision, slipping past the protection of chainmail, proof that a skilled archer had targeted them deliberately. A slow, unsettling smile spread across one man's face as he recognized their surroundings, murmuring with dark amusement that they were completely surrounded. Regret surfaced as he admitted Bergstone had been right all along, wishing he'd taken his swordsmanship training more seriously before drawing his blade against the encroaching attackers. Two enemies closed in simultaneously, forcing a desperate realization that blocking both attacks at once was impossible. A blade sliced through just in time, followed by an apology for arriving late to defend his lord. Relief washed over him as he recognized the newcomers, Laura and Sara, both rushing to his side with weapons drawn. Standing firm before him, they declared their unwavering promise to protect him in the name of their master, Ryoma Mikoshiba. Atop the castle wall, a maid named Eileen stood before her master, a young man with dark hair and a scar on his cheek. He asked about the twin blades of House Salzburg, curious about the rumors surrounding them. Eileen explained that 5 years ago, the pair destroyed Myast's elite army of 5,000 soldiers, using only a force of 1,000 men, a feat that earned them the title of heroes. She continued, revealing their names: Sir Robert Bertrand and Sir Cygnus Galveria. Count Salzburg himself had given them the moniker after their victory. Her master noted that such rumors traveled far in the north, calling them heroes who had ended horrific wars along the border. He speculated they might have become knight captains under the royal family's direct command. Yet he wondered aloud why such heroes were feared or fallen from favor, kept hidden away in the countryside. Instead, Eileen hesitated, insisting she was only a maid and could not answer such things. Sir Bolts, a man loyal to his own master, joined the conversation, remarking that unlike wealthier factions, his side could not afford idle hands. Eileen admitted she was trying to reach her lord in her own way, prompting laughter from Bolts that startled her. Before departing, Bolts offered one final piece of advice: to stop addressing Cygnus and Robert with formal titles, urging her to support their young lord in her own manner. Elsewhere, chaos erupted. Laura rushed to Count Zalef's side as blades clashed around them, calling out to her twin sister Sarah. Both women had arrived under direct orders from Lord Mikoshiba. Sarah reassured the confused Count, revealing she had secured permission from the Igasakis to strike while their enemies remained dazed. Zalef attempted to join the fight, but the twins waved off his concern, claiming such odds posed no real threat to them. Sarah unleashed a devastating spell, the Double Burning Pillar, tearing through the enemy ranks with blinding force. Watching the destruction from a distance, Zalef could only marvel at the sheer power the twins commanded as the explosion settled. Unsafe, Zalef thanked Laura for saving his life, while Sarah apologized for not reaching him sooner. Laura then revealed that the Igasaki clan had already uncovered his secret scheme, with Count Bergstone, catching Zalef off guard. She explained that her master had ordered them to guard him ever since, admitting his own network of informants clearly needed improvement. Despite having just saved his life, the twins informed Zalef they carried yet another request from their lord. Meanwhile, in Sirius on the Wertenia Peninsula, someone questioned whether Zalef had truly been saved. Ryoma, seated among his own men, listened, as Sarah reported that Zalef was resting at an inn after meeting privately with Lady Helena, appearing utterly exhausted. Sarah confirmed his suspicions further, noting she was certain the arrows used in the earlier attack had come from the knights themselves. When asked whether Zalef had met expectations, Ryoma admitted the Count had exceeded them entirely. He mused that Zalef and Helena had proven their loyalty by persuading Count Bergstone to abandon the Queen and leave Rhodesia altogether, a feat he hadn't anticipated from either of them. Ryoma remarked that Zalef was probably acting more affable than he truly was. Sarah admitted she hadn't expected such a calm, gentle man to be so cunning underneath. Ryoma acknowledged it wasn't only her misjudgment, reminding her that appearances rarely told the whole story. He went on to describe Zalef's brother-in-law, Count Bergstone, a skilled and honest fighter with a respected name. Yet his pride often put him at odds with other nobles, leaving him isolated. Zalef had quietly supported him from the shadows for some time. Ryoma noted that House Zalef had feigned mediocrity for generations, relying instead on their information network to survive within a cutthroat noble society. Despite being renowned since Rhodesia's founding, the house had never claimed any major accomplishments of its own. Sarah called them unsung heroes, admiring those who chose to work in secret. Ryoma agreed, sensing a shared destiny with people who valued discretion over recognition. She wondered whether Zalef served Ryoma the same way Bolts did, questioning if he acted as an aide or strategist. Ryoma insisted that bringing him to their side mattered greatly, since building a network within noble society alone would have been impossible. A knock interrupted them. Ryoma apologized for the delay and asked that the visitor be let in, addressing him as Sir Nelsius. The elf, Nelsius, stated he didn't mind the wait, explaining he had come to demonstrate his resolve and deepen their relationship. Ryoma replied that he'd heard Nelsius carried a proposal, and Nelsius confirmed it plainly. 3 cloaked women entered the room, introduced as especially strong and beautiful, even among their own tribe, skilled with both spells and swords. Nelsius added that Ryoma could even take them as partners if he wished, urging the women to do as they pleased in his presence. Nelsius admitted this posed a problem, wondering aloud whether Ryoma assumed Delphina wasn't enough on her own. Ryoma clarified their arrangement was one of equals, bound by mutual benefit for now. Nelsius stated he had staked his clan's pride to walk alongside the path Ryoma had chosen. Bowing before him, Nelsius asked Ryoma to accept this gesture as proof of his resolve. Sarah whispered that the scene resembled a subject bowing to an overlord. Ryoma simply accepted the display with a quiet word. Turning to his commanders, Ryoma asked Sarah about troop readiness, and Laura about their supply lines. Both confirmed everything stood prepared, with no issues to report. Nelsius pledged his people's full cooperation, offering to bring his men along as they prepared to begin their campaign by taking Epirus. At the gates of Epirus, Robert spotted a familiar banner bearing a golden eagle against red, instantly recognizing the flag of an old ally he had fought beside countless times. Cygnus greeted him casually, and Robert called out that it had been far too long since their paths last crossed. The two exchanged playful jabs about appearances before agreeing to share a drink, with Robert insisting Cygnus would be paying. They locked arms in a friendly grip, each teasing the other about who truly owed whom a favor. Standing before the towering walls of Epirus, Robert expressed genuine relief that his old friend hadn't changed one bit. Nearby, ordinary townsfolk went about their day, a mother and child walking past an inn, unaware of the reunion unfolding just beyond the window. A ninja knelt before Janai, reporting that an armored cavalry unit of nearly 100 soldiers had just crossed the gates. The banner they carried, red with a golden eagle spreading its wings, pointed to Baron Galveria. Janai murmured that they had finally arrived. The elder considered the situation carefully, noting that Rhodsiria's current turmoil could easily spark internal strife. If only the cavalry had come. Without recruiting others from their own territory, the threat might still be manageable. The ninja reported that hope ran high among the northern houses, many convinced that a mere countryside lord stood no real chance against them. Janai remarked bitterly that they were dancing right in the palm of his lord's hand. With this arrival, the 7th of the North's 10 houses had entered Epirus, bringing the total cavalry strength past 1,000. Watching the streets below, Janai admitted Sir Genu's words about their lord carrying the spirit of the clan's first leader had once made him doubt whether age had dulled the old man's judgment. Seeing the scene unfold now, he realized his worry had been unfounded. Below, riders approached the town gates. A woman on horseback wondered aloud whether these newcomers were truly the twin blades of House Salzburg. From the rooftop, onlookers murmured that the pair's skill was said to rival Helena Steiner's own, and wondered if the rumors surrounding them would hold true. Long ago, a country made use of its unique terrain to become a bustling port of call for trade. The land developed its own culture and grew wealthy from the profits of its ships. In this world too, a similar plot of land had secretly prospered for years. Standing atop a stone wall, Sirius looked out over the ranks of soldiers gathered below him. After a long struggle, he had finally reached this point in his journey. At a gathering of nobles, one man asked whether Sirius would be rewarded with the Wartenia Peninsula if the war was won. Another noble, chewing his food, remarked that the once barren land was no longer worthless, which explained the excitement in the room. Elsewhere, Robert discussed how merchants had begun eyeing the monster nest as a new source of gold, now that the peninsula's isolation had ended, its pirates subdued, and its northern trade routes restored. Robert questioned why self-made nobles were so disliked by their peers. His companion replied that merchants were drawn to profit the way bees were drawn to nectar, wanting only the best portions for themselves. Sirius approached the two men at the banquet and asked whether they were enjoying themselves, catching Robert and his companion off guard as Count Salzburg's name was mentioned nearby. One of the men urged Sirius to relax and enjoy the evening, reminding him that a big day awaited them tomorrow, while Robert bowed respectfully, noting it had been a while since they last met. Delighted by the spread of food, Robert admitted he could rarely eat such dishes while on the battlefield, eager to indulge himself, while his companion teased him for being crass. Robert asked for forgiveness for his boldness, prompting Sirius to laugh and remark that the two of them would never change. Later, discussing strategy, Sirius admitted they knew little about their enemies, preferring to remain cautious. A companion mentioned that during yesterday's war council, using overwhelming force had been proposed. Robert argued they had more troops than necessary, comparing their 2,000 elite knights to the enemy's mere 1,000. Sirius recalled that during the Battle of Lantia in Myest, 1,000 of his own troops had once defeated an army 5 times their size, prompting Robert to quickly apologize for touching a nerve. Sirius reassured him, saying he understood Robert's concerns as a fellow warrior, his expression calm despite the tension. In the war camp, a messenger informed Sirius that word had arrived from Master Janai. Reading the report with satisfaction, Sirius learned that all 10 houses of the north had entered Epirus. A subordinate explained that they had demanded full defensive control over the north as an apology for the houses' earlier sabotage plans, since those houses had merely watched from the sidelines during the battle. Another woman confirmed she had personally delivered that ultimatum, carrying out the order exactly as instructed. Sirius accused his companion of keeping secrets again, while she responded with a playful smile. Grinning, Sirius admitted that no one else could pull off such a wicked scheme, adding that he knew exactly how she operated after knowing her for so long. Seated casually, Leon told Sirius she looked forward to hearing his explanation later, since he had promised to reveal everything once the first battle was won. Studying a map near Fort Tilt, an old man reported that over 2,000 enemy cavalry, the finest warriors the 10 houses of the north could offer, had gathered in Epirus, all according to plan. Lion asked what Sirius intended to do about them. With a confident smile, Sirius declared he would meet them head-on, since this battle would come down to raw power. Gazing across the open plain, the group admired the sight of the 10 houses lined up in full force, while a companion estimated the remaining troops, 800 vanguards, 500 middle guards, and 500 rear guards, were likely defending Epirus itself. A subordinate confirmed the enemy wanted an open field battle exactly as predicted, noting the count leading them was surprisingly capable, and that this cautious formation suggested they feared internal unrest more than the enemy in front of them. Sirius acknowledged that this moment justified every preparation they had made, remarking on how satisfying it felt to sense the enemy's high morale and their eagerness to end the fight quickly. Reflecting quietly, Sirius reasoned that impatience, anger, and jealousy would only narrow the enemy's choices on the battlefield. With that, he gave the order to begin, and the signal for war was raised. A horn blared across the field as soldiers surged forward, and one of the enemy commanders realized with alarm that the battle had truly started. Caught off guard, a knight named Sir O'Donnell shouted that the enemy had charged directly into their ranks. Confusion spread among the enemy officers as one insisted he wasn't lying about what he saw, while another demanded to know how cavalry could possibly be overwhelmed by mere infantry. Amid the chaos, soldiers began to question whether the rumors about Baron Mikoshiba's army from the Wartenia Peninsula had been true all along. That army, it turned out, was made up of former slaves who had been trained to use martial thaumaturgy, fighting with a strength no one had expected as Sirius led his riders across the battlefield. Watching the field carefully, Lion ordered Cygnus Galvaria and Robert Bertrand to remain stationed at the back with their troops. She explained that the two were likely gauging the situation, and Sirius agreed it was wise for them to stay cautious, adding that their own side had strong warriors of their own, since the twin blades of Salzburg stood on par with Helena, making them among the strongest fighters in this battle. Among their ranks stood Crimson Lioness Lion, who had once fought General Joshua Baleares, son of Arios Baleares, to repel Ultormia's invasion, alongside her trusted ally, the one-armed warrior Bolts. At last, the stage for the true confrontation was set, banners rising high above the assembled forces. Looking out over the battlefield, Sirius silently welcomed the moment, ready to see the enemy's true strength revealed. An old commander sensed something wrong as a strange black mass appeared on the horizon, prompting him to demand what it was. Watching from atop the wall, one noble remarked that the rumors were true and the enemy army seemed to be thriving, while others questioned whether the matching armor they wore meant anything significant. Dismissing the sight, another noble sneered that heavily armored infantry could barely move under such weight, adding that slaves clad in black looked vulgar and unfit to play soldier. Snorting with laughter, an elder noble declared that fighting against them only proved they were amateurs, while a younger companion joked that if the enemy tripped, it would be a trial just to get back up. Smiling confidently, one noble asked the others if they had forgotten how Ryoma Mikoshiba had risen to power in the first place. He continued, noting that Ryoma's tactics relied on striking at night or setting ambushes rather than fighting with honor. Another noble insisted that no proper force would resort to such methods, vowing that his underhanded tricks caught during the Zaruta conflict wouldn't work against them this time, since his flashy reputation was built entirely on cheap shots. Roaring in unified anger, the nobles called for every soldier to be thrown into battle to unmask the true nature of the Devil of Heraklion, and crush him completely. Panic spread through the enemy ranks as soldiers realized reality did not match what they had been promised, confusion rippling through their formation. Amid the chaos, a commander ordered his lancers forward and demanded to know why his archers hesitated, while a woman shouted that engaging in melee combat would render their archers useless entirely. Directing his troops with precision, Ryoma ordered a flank attack, silently noting that many of the enemy soldiers were around the same age as his own son. Bewildered enemy fighters struggled to understand how their opponents managed to stay in formation while dodging and defending so effectively. Furious at being outmatched, one soldier cursed the ragtag band of slaves for surpassing knights who had trained their entire lives, hurling insults as he charged. Cutting him down with a single slash, Bolts warned that this was no ordinary duel, calling it hell for any knight foolish enough to stand against them. Introducing himself as Bolts, he declared himself the right hand of Ryoma Mikoshiba, the Devil of Heraklion from the Wartenia Peninsula, drawing surprised reactions from those nearby. Observing the battlefield, a commander remarked that the knights and the young slave soldiers seemed evenly matched, calling the unfolding chaos rather interesting. The army advanced like an unrelenting black wave, sweeping over everything caught in its path. Watching the front lines descend into chaos, Lion realized something must have gone wrong, and worry crossed her face when she heard that Sydney had fallen. An older noble studied her expression coldly, remarking that her chaperone had died in the fighting. Accused of luring a soldier into battle with promises of medals, another man roared in denial, insisting he had done nothing wrong. Robert insisted he deserved gratitude for his actions, explaining that he had simply let a boastful knight take the lead and gain results, since the man always hid behind his father's influence to talk big, so Robert had merely given him a nudge. Reflecting on the outcome, an older noble admitted that thanks to Robert, they had gauged the enemy's true strength, while another figure noted that Robert must have seen through Sidney's real intentions all along, since the young man would rather fight than babysit a lazy son. Riding together, one companion called Sidney a valuable sacrifice, and Robert laughed heartily, adding that he had granted her wish in the process. Offended, the knight beside him demanded to know why he was being insulted, prompting Robert to remark that though he was generally stupid and violent, he could be strangely sharp at times, which he found unsettling. Robert explained further, saying the man relied on instinct rather than logic to find the best solution, and had a natural gift for reading people's true nature, though the knight took it as another insult and accused him of calling him a wild animal, while Robert insisted he was simply overthinking a genuine compliment. With their intelligence gathered, the group prepared to move out, and one soldier privately observed that Robert's talent for leadership made him someone to be wary of. On the battlefield, tension crackled in the air as one warrior admitted it would be unwise to linger during their first clash, urging Cygnus to take the left wing as they moved into position. A young soldier gasped, feeling as though she had collided with a wicked beast, unable to explain the sudden fear gripping her. A monstrous force surged forward on horseback, closing in with overwhelming speed and power. Enemy soldiers scrambled to surround him, but the warning came too late as he crashed through their ranks with devastating force. Blocking a heavy strike, the enemy fighter registered surprise at his opponent's power, while the attacker pressed forward, having not expected his blow to be stopped at all. Recognizing him as one of the twin blades, the soldiers realized this was the very man their lord had warned them about, identifying him as Captain Doyle as the brutal exchange continued. Ordering a retreat, Cygnus told his men to pull Doyle back and request reinforcements from a general. Acknowledging the command, the group withdrew while the enemy noted grimly that skill alone did not explain how his attack had been completely blocked. In the chaos, a rider cried out as his horse's leg was slashed from under him, caught off guard by the sudden strike before countering with a fierce blow of his own. Separated from his allies, Robert acknowledged the trouble he now faced, surrounded by unfamiliar soldiers. Studying his opponents, he noted their precise thrusts aimed at the gaps in his armor and their disciplined retreats to absorb impact, recognizing them as well-trained fighters who would stand out even among his own squad. Bracing himself without his horse, Robert doubted he could survive the encounter, though he considered the possibility of taking them all down with him, just as his allies spotted him and called out in alarm. Rallying his men to plow through the enemy line, Sirius spotted Robert in the distance and shouted his name in disbelief. With a series of powerful strikes, Robert's trusted axe, capable of felling a colossal beast, not only shielded him from the assault but sliced clean through the danger before him. Recognizing him at last, an enemy commander declared that Ryoma Mikoshiba stood before him, while soldiers rushed anxiously to check whether their lord was safe amid the chaos. Steeling himself, the commander vowed to fight with everything he had, and Ryoma agreed to meet him with equal resolve. Once the fighting settled, reports came in that 13 soldiers had died, and 33 more lay gravely wounded across the camp. Ryoma listened as he was told the Dark Elves' secret medicine and verbal thaumaturgy meant none of the wounded were in danger of losing their lives, and that most would be fit to fight again within 2 to 3 days, prompting a quiet sigh of relief from him. Alone with his thoughts, Ryoma repeated the number of dead under his breath, while Lion watched him with concern. A companion noted that thanks to the elven armor, casualties had been kept to a minimum, with most losses falling to the enemy's twin blades, and Lion added that by sheer numbers, this could still be counted as a victory, though she recognized how hard it was for Ryoma, since he remembered every soldier's name and face. Ryoma reflected that the armor's protective quality was a rare skill humans couldn't replicate, resolving to keep the secret closely guarded, while an elven companion expressed relief that they had chosen to negotiate with Nelsius, whose craftsmanship could lighten and strengthen their gear. Deciding on his next move, Ryoma thanked his ally and resolved to ask the Igasaki clan to proceed with caution, privately acknowledging that Robert and Cygnus remained his two greatest concerns, since either one could turn the tide of battle if left unchecked. Lion suggested sending the Igasaki ninjas after them, but Ryoma refused, saying it would be a waste to crush fighters of such caliber, reminding her that battle wasn't simply a matter of black and white, but a matter of survival balanced against death. Watching the moonlit camp, Lion asked if he agreed that the two men would be terrifying as enemies but invaluable as allies, and Ryoma admitted both could become valuable assets if won over. Comparing them to shogi pieces, Ryoma identified Cygnus Galvaria and Robert Bertrand as the Rook and Bishop of Salzburg, quietly resolving that the twin blades would ultimately belong to him.